The Mafia Septuplets by Melanie Rain. Produced and published by Novel Nectar. Copyright 2025, Novel Nectar. I have a very bad feeling about this. The rain hammers against the windows of Maison Laurent like an impatient customer demanding attention. I thread the needle with ease, even as the storm outside mirrors the tension coiling in my shoulders. The grandfather clock in the corner chimes 8:30, and I should have locked the door an hour ago, but Mr. Richardson insisted on a late fitting, and Henry always taught me that client service comes first. This is completely unacceptable. Richardson's voice cuts through the quiet shop like a blade. He stands before the three-way mirror in his half-fitted jacket, his face flushed with indignation. I specifically requested the finest Italian wool, not this discount fabric. I keep my expression neutral as I adjust the shoulder seam. Sir, this is Ermenegildo Zegna, the same fabric you approved 3 weeks ago. Don't lecture me about fabric quality, girl. He jerks away from my touch, nearly causing me to prick him with the pin. I've been buying suits longer than you've been alive. The words sting, but I've heard worse. At 28, I've spent 12 years perfecting my craft under Henri's guidance. Every stitch, every measurement, and every detail matters to me. This shop isn't just my workplace, but my sanctuary and the only place I've ever belonged. Of course, sir. I retrieve my measuring tape and step back. Perhaps we could schedule another appointment to discuss alternatives. Alternatives? His laugh holds no humor. The wedding is in 5 days. You think I have time for alternatives? I maintain my composure despite the way he towers over me. Richardson stands at least 6 feet tall, and he's using every inch to intimidate me. The scent of his expensive cologne mingles with something sharper, like alcohol maybe, or just the particular brand of entitlement that money breeds in certain people. I understand your concern. I keep my voice steady. However, the jacket fits beautifully. The fabric drapes exactly as intended, and the color complements your complexion perfectly. You're arguing with me? His face darkens. I'm paying you, which means I'm right. Actually, he hasn't paid yet. The deposit covered materials, but the balance remains outstanding. I don't mention this fact, though Henri's lessons about diplomacy ring in my ears. Kill them with kindness, petite, even when they don't deserve it. I'm not arguing, sir. I simply want to ensure you're completely satisfied with the final product. I fold my hands in front of me, a gesture that projects calm while hiding the tremor from irritation showing in my fingers. Would you like me to explain the construction details? Sometimes understanding the craftsmanship helps clients appreciate craftsmanship? Richardson snorts. This is amateur work at best. I could get better quality from Men's Warehouse. The insult hits its mark, but I don't flinch. I've poured weeks into this suit, putting in hand-sewn buttonholes, a carefully shaped canvas, and meticulous attention to every proportion. It's some of my finest work, and we both know it. I'm sorry you're unsatisfied. The words taste bitter. What would you like me to do? Take $500 off the price. Consider it compensation for my disappointment. $500, nearly my entire commission for this piece. I think of my rent, due in 3 days, and the electric bill sitting unopened on my kitchen counter. I'll need to discuss that with Henri. Henri isn't here. Richardson steps closer, and I catch a stronger whiff of whiskey on his breath. It's just you and me, sweetheart, so what's it going to be? The endearment makes my skin crawl. I take a step back, bumping into the fitting platform. The shop suddenly feels smaller, like the walls are pressing in as Richardson advances. Sir, I really think we should wait for Henri to return. I think you should stop making excuses. His voice drops to something that might pass for seductive if it weren't so predatory. A pretty little thing, like you should know how to keep customers happy. I shudder at his inference. I've dealt with difficult clients before, but this crosses a line. Henri trained me well in many things, but not in handling men who mistake vulnerability for invitation. Please step back. I try to project authority, but my voice wavers. I need space to work. Instead of retreating, he reaches for my arm. Maybe we can work out a different kind of arrangement? I suggest you remove your hand. Now. The voice that cuts through the tension belongs to someone else entirely. It's deep, gravelly, and carries an authority that makes Richardson freeze mid-motion. I turn toward the source and find a stranger standing just inside the shop's entrance. He's taller than Richardson, with dark hair and the kind of bone structure that belongs on magazine covers. His suit is impeccable, clearly custom, and seems to be one of Henry's creations. It's his expression that really captures my attention, being frigid and dangerous. Richardson's hand falls away from my arm, though he still tries to bluster his way through by speaking in a haughty tone. "This is a private fitting." "Not anymore." The stranger's accent holds traces of something Eastern European, though his English is flawless. He doesn't raise his voice, but somehow fills the entire space with quiet menace. "The lady asked you to step back. Now listen here." "No." The stranger moves deeper into the shop with fluid grace. "You listen. You will apologize to the lady and pay your bill in full, plus a generous tip for her trouble. Only then will you leave." Richardson puffs up like an indignant rooster. "Who the hell do you think you are?" The stranger doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he removes his coat, hanging it on the brass hook by the door. The gesture seems casual, but there's something in the way he moves that suggests power lurks just beneath the surface. Someone who doesn't tolerate disrespect. His tone remains conversational, but the temperature in the room plummets, especially toward women who are simply doing their jobs. I watch this exchange with fascination and growing unease. The stranger commands attention effortlessly, but there's something predatory in his stillness. He's like a wolf deciding whether to play with its prey or simply devour it. Richardson seems to reach the same conclusion. His braggadocio crumbles under that unwavering stare, and he fumbles for his wallet. "Fine, here's your money." He throws cash on the cutting table, and it's a lot more than he owes, I realize with surprise, not having actually expected a tip. "I assure you, I won't be coming back." "Good." The stranger's smile doesn't reach his pale gray eyes. "I'm sure there are plenty of establishments that cater to men of your particular standards." The insult is subtle but unmistakable. Richardson's face flushes crimson, but he doesn't challenge it. Instead, he strips off the jacket and tosses it onto a nearby chair. This place is finished anyway. He straightens his shirt with shaking hands. Overpriced and overrated. Neither the stranger nor I respond, though I make motions to pick up the suit jacket, planning to wrap it and give him his order. He sneers. "Donate it to the poor. They might find it acceptable." I don't say anything or try to give him the suit again. I, along with my rescuer, simply wait as Richardson gathers his things and storms toward the door. He pauses at the threshold, perhaps considering a parting shot, but one look at the stranger's face sends him into the rainy night without another word. The silence that follows feels heavy. I'm alone with a man I don't know in a shop that suddenly feels very isolated. The stranger turns his attention to me, and I resist the urge to step backward. "Are you all right?" His voice is softer now, though no less commanding. "Yes, thank you." I begin gathering the scattered pins from the floor, needing something to do with my hands. "You didn't have to intervene?" "He was bothering you." "I could have handled it." The lie comes out sharper than intended. "I'm sure you could have." There's amusement in his voice now. "You shouldn't have to, but I'm certain you can take care of yourself." I risk a glance at his face and find him watching me with unsettling intensity. His features are sharp and aristocratic, with bone structure that speaks of good genetics and probably better nutrition. He's focused on me like I'm a puzzle he's trying to solve. "I'm Iskander Taranov." He extends a hand. I hesitate before accepting it. His grip is firm, warm, and entirely professional. "Willa Reynolds." "A pleasure, Miss Reynolds." He releases my hand but doesn't step back. "I assume you work here." "I do." I smooth my skirt, suddenly conscious of my appearance. "Are you looking for Henri?" He stepped out, but I expect him back soon. "Actually, I was hoping to schedule a fitting." His smile transformed his face completely, replacing the cold authority with something far more dangerous to my senses, which is obvious charm. Henri mentioned he had an exceptional tailor on staff. Heat creeps up my neck. He's very generous with his praise. "Is he?" He tilts his head slightly. "Or simply accurate?" Before I can formulate a response, the front door chimes again. Henri appears in the doorway, shaking rain from his umbrella and muttering something in French about the weather. "Ah, Monsieur Taranov." He spots Iskander immediately, and his entire demeanor brightens. You're early. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Not at all. Iskander's attention shifts to Henri, but I sense his awareness of me hasn't diminished. Miss Reynolds has been taking excellent care of me. Henri beams with paternal pride. Willa is my protege. Everything I know about the craft, I have taught her. He hangs his coat beside Iskander's and approaches with the enthusiasm of a man greeting an old friend. She will be handling your fitting personally. My stomach drops. Henri, I'm sure you prefer to... Nonsense! Henri waves away my protest. You are ready for clients of Monsieur Taranov's caliber. This is how we grow petite. I want to argue, but Henri's faith in me means everything. He saved my life when I was 16 and desperate, giving me purpose and a place to belong. I've never disappointed him, and I won't start now. Of course. I turn to Iskander, trying to project professional confidence. When would you like to schedule the appointment? Now, if possible. His smile widens. I find I'm suddenly in need of something custom. Henri beams. Parfait. I will prepare the forms while you get started. He bustles toward his office, leaving me alone with Iskander once again. The stranger, though he doesn't feel like a stranger anymore, studies me with those penetrating gray eyes. You seem nervous, he says softly. I'm not nervous. The denial comes out too quickly. I'm simply focused on providing excellent service. Excellent service. He repeats the phrase slowly as if tasting it. I appreciate that quality in a woman. There's something in his tone that makes my pulse quicken, not threatening exactly, but loaded with innuendo. Unlike when Richardson did something similar, this sends heat curling through me, not repulsion. Clearing my throat, I move toward the measuring station, needing the familiar ritual to steady myself. What type of suit are you looking for? I pull out my measuring tape and notebook, grateful for the routine. Business, formal, or casual? Surprise me. He follows, moving with that innate, predatory grace I noticed earlier. I trust your professional judgment. The confidence in his voice both flatters and unnerves me. I'm good at my job, but his faith feels premature. We've known each other for all of 10 minutes. I'll need to take measurements first. I gesture toward the platform. If you could remove your jacket. He complies without hesitation, revealing a physique that clearly doesn't come from gym membership alone. His shirt fits him perfectly, tailored to accommodate broad shoulders that taper to a lean waist. He moves like someone comfortable with physical confrontation. I step closer with my measuring tape, acutely aware of his height advantage. Even on the platform, he towers over me. The scent of his cologne is subtle but expensive. It's something with cedar and bergamot that cajoles my senses rather than overwhelming them like so many men's colognes. Arms out, please. I keep my voice steady as I loop the tape around his chest. He complies, but his attention never wavers from my face. You're very serious about your work. It's important to get the measurements right. I make notes, trying to ignore the warmth radiating from his skin. A properly fitted suit can change how a man carries himself. He looks intrigued. How do I carry myself? The question catches me off guard. I glance up to find him watching me with genuine curiosity, as if my opinion actually matters to him. Like someone who's used to getting what he wants. The words slip out before I can stop them. His laugh is rich and genuinely amused. Is that so obvious? I move to measure his waist, acutely conscious of his proximity. Experience teaches you to read people quickly in this business. What else does your experience tell you about me? I should deflect to keep things professional. Instead, I study his face more carefully. He has a strong jaw, straight nose, and lips that probably know how to be cruel and gentle in equal measure. But it's his composure that strikes me most. He has the absolute assurance of someone who never has to prove himself because he feels no need to do so. You're not from around here. I move to his shoulder measurement. Your accent suggests European background, probably Eastern. You're comfortable with authority, which means you either inherited it or earned it the hard way, and you intervened with Richardson not out of chivalry, but because you don't tolerate chaos in your vicinity. Silence stretches between us as I finish the measurement. When I finally look up, his expression has shifted to something unreadable. Interesting assessment. His voice is softer now and more thoughtful. What makes you think I don't tolerate chaos? I shrug. The way you handled him, with control and no wasted emotion or movement. I step back, needing distance. You saw a problem and eliminated it. Eliminated? He repeats the word slowly. That's an interesting choice. Something in his tone makes me shiver, not from fear exactly, but a recognition of something deeper and more complex than simple attraction. This man is dangerous in ways I don't fully understand. I need your inseam measurement. I keep my voice purely professional now. He nods, but as I kneel to position the tape measure, he speaks again. You handled Richardson well, by the way. I admired how you remained calm under pressure. Thank you. I focus on the numbers, not the warmth of his leg beneath the fabric. Most people break when pushed. You didn't. I stand, recording the measurement. Breaking isn't an option in my line of work. No? He steps down from the platform, making him much taller than me again. What happens when someone pushes harder? The question feels loaded with meaning beyond tailoring. Despite his proximity and the way he stands over me, I don't feel threatened. I meet his gaze directly, surprised by my own boldness. They find out that some things don't break easily. His smile is slow and rapacious. Good. I prefer women who don't crumble at the first sign of pressure. He's close enough that I can see the flecks of darker gray in his irises as his voice drops to something intimate and dangerous. It makes it so much more interesting when they finally do. My mouth goes dry. There's promise in those words and threat and something that makes my pulse race despite every instinct screaming that this man is horribly dangerous. Before I can respond, Henri returns from his office with a satisfied flourish. Everything is prepared, he announces cheerfully. Monsieur Taranov, I trust Willa has taken excellent care of you. Iskander's gaze doesn't leave my face. Exceptionally well. She's quite thorough. Heat floods my cheeks at his tone. Henri, oblivious to the undercurrent, beams with pride. Magnifique! The suit will take Willa at least 2 weeks, so when shall we schedule the fitting? I'll be in touch. He finally breaks our stare to address Henri. Miss Reynolds has my measurements. I trust she can create something memorable. He retrieves his coat with those same deliberate movements, pulling on the expensive wool like armor. When he turns back, his expression has returned to that cold control I first witnessed. Henri, Miss Reynolds. He inclines his head slightly. Until next time. He's gone before I can form a response, disappearing into the storm as suddenly as he appeared. The shop feels empty in his absence, like a stage after the lead actor has exited. Wonderful man, says Henri, already moving to tidy the fitting area. He's a very successful businessman. You will enjoy working with him, petite. I gather my measuring tape and notes, annoyed that my hands are still trembling slightly and not from fear. Or not exclusively from fear. He managed to stir a flicker of desire in me, which is unusual. I'm careful never to encourage or respond to a client, but everything about him feels different. What kind of business? Import and export, very international. Henry's response is vague in the way that usually signals topics better left unexplored. The important thing is he appreciates quality craftsmanship. I nod, though something tells me Iskander Taranov appreciates many things and probably takes whatever he wants. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it sends an unwelcome thrill of anticipation through my veins. Outside, thunder rolls across Charleston Harbor, and I wonder what kind of storm I've just invited into my little sunshine world.
Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you. The rain has stopped by the time I reach my car, but the memory of Willa Reynolds lingers like expensive perfume. I slide behind the wheel of the Bentley and sit for a moment in the silence, replaying every detail of our encounter, recalling her composure under pressure, the way she didn't cower when Richardson invaded her space, and how her hands trembled only when she thought I wasn't looking. Most women in my world fall into 2 categories: those who fear me and those who want to use me. Willa fits neither mold, and that intrigues me more than it should. She assessed me with the clear-eyed precision of someone who's learned to read danger, yet she didn't retreat. She's smart enough to recognize what I am and brave enough to stand her ground anyway. I start the engine and pull into Charleston's evening traffic, but my mind remains fixed on the tailor shop. I can't stop thinking about how she moved through that space with quiet authority, or the passion that flared in her voice when Richardson insulted her work, and how she looked at me with caution and interest. The phone buzzes through the car's speakers, interrupting my thoughts. Iskander? Timur's voice fills the cabin. We still on for dinner? On my way. I navigate through the historic district, past gas-lit streets and antebellum mansions that seem frozen in another century. Charleston maintains its veneer of old-world charm, but beneath the surface, it's like any other city. It's a territory to be controlled, with money to be moved and power to be exercised. 20 minutes later, I walk into Czar's table, the Russian steakhouse that serves as our unofficial headquarters. The maitre d' nods respectfully and leads me through the dining room without a word. There are a sea of mahogany tables and plushy cushioned seats where business deals disguised as social dinners play out nightly. The scent of aged beef and expensive vodka mingles with the low murmur of carefully modulated conversations. Timur occupies our usual corner booth, positioned with a clear view of both entrances, maintaining old habits from our Moscow days. He's already nursing a glass of Stolichnaya, his weathered face impassive as always. We've known each other for 15 years and fought side by side in territorial wars that left lesser men dead or broken. He's the closest thing to family I have left. You look relaxed. His pale blue eyes study me as I settle into the booth. I order my usual Macallan 25, neat, and consider how much to reveal. Timur has protected my interests for over a decade, but some thoughts are better kept private. The tailor shop went well, I take it. I nod. Henri Laurent's protégé is talented. She'll handle the commission. Timur raises one eyebrow slightly. She? Henri mentioned his apprentice was promising, but not that she was female. The server brings my scotch and I take a sip before responding, savoring the pleasant oaky depth of it. Miss Reynolds has been working under Laurent for years. Her skills are impressive. I'm sure they are. His tone remains neutral, but I catch the undercurrent of caution. He's seen what happens when I take interest in things outside the business, and he's always naturally cautious of anything that could distract from the life or death decisions we make daily, the way some choose which pair of socks to wear in the morning. How impressive! I ignore the inference and shift the conversation to safer ground. What's the situation with our southern roots? He accepts the deflection without comment by pulling out his phone to show me a series of photos. There are shipping manifests, warehouse receipts, and customs documents. Volume is up 12% from last quarter. The Port Authority contact is performing as expected. I nod, impressed. Any complications? He lifts one shoulder. Minor. One of the longshoremen got curious about container weights. Dmitri handled it with a little green and a little brown. I nod, understanding he combined money with a couple of bruises to ensure the curiosity died quickly. Dimitri's methods are efficient, if not subtle, but sometimes direct action sends the clearest message. What about our other operations? He scrolls to a different image. The restaurant chains are clean. Money flows through them like water through a sieve, unremarkable and untraceable. Timur closes his phone and leans back. Which brings me to why I called this meeting. Something in his voice sharpens my attention. Problems? Mikhail Balakin. The name makes me flinch inside, though I keep my expression neutral. Years of practice have taught me to hide reactions that could be perceived as weakness. Still, my hand tightens imperceptibly around the glass. What about him? Timur's jaw tightens. He's making moves. Atlanta first, now Miami. Word is, he's consolidating the smaller crews and offering them better terms than what they're getting from the established families. I set down my scotch with deliberate care. Mikhail Balakin represents unfinished business from another life and another continent. We came up together in Moscow's underworld, two ambitious lieutenants carving out territories in a city where violence was currency and mercy, a luxury few could afford. How solid is the intelligence? Dmitri confirmed it through 3 separate sources. He drains his vodka in one swift motion. Balakin's definitely stateside, and he's not here for vacation. The server approaches with menus, but I wave him away. My appetite has vanished, replaced by the familiar cold focus that settles over me when business turns serious, or I hear Mikhail's name. Timeline? Hard to say. It could be weeks or maybe months. He signals for another vodka. He's being careful and taking time to build alliances before making his play. There's more. I wait. One of our watchers spotted someone casing Henri's shop yesterday. It was professional surveillance, not a casual window shopper. His voice drops lower. The description matches known Balakin operatives. I mull over the revelation. Laurent's establishment serves multiple purposes in our organization. It launders significant money through high-end clothing sales, provides a legitimate front for meetings, and maintains our reputation among Charleston's elite. More importantly, Henri is a friend of mine, and Willow works there. How certain are you? Timur's expression remains impassive, but his tone carries conviction. Certain enough. The question is whether Balakin knows about Laurent's true function, or if he's just probing for weaknesses. I consider that while Charleston's evening sounds filter through the restaurant's windows, traffic, distant music, and the low hum of a city settling into night are all normal sounds from a world that has no idea men like Mikhail and I exist in their midst. He knows. The certainty surprises me with its clarity, but comes from deep instincts. Mikhail always did his homework. If he's targeting Laurent, it's because he understands what it represents. My second nods his agreement, which means he's not just expanding territory, he's coming for me specifically. Timur nods once more, slower this time. The brother. Alexei Balakin was 22 years old, newly married, and full of the reckless courage that gets young men killed in our line of work. The territorial dispute had been escalating for months, with stolen shipments, sabotaged operations, and the slow dance of dominance that defines criminal enterprise on both sides. When Alexei crossed into our territory with 4 armed men, planning to hit one of our warehouses, I had to respond. The confrontation lasted less than 10 minutes. Alexei died along with 2 of his men, while the other 2 escaped to carry word back to Mikhail. That was 8 years ago. But blood debts don't expire. I warned you this day would come. Timur's voice holds no accusation, only the practical acceptance of consequences. Mikhail loved that boy more than his own life. I sigh softly, feeling regret for Alexei's fate even now, though the young fool brought it on himself. I know, but I had no choice. Alexei would have kept pushing until someone was dead. Better him than me? Timur leans forward, lowering his voice. Maybe, Or maybe you could have found another way. I meet his stare directly. Are you questioning my judgment? Yet, I'm simply pointing out how Mikhail will view it, and I'm questioning whether we're prepared for what's coming. He spreads his hands on the table. Mikhail spent 8 years building his network. He's not the same impetuous lieutenant you knew in Moscow. He's patient now. His need for revenge has made him systematic rather than impulsive. That makes him more dangerous. The server returns, clearly hoping to take our order, but one look at our faces sends him retreating without a word. The restaurant continues its evening rhythm around us, oblivious to the conversation taking place in the corner booth. What do you recommend? He straightens. Strike first, hard and decisive. Take out his key people before he can establish a foothold. It's the logical choice, the one my heavy-handed father would have made without hesitation. My style is somewhat different. That would mean war. War is coming whether we start it or not. He pulls out his phone again and scrolls through messages. The only question is whether we fight on our terms or his. I finish my scotch and consider the situation. Charleston has been profitable precisely because it's remained relatively peaceful. The established families here prefer accommodation to confrontation, understanding that violence draws unwanted attention from federal authorities. A war with Balakin would shatter that delicate ecosystem. How many men do we have locally? 15 reliable soldiers and maybe 20 if we count the part-timers. Timur sets down his phone. Balakin probably has half that, but he's adding to his ranks. I nod slowly. That's not enough for a sustained conflict without bringing in men from other locations, which will bring heat on us if things become noticeable. Our law enforcement contacts accept bribes to keep things peaceful, but a war would force them to stop turning a blind eye. Yes, which is why I suggest we strike now before it escalates. 20 men are enough to send a message if we choose our targets carefully. My phone vibrates with a text message from Dmitri, confirming tomorrow's shipping schedule. Business continues regardless of personal vendettas, though the line between the two blurs when survival is at stake. Not yet deciding about going on the offensive, I shift the subject slightly. Double security at all our key locations. I want eyes on Laurent's shop around the clock. If Balakin is targeting our operations, we need to know before he moves. Timur studies my face with the intensity of someone reading enemy intentions. Consider it done, though it is an interesting choice for where to send more of our people. The tailor shop seems particularly important to you. I tense, refusing to sound defensive despite the hint of knowing in his tone. It's a significant revenue stream. He gives me a small smile, which is unusual for him. Is that all? Timur knows me well enough to recognize when business concerns mask personal interest. In our world, emotional attachments become vulnerabilities that enemies exploit without mercy. I give him a sour look. Laurent has been cooperative for 3 years. I won't abandon reliable partners. He tilts his head. Even when protecting them puts us at greater risk? I signal for another scotch, using the delay to organize my thoughts. The server brings the glass swiftly, keeping his head down and his ears closed. Smart man. Risk is inherent in what we do. The question is whether the potential reward justifies the exposure. He accepts a new chilled glass of vodka from our server as he asks, "Does it?" I think of Willa's hands as she measured my shoulders, the way she stood her ground against Richardson's intimidation, and how she looked at me when I stepped close enough to see her pulse beating in her neck. She was smart, brave, and unaware of the storm gathering around her. Time will tell. Timur nods, though his expression suggests he's not entirely convinced. What about the broader picture? If Balakin makes a play for Charleston, other families will take notice. Some might see opportunity in our distraction. Let them try. The response comes automatically, backed by years of conditioning. If I show weakness once, every ambitious lieutenant might start measuring my territory for himself. I don't truly believe Timur would ever betray or try to undermine me, but showing strength is an ingrained habit, just like hiding weakness is. We've handled challenges before. He shows a hint of concern in his expression and voice. Not like this, with someone who has personal reasons to see you destroyed. I can't counter the truth of that statement. Professional conflicts follow certain rules. One takes calculated risks and decides on measured responses. Understanding today's enemy might become tomorrow's ally if there is no scorched earth between them. Personal vendettas operate by different logic entirely. Mikhail wants revenge, not profit. I speak the words aloud to examine their implications. That makes him dangerous and predictable in equal measure. Timur leans back. Predictable how? He'll target what matters most to me, like assets, allies, or reputation. He'll go after anything that causes maximum damage to my position. Which brings us back to Laurent's shop. I drain my second scotch and stand, decision crystallizing with alcoholic clarity. Schedule a meeting with our key lieutenants for tomorrow night. I want contingency plans for every major operation. He rises as well. And Laurent? Double the guards as instructed. But for now, I'll handle the rest of that situation personally. He looks faintly disapproving, but doesn't voice it explicitly. Be careful, Iskander. Personal protection can become personal obsession very quickly. I pause, considering his warning. Noted. We walk through the restaurant together, past tables where Charleston's elite conduct their own versions of business. Real estate deals, political maneuvering, and social climbing are all variants of the same fundamental game we play, just with different stakes and consequences. Outside, the evening air carries hints of rain and the distant salt tang of the harbor. Charleston sleeps uneasily, sensing change even if it can't identify the source. War always announces itself this way, in the restlessness of animals, the nervous energy of crowds, the way ordinary people start checking locks and avoiding dark corners without knowing why. Timur pauses beside his car. One more thing. If you're planning to involve the tailor in this situation, she should know what she's walking into. I scowl at him. Who says I'm involving her? The way you talk about her suggests she's already involved. I considered denying it, but he would see through the lie immediately. Instead, I unlock my car and step inside, rolling down the window to deliver my final words. Make sure our people understand Laurent's shop is off limits for Balakin and anyone working with him. Use whatever force is necessary to make that point clear. Timur nods once, a gesture that contains volumes of unspoken understanding. He'll execute the order without question, just as he's done countless times before, even if he disagrees with my motives. The knowledge should comfort me, but instead it highlights how far I'm willing to go to protect someone I barely know. I drive home through Charleston's empty streets, past monuments to a different war, and try not to think about green eyes and steady hands. I'll return to Laurent's shop tomorrow with a legitimate excuse, such as a follow-up fitting or questions about fabric choices. The real reason will remain unspoken. I need to see her again to confirm what I remember from our first meeting is real and not some product of wishful thinking. More importantly, I need to assess whether she's strong enough to survive what's coming, whether as a bystander or someone closer to me. Mikhail Balakin is coming as surely as the tide returns to Charleston Harbor. When he arrives, everything I've built here will be tested, including whatever grows between Willa Reynolds and me, if I allow that to proceed, and she's willing. The thought should worry me more than it does. It's blunted by imagining what it would feel like to have Willa on her knees in front of me for an entirely different reason than measuring my inseam, and I already accept I'll have her if she's willing, and protect her if necessary, damned the consequences.
2 days have passed since my last encounter with Iskander Taranov, and I still can't shake the memory of his hands brushing mine when we examined fabric swatches together. The contact was brief and professional, but sent electricity racing through my nervous system like I'd touched a live wire. I curl deeper into the corner of our overstuffed sofa, pulling my knees to my chest while Harper bustles around our tiny kitchen, making her famous comfort food of grilled cheese sandwiches with tomato soup. Our apartment is a study in organized chaos with mismatched furniture we've collected from estate sales and thrift stores over the years. "You're doing that thing again." Harper slides a steaming bowl across our coffee table, which doubles as our dining table when we're being lazy. I give her a startled look. "What thing?" That dreamy, flushed look you get when you're thinking about tall, dark, and probably dangerous. She settles beside me with her own bowl, studying my face with the concern of someone who's known me since high school. "Spill." I take a spoonful of soup, buying time while I decide how much to reveal. Harper has an uncanny ability to read my moods, probably because she spent years watching me navigate a world that's never felt entirely safe. She knows my tells better than anyone. "He came back 2 days ago, the day after his fitting." The admission slips out before I can stop it. Harper nearly chokes on her sandwich. "Sexy suit guy? The one who scared off Richardson?" I nod, remembering how Iskander appeared in the shop's doorway like some avenging angel. Henry had called ahead to say Mr. Taranov wanted to discuss fabric options, but when I saw him stride through that door, my mouth went dry and my pulse accelerated. What happened? I closed my eyes, letting myself drift back to 2 afternoons ago. The shop had been quiet. I'd been organizing Henri's fabric samples when Iskander arrived, wearing another impeccably tailored suit and clearly more of Henri's elegant handiwork. He needed to select materials for his commission. I stir my soup absently, remembering how we'd stood side by side at the fabric display table. We spent an hour going through options. An hour? Harper's eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. How long does it take to pick fabric? That's exactly what I'd wondered. Iskander examined each swatch with the intensity of someone making life or death decisions. He'd ask my opinion on weight, texture, drape, then listen to my responses with complete attention. When our fingers brushed as he handed me a sample of charcoal wool, he'd let the contact linger just long enough to make my pulse skyrocket all over again. He's very particular about quality. I take another spoonful of soup, hoping the heat will explain the flush creeping up my neck. Uh-huh. Her tone suggests she's not buying my casual explanation. What else? I remember the moment he'd leaned over to examine a navy pinstripe, close enough I could smell his enticing cologne and feel the warmth radiating from his body. He'd asked about thread count in that low, accented voice, and I'd found myself staring at his mouth while I answered. Professional conversation had felt like foreplay, as though every exchange was loaded with double meanings I couldn't quite decipher, but also couldn't ignore. He's intense. I finally meet Harper's knowing gaze. When he looks at you, it's like he's seeing everything you're trying to hide. Harper sets down her sandwich and gives me her full attention. Willa, that's either incredibly romantic or deeply creepy, depending on the context. I know. I bury my face in my hands, frustrated by my own confusion. I can't figure out which one it is. What does your gut tell you? That's the problem. My gut tells me Iskander Taranov is dangerous in ways I don't fully understand, but also that I'm drawn to him. When he'd complimented my knowledge of fabrics, his praise had warmed me from the inside out. When he'd smiled, really smiled, not that polite expression he wore for Henri, it had transformed his entire face into something beautiful but voracious, like a shark slipping through the water. My gut tells me I should run in the opposite direction. I peek at Harper through my fingers. My hormones tell me I don't want to. Harper sighs and reaches for my hands, pulling them away from my face. Honey, what do you actually know about this guy? Not much. I tick off the limited facts on my fingers. He's wealthy and European, probably Russian based on his accent. He has excellent taste and doesn't flinch at premium prices. Henry treats him like an important client, which means he's either very rich or very influential. Or both. Her expression grows troubled. Have you Googled him? I tried. I'd spent embarrassing amounts of time searching for information about Iskander Taranov online after his second visit and again yesterday, but found surprisingly little. There were a few mentions in business publications and some photos from charity galas where he appeared in the background, but nothing substantial. It's as if he exists in the shadows of Charleston's social scene. There's not much out there. That's either very private or very suspicious. She's right. But logic wars with the memory of how Iskander had looked at me when I'd suggested a particular silk lining, like I'd said something brilliant instead of simply doing my job. No one had ever made me feel that clever or important before, which probably means he's a phony used to telling women whatever they want to hear to fuck them, even though it didn't feel like it in the moment. Tell me about the fabric selection again. She curls her legs under her, settling in for a thorough interrogation. This time, don't leave out any details. I take a fortifying sip of soup and let myself remember yesterday in all its confusing glory. He arrived exactly on time, which Henri appreciated as he turned him over to me. We went through the seasonal collections first of wool, cashmere, and some beautiful Italian cottons. Standard stuff? I nod. Right, but then he asked to see our specialty items. I remember how Henri had beamed with pride when Iskander requested access to the exclusive fabrics we keep locked away for our most discriminating clients. We have this gorgeous midnight blue wool from a Scottish mill that only produces 50 yards per year. Expensive? Prohibitively. I'd quoted him the price expecting him to reconsider, but he'd simply nodded and asked to feel the texture. He didn't even blink at the cost. What happened when you showed him the fabric? This is where the memory becomes difficult to share because it involves acknowledging how affected I was by his proximity. I had to demonstrate the drape, so I held it up to the light. He stepped closer to examine the weave, and our hands touched when he took the fabric from me. The contact had been electric, sending awareness shooting through my nervous system. He didn't pull away immediately. Harper's expression grows concerned. Willa, that could just be normal attraction. Rich, powerful men can be incredibly charismatic. It doesn't mean anything beyond surface chemistry. I know that. I set down my spoon, no longer hungry, but it didn't feel surface level. When he looked at me, it was like he was seeing parts of myself I don't show anyone. That's exactly what worries me. She's frowning now. Men like that, wealthy, mysterious, and intense, often carrying baggage you don't want to inherit. I know she's speaking from experience. Harper's romantic history reads like a cautionary tale about charming men who turn out to have dark secrets. Her last relationship ended when she discovered her boyfriend was married, and the one before that involved a guy who seemed perfect until his gambling addiction destroyed both their finances and her trust. You think I should stay away from him? I state rather than ask, already knowing the answer. I think you should be very careful. Her tone softens. You've worked hard to build a stable life. Don't let some mysterious stranger with pretty eyes derail everything you've accomplished. The advice is sound, logical, and exactly what I've been telling myself for 3 days, since the very first meeting with him. Iskander Taranov represents risk in a life I've put a lot of effort into creating. Getting involved with him would complicate things, possibly beyond repair. You're right. I straighten my shoulders, feeling some of the tension leave my body. I'll keep things professional. He's just a client and nothing more than that. Harper smiles with relief. Good. Besides, you don't even know if he's available. A man like that probably has women lined up around the block. The thought bothers me more than it should, sending a little electric tingle through my face, but I push down the irrational jealousy. Iskander Taranov's romantic life is none of my business. I'm his tailor, not his girlfriend, and it needs to stay that way. My phone rings, interrupting our conversation. Henry's name appears on the screen, and I frown. He rarely calls on my days off unless something urgent has come up. Henry? I answer on the third ring. His voice carries an apologetic note. Willa, ma petite, I'm so sorry to bother you at home, but I have a small crisis. I'm immediately concerned. What's wrong? Harper mutes the television, clearly eavesdropping as Henri explains his predicament. Monsieur Taranov called 30 minutes ago. He has an important dinner tomorrow night and needs his suit altered. The hem is too long and the shoulders need a minor adjustment. I check the time on my phone. It's 8:15 on a Thursday evening. Can it wait until tomorrow morning? He needs it first thing Friday, and I have 3 other rush orders to complete tonight. Henry's distress comes through clearly. I would not ask, but you know how particular he is about fit. I do know. 2 days ago, when we'd examined his existing jacket for sizing reference, Iskander had pointed out minute details most people would never notice, like the way the lapel rolled, the precise width of the trouser cuffs, and the exact position where the sleeve met his wrist. He has the eye of someone who understands that perfection lies in tiny increments. How long would it take? Perhaps 2 hours for someone with your skill. The workshop is empty and very peaceful for concentrated work. I'm completing a rush fitting at a client's home and will be back shortly after you arrive. Harper shakes her head vigorously, clearly sensing where this conversation is heading. She points at me, then makes a slashing motion across her throat, silently commanding me to decline. Henri, I don't know... I begin, but he cuts me off with a hint of desperation that illustrates he genuinely needs help. Willa, you know I would not ask this late on your day off if there were any other option. Monsieur Taranov is very important to our business, and I gave him my word the suit would be perfect. The guilt lands exactly where Henri intended. He's done so much for me over the years, providing not just employment, but also mentorship and a sense of purpose, and I owe him. When I was 16 and desperate, he saw potential in my shaky hand stitches and gave me a chance to prove myself. I've never let him down, and I can't start now. It's out of love, not obligation, that I say, all right. I ignore Harper's dramatic protests. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Bless you, ma petite. The suit is hanging in the fitting room, and I've left detailed notes about the required adjustments in case I'm back later than I expect, but this fitting is going well. After I hang up, Harper launches into immediate objection mode. Absolutely not. You just finished telling me you're going to keep things professional, and now you're running off to see him alone after hours? I'm not seeing him. I stand and reach for my coat, trying to project more confidence than I actually possess. I'm altering his suit. Henri said the shop is empty. She rolls her eyes. This is exactly how romantic disasters you don't see on Hallmark movies begin. Girl tells herself she's being professional, girl ends up in compromising situation, and girl makes choices she later regrets. Her concern is genuine, but I've made my decision. Henri needs my help, and I won't disappoint him over my own confused feelings about a client. I'll be fine. It's just hemming and shoulder adjustments. She sighs dramatically. Promise me you'll text when you get there and when you leave. I promise. I grab my keys and head for the door, trying to ignore the nervous energy building in my stomach. I'll be home by 11. Willa. Harper's voice stops me at the threshold. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you leave immediately. I nod and step into the hallway, closing the door behind me before I can change my mind. The elevator ride to the parking garage gives me time to question my decision, but I push aside the doubts. I'm a professional doing a job for an important client. It's nothing more complicated than that. The drive to Maison Laurent takes 15 minutes through Charleston's quiet evening streets. The historic district feels different at night, making me think of the days when the gas lamps were genuine and thieves awaited to pick pockets. That was well before my time, and I'm letting my imagination get away with itself. With the stern, internal talking to about getting hold of myself, I park in my usual spot behind the shop and use my key to enter through the back door. The workspace feels different without Henri's presence this late at night. We rarely work after hours, and when we do, it's always been an all-hands-on-deck sort of situation. By myself, it feels larger somehow, and filled with the particular silence that comes from being alone in a place that's usually bustling with activity. I flip on the lights and find Iskander's suit hanging exactly where Henri promised, along with a note detailing the required modifications. I'm setting up my sewing station when the front door opens. My heart jumps, then settles when I realize Henri is returning a bit sooner than he expected. I call out a greeting as footsteps approach through the main showroom. Back here, Henri. I was wondering if you'd be here. The voice makes me freeze. It isn't Henri's familiar French accent, but Iskander's low, controlled tones. I turn slowly, finding him silhouetted in the doorway between the showroom and workspace. He's wearing dark jeans and a charcoal sweater that emphasizes his broad shoulders, looking less formal but no less imposing than usual. Mr. Taranoff, I try to keep my voice steady. Henri didn't mention you'd be stopping by, or that you had a key. I feel a dart of betrayal, though Henri had no reason to suspect I don't want to be alone with this man. I wanted to ensure the alterations meet my requirements. He steps into the workspace, his presence immediately making the room feel smaller. I hope you don't mind the interruption. He holds up the key. As for this, I received it when I invested in the store a few years back when Henri was having a little financial difficulty. I swallow a lump in my throat upon learning he owns a percentage of the shop. Henri never told me, but it's not my business to know. I should mind that he's here and let himself in, though. Harper's warnings echo in my head, reminding me about the dangers of being alone with dangerous men in empty shops. But when Iskander smiles, that polished charm I've seen him use with Henri replaced by something warmer and more genuine, my objections dissolve. Of course not. I gesture toward the fitting platform. Would you like to try on the jacket to confirm the adjustments? That would be helpful. He removes his sweater, revealing a white dress shirt that fits his torso like it was painted on. I help him into the suit jacket, trying to ignore the way his muscles shift under the fabric and how his cologne seems to wrap around me like an invisible caress. For a moment, I considered adding a dangerously distracting surcharge to his bill. The shoulders feel perfect now. He examines himself in the three-way mirror while I check the fit across his back. I think the hem could go up another half-inch. I kneel to pin the adjustment, acutely aware of his proximity as I work. He stands perfectly still, but I sense his attention focused on me with laser intensity. When I glance up to ask about the trouser length, I find him watching me with an expression that makes my pulse stutter. Is something wrong? No. His voice has dropped to something intimate and rough. Nothing's wrong at all. The moment stretches between us, loaded with possibility and danger in equal measure. I should stand up to maintain professional distance and remember Harper's warnings about mysterious men and the disasters they bring. Instead, I find myself lost in the gray depths of his eyes, wondering what it would be like to close the space between us and discover whether his mouth tastes as dangerous as it looks. The fantasy shatters when the front window explodes inward. Glass sprays across the showroom in a glittering cascade, followed immediately by the sharp crack of gunfire. Iskander moves faster than I thought possible, cleanly producing a gun from inside his jacket. He fires twice in rapid succession, and I hear a body hit the pavement outside. Get down! His command cuts through my shock as he grabs my arm, pulling me toward the cutting table. Another muzzle flash illuminates the destroyed window, and he shoves me behind our makeshift barrier as a bullet tears through a rack of finished suits. The workspace erupts in chaos around us. More gunshots follow, popping rhythmically as if someone is methodically destroying the shop. I hear fabric tearing, wood splintering, and the crash of Henri's beautiful display cases hitting the floor. Iskander returns fire, his hand steady despite the danger. Stay down and don't move. He positions himself between me and the broken window, reloading quickly. Through the terror and confusion, I catch movement in my peripheral vision. Henri appears in the doorway, having entered through the back entrance. His face is pale with shock as he takes in the destruction of his life's work. He starts toward us, probably trying to help, and I see another gunman emerge from behind an overturned display case. The shooter raises his weapon, aiming directly at me. Henri sees it too, and his expression transforms from confusion to fierce determination. No! Henri lunges forward, throwing himself between the gunman and me just as the shooter pulls the trigger.
The muzzle flash illuminates the destroyed showroom in stark relief as I put 2 bullet center mass into the first shooter. His body crumples behind an overturned display case, expensive fabric scattered around him like confetti at a macabre celebration. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingles with the metallic tang of blood, creating an atmosphere thick with violence and death. I pivot toward Willa, my hand already reaching for her arm to drag her to safety, when Henri's desperate cry cuts through the chaos. Non. The word carries absolute conviction and is the sound of a man making an irreversible choice. I turn just in time to witness Henri Laurent throw himself between Willa and the second gunman's raised weapon. The bullet meant for her chest finds his instead, and the old tailor staggers backward with crimson blooming across his pristine white shirt. Time fractures. Everything slows to individual frames of horror as Henry's sacrifice unfolds before me. His body twists with the impact, arms spread wide like he's embracing death itself. The gunman's expression shows surprise at this unexpected intervention, and it's a split second of confusion that costs him his life. I put 3 rounds into him before he can find the trigger with his finger again. His weapon clatters to the floor as he joins his partner in death, but the damage is done. Henri collapses beside the cutting table where Willa and I had been measuring trouser hems just minutes earlier. "Stay down," I shout at Willa as she tries to crawl toward Henri's fallen form. I rush forward to cover her body with mine, pressing her against the floor while I scan for additional threats. "Don't move until I clear the room." "Henri!" Her scream tears through me with jagged edges. "Let me reach him, please." "I know, but stay down." I keep my weight across her back, one hand holding her firmly in place, while the other maintains my weapon's ready position. "He's hit, but moving now will get you killed if there are more in here." There surely are. Mikhail wouldn't be so sloppy as to send just 2 men to kill me. Through the ringing in my ears, I catch the sound of approaching footsteps from the shop's rear entrance. There are multiple sets moving quickly. Either Balakin sent more men in a second wave to join the others still in the store, or my backup has arrived. I shift my aim toward the sound, finger resting on the trigger. Timur's familiar silhouette appears in the doorway between the workspace and storage area, followed by 4 of our best operators. They flow through the space like lethal shadows, weapons raised and scanning for targets. Within seconds, they've established firing positions and begun their sweep. I hear 2 gunshots. "Clear left," Dmitri calls from behind the fabric displays. "Clear right," Victor says from near the fitting rooms. 2 more hostiles in the alley," says Timur, lowering his weapon slightly. Anton and Pyotr are handling them. The brief firefight outside lasts maybe 30 seconds, with sharp cracks of gunfire followed by sudden silence. When it ends, the night feels unnaturally quiet, as if Charleston itself is holding its breath. "Building secure," Timur says, moving toward our position. 7 total hostiles down. If he's right about Mikhail's numbers, we might have taken out most of his team tonight. Only then do I allow myself to shift some weight off Willa, though I keep her partially shielded with my body. She immediately scrambles toward Henri, reaching for him with desperate urgency. The old tailor lies on his back among scattered pins and fabric samples, blood spreading beneath him in an ever-widening pool. His breathing comes in wet, labored gasps, and I can see from the wound's position that the bullet found his lung and maybe his heart. Either way, he's dying. Willa grasps his hand with both of hers, tears streaming down her face as she whispers his name. He focuses on her with tremendous effort, and his lips move with words I can barely hear. "Ma petite," he pushes out in a stuttering whisper. Blood flecks his lips as he speaks. I am so proud of you. Don't talk. Willa applies pressure to his chest wound with one hand while maintaining her grip on his fingers. Help is coming. Just hold on. I nod, though we all know there's no help coming. That will matter. Henri Laurent has perhaps minutes left, and he's choosing to spend them on final words rather than futile struggles for breath. Take care of the shop, he continues, each word costing him precious energy. You have everything you need. Trust yourself, ma petite. Trust. He meets my gaze over Willa's shoulder, and a transfer of responsibility I never asked for but can't refuse passes between us. Henri Laurent is entrusting me with more than his business partnership, and he's giving me unofficial guardianship of the closest thing to a daughter he ever had. Trust is candor, he finishes so softly, I barely hear them from just a few feet away. His hand goes slack in Willa's grip, and the light fades from his eyes. Henri Laurent dies as he lived, with quiet dignity and absolute devotion to protecting what mattered most to him. Willa's sob echoes through the destroyed shop, raw and broken. She presses her forehead against Henri's still chest, uncaring of the blood, and her shoulders shake with grief that transcends simple loss. This man helped her, shaped her, and gave her purpose when the world offered nothing but foster homes and uncertainty. His death doesn't just leave her alone. It severs her connection to everything safe and familiar in her existence. Something twists deeply in my chest as I watch her mourn. Not sympathy, exactly, though I recognize the emotion. It goes deeper than that, being something fiercer and more possessive. It's an unfamiliar urge to gather her against me, to shield her from this pain and every other threat the world might offer. I'm compelled to make her mine in ways that go far beyond business arrangements or temporary protection. The realization should disturb me. Instead, it settles into my bones with a sense of inevitability. I knew it from the first time I saw her, as that Richardson tried to intimidate her. She's mine. Timur approaches with tactical reports and evidence photographs, but I barely register his words. My attention remains fixed on Willa, cataloging every detail of her grief while processing what Henry's death means for both of us. Iskander! Timur's voice cuts through my distraction. We need to move. Police response time to this address is typically 8 minutes. We have maybe 4 before the first units arrive. I stand slowly, helping Willa to her feet, despite her obvious reluctance to leave Henri's body. She moves like someone walking through a nightmare, disconnected from reality but functioning on autopilot. All 7 carried Balakin tattoos, Timur says, showing me photographs taken with his phone of distinctive inkwork on the dead men's arms. These are professional soldiers, not local muscle. I'd say recent arrivals based on their gear and weapons, which makes me think we underestimated the number of men following Balakin now. Timeline? I guide Willa toward the shop's rear exit, noting how she keeps looking back at Henry's corpse. These men entered the country within the last 72 hours. Timur falls into step beside us, his expression grim. Mikhail's definitely escalating faster than we anticipated. The alley behind Maison Laurent feels surreal after the violence inside. Charleston's night air carries its usual salt tang and magnolia sweetness, indifferent to human suffering, or the games powerful men play with other people's lives. I remove my jacket and drape it around Willa's shoulders, noting how the expensive wool swallows her slender frame. She's shivering despite the mild temperature, shock manifesting as sudden temperature sensitivity. Where are we going? Her voice sounds hollow, emptied of everything except basic function. Somewhere safe. I unlock my car remotely, then pause before helping her inside. The Bentley's pale leather and wood interior seems almost obscene in its luxury after what we've just witnessed. Cool, calm, refined. Timur draws me aside while Willa settles into the passenger seat. Iskander, you realize what this means? Henri's dead. Mikhail killed him to send a message. More than that, my second-in-command's expression carries warning I don't want to acknowledge. The girl inherits operational control of the shop. That makes her part of our laundering network, whether she understands or not. I study Willa through the car's window. She sits perfectly still, staring at her hands, which are still stained with Henri's blood. There's another splotch of his blood on her forehead from where she rested against his chest while crying. The sight sends another wave of possessive fury through me. She belongs to our world now, I say, speaking the truth aloud for the first time. As Henri's successor, she's part of this whether we planned it or not. And as your obsession? He sounds wary and perhaps even annoyed at the complication. I turn to face him directly. Careful. You warned me once about emotional attachments becoming vulnerabilities. I ignored it and fell for Svetlana, who tried to kill me. While mentioning the hit woman who betrayed us and tried to kill him, he doesn't back down despite the ice in my voice. I'm returning the favor. He's right, and we both know it. Everything about this situation violates the careful rules I've established for survival in our world. Don't get personally involved with civilians. Don't let protective instincts override tactical judgment. Don't confuse business partnerships with romantic entanglements, and never trust blindly. I've broken every one of those rules in the span of a single evening. Clean this up, I say, settling behind the wheel. Make it look like a robbery gone wrong. Henri Laurent died defending his shop from common criminals and nothing more. What about the girl? She comes with me. Iskander. She comes with me. Steel enters my voice when I switch to the tone I use when discussion ends and orders begin. That's not negotiable. He accepts the decision without further argument, though his expression suggests we'll revisit this conversation privately. He understands chain of command, but he also recognizes when personal interest compromises professional judgment. Right now, I don't care about his concerns. I start the engine and pull into Charleston's late-night traffic, hyper-aware of every vehicle that follows too closely or takes too many turns in our direction. Paranoia keeps people alive in my business, but it also transforms simple actions like driving home into calculated risks. What happens now? Willa stares out the passenger window at the city flowing past. Now you learn to survive in a world Henri tried to keep you from seeing. I turn onto the highway leading to my estate, mentally reviewing security protocols that will need immediate revision. It won't be easy. Will it be honest? The question surprises me. I expected tears, denials, or demands to contact police or lawyers, just normal civilian responses to abnormal circumstances. Instead, she's asking for truth from the man whose world just destroyed hers. More honest than anything you've known before. I accelerate past a late-night delivery truck, noting how its driver avoids eye contact. Henri protected you with lies of omission. I won't have that luxury. Because I inherit the shop. Because you inherit everything that comes with it. I glance at her profile, noting the way grief and understanding wore across her features, including enemies you never knew existed. She falls silent for several miles, processing everything I can't fully explain without destroying what remains of her innocence. When she finally speaks, her voice carries a determination that makes something primal stir in my chest. Henri died protecting me. Yes, and you killed the men who shot him. There's a note of gratitude there, and perhaps an even darker note, like glee, for a second. Yes. Then I suppose we understand each other. I study her reflection in the passenger window, seeing steel beneath the grief and shock. She's stronger than I initially realized, which makes her infinitely more dangerous. Right now, though, she needs care, not being overwhelmed with all the truths of my world. My phone buzzes with updates from Timur, confirming local authorities are responding to reports of gunfire at Maison Laurent. The cover story is already in motion. Henri Laurent died defending his shop from common criminals, and there will be nothing left behind to suggest organized crime or international vendettas. Willa hasn't spoken since we left the shop. Her breathing has steadied, but I recognize the signs of someone holding themselves together through sheer will. The adrenaline crash will hit soon, and when it does, she'll need medical attention. I want to ensure she isn't injured anyway. There is no bleeding that I see, but she could be bleeding internally if she was hurt. I turn onto the private road leading to my estate, passing through security gates that recognize my vehicle's transponder. The antebellum mansion rises from manicured grounds like something from a different century, all white columns and gracious proportions. It's designed to project old Southern wealth, the kind that comes from generations of careful cultivation rather than recent acquisition. Where are we? She sounds distant and detached. Somewhere safe. I park near the main entrance and kill the engine. My home. She doesn't protest when I help her from the car, which worries me more than resistance would. Henri's blood still stains her clothes, and her skin feels cold despite the mild night air. Shock is setting in properly now, and it can be dangerous if left untreated. Inside, the house maintains its careful illusion of Southern gentility, with antique furniture, oil paintings, and expensive Persian rugs. Everything chosen to suggest old money and older values, nothing to hint at the violence that funds this lifestyle. I guide Willa to the main sitting room, settling her on a leather sofa that probably belonged to some long-dead plantation owner. She perches on the edge like she might flee at any moment, though I suspect she lacks the energy for dramatic escapes. "I'm calling Dr. Volkov," I say, already reaching for my phone. "He needs to examine you to make sure you weren't injured in the chaos." "I'm fine." The protest lacks conviction. "You're in shock, not fine. There's a difference." Dr. Volkov arrives within 20 minutes, carrying a medical bag. He served our organization for years, since I helped his son out of a drugs charge when the kid was caught at a buy. Dr. Volkov whisked him to rehab, and I paid the cops to omit his son's name from the files. He understood the cost was service and discretion as needed, but was surprised to learn I'd still be paying him generously for his work. He's a former military surgeon who asks no questions and keeps no records except in his memory, which is exactly the kind of professional my world requires. His examination is thorough but gentle, checking Willa for injuries while monitoring her vital signs and psychological state. I watch from across the room, noting how she submits to his ministrations without complaint. "She's physically unharmed," he says quietly to me afterward, "but there's severe psychological trauma as expected. Her pulse is elevated and her blood pressure is concerning. I'd recommend mild sedation to help her sleep tonight. I frown. Is that necessary? Unless you want her collapsing from exhaustion tomorrow, yes. He prepares a mild tranquilizer. She needs rest to process what she's experienced. I nod my agreement, and he moves over to her again, needle in hand. Willa accepts the injection without argument, which tells me more about her condition than any medical assessment could. Within minutes, the tension starts leaving her shoulders and her breathing deepens. The guest suite, I tell Alina, my housekeeper, who appears with characteristic efficiency. Make sure she has everything she needs. I help Willa upstairs to a room decorated in soft blues and creams. There's nothing threatening or masculine about the space. She sits on the bed's edge while I remove her shoes, noting how the sedative is already taking effect. Henri's really gone, she murmurs, more to herself than to me as her eyes droop heavily. Yes. Those men came because of you? It's difficult to tell if it's a question or a statement, but there's certainly a note of accusation, so she must already know the answer. The allegation hangs between us, though her tone lacks the anger I probably deserve. Yes, she nods slowly, as if confirming something she already suspected. I should hate you. You probably should. I guess I don't. She meets my gaze with surprising clarity despite the medication. Henri told me to trust you. I keep my tone gentle. Henri was a good man who didn't always make the safest choices. Maybe. She lies back against the pillows, her eyelashes almost on her cheeks now. He was never wrong about people, though. I watch her drift towards sleep, struck by how young and vulnerable she looks without the armor of professional competence and the distance she usually puts on around me. I wish I were seeing this vulnerability in much different circumstances, and a pang of grief hits me as I think about not seeing Henri again. As I turn to leave, her voice stops me at the threshold. Iskander? Yes? Thank you for protecting me. The words are almost impossible to hear from more than few feet away. I close the door softly and stand in the hallway for several minutes, processing emotions I don't entirely understand. Protection and possession are separated by lines thinner than most people realize, and Henri's dying words have placed me squarely on the wrong side of that boundary. Tomorrow, Willa will wake up and remember that her mentor is dead. She's inherited a business she never knew was criminal, and I'm the reason Henri died protecting her. She'll probably want to leave and return to whatever safety she can salvage from her old life. The smart thing would be to let her go. The thought should comfort me, but instead it sends something cold and possessive through my chest. Timur's warning echoes in my mind about protection becoming obsession and business becoming personal. Tonight, I've broken every rule I've ever drawn for myself. The only question now is whether I'll have the strength to rebuild them when morning comes.
I wake to unfamiliar sheets and the scent of expensive cologne clinging to fabric that isn't mine. Panic flutters in my chest before memory crashes back of Henri's blood spreading across the antique floor, gunfire shattering the peaceful life I'd built at Maison Laurent, and Iskander's hand steady and protective as he shielded me from bullets meant to end my life. The guest room surrounds me in muted blues and creams, with everything designed to soothe rather than intimidate. Pale morning light filters through sheer curtains revealing tasteful furniture and artwork that whispers of old money rather than shouting about it. This isn't Iskander's bedroom, which somehow both relieves and disappoints me in ways I don't want to examine. A soft knock interrupts my disorientation. "Miss Reynolds?" calls a woman, her voice accented but gentle. I am Alina, Mr. Taranov's housekeeper. May I come in? I sit up, pulling the covers to my chest despite being fully clothed in yesterday's blood-stained blouse. Yes. The woman who enters could be anywhere from 25 to 35, with delicate features and long black hair pulled back in a simple bun. Her uniform is crisp and professional, but her smile seems genuinely warm. How are you feeling? She sets a tray on the bedside table with coffee, toast, and fresh fruit arranged with careful attention. Doctor, Volkov said you might experience some grogginess from the sedative. The sedative. Right. The events after Henri's death blur together like watercolors in rain, but I remember Iskander calling a doctor who was discreet and asked no questions about what happened while checking me for injuries I hadn't sustained. I need to go home. The words tumble out before I can organize them properly. My roommate must be worried sick. I should have called her last night, but I wasn't thinking clearly. She nods with understanding. Of course. Mr. Taranov anticipated you might prefer to return to familiar surroundings. I can arrange transportation whenever you're ready. Where is he? I ask, then immediately regret the question. It sounds too eager, like I'm too invested in a man whose world just destroyed mine. He left early this morning for business meetings. Her expression remains neutral, but something flickers in her dark eyes. He thought you might appreciate privacy to process everything that's happened. The explanation makes perfect sense, but disappointment settles in my stomach anyway. After what we shared last night, the violence, the terror, and Henri's death, I expected some acknowledgement or maybe some conversation about what comes next. Instead, Iskander vanished, leaving me to wake up alone in his guest room with only his housekeeper for company. Maybe that's better. Maybe distance is exactly what I need to regain perspective on a situation that's spiraled completely beyond my control. I'd like to leave as soon as possible, I tell Alina, pushing aside the untouched breakfast tray. My stomach churns with nausea, making it impossible to eat, even if I wanted to take the extra few minutes. Within 30 minutes, I'm dressed in clothes that smell like gunpowder and grief, sitting in the passenger seat of a black SUV with windows tinted dark enough to hide state secrets. The driver introduces himself as Anton. He's mid-30s, polite but professional, with obvious situational awareness that suggests military service for some country in his background. The vehicle itself feels like a fortress on wheels. It has heavy doors, reinforced glass, and enough technology to run a small corporation. I wonder if it's bulletproof, then decide I probably don't want to know the answer. Charleston passes outside the windows like a movie I'm not really watching. Historic mansions give way to trendy neighborhoods which dissolve into the modest area where Harper and I share our tiny apartment. Everything looks exactly the same as it did yesterday evening, but I feel fundamentally changed in ways I can't articulate. Here we are, Anton says, pulling up to my building. Will you need anything else, Miss Reynolds? No, thank you. I pause with one hand on the door handle. Anton, will I see you again? His smile is kind but non-committal. That depends on many factors beyond my control. The diplomatic non-answer tells me everything I need to know about my new circumstances. Some doors once opened can never be closed again. Harper launches herself at me the moment I step into our apartment, her relief so obvious it makes my chest ache with guilt. Where the hell have you been? She pulls back to examine my face, gripping my shoulders. I've been calling your phone all night. When you didn't come home, I was about to call the police. My phone. I pat my pockets, realizing I have no idea what happened to my cell during the chaos. I think I lost it. Willa, you look terrible. What happened at the shop? She takes in my wrinkled, blood-stained clothes and probably the lingering scent of violence that seems to cling to everything now. You said it was just alterations. The story pours out of me in broken fragments. Henri's death, the gunman, Iskander's protection, and waking up in a mansion that belongs in architectural magazines. Harper listens without interruption, her expression shifting from concern to horror to something approaching panic. Oh my God! She guides me to our couch, the same overstuffed sofa where we shared soup and argued about dangerous men just yesterday. Oh, Willa, I'm so sorry about Henri. The tears I've been holding back since Anton dropped me off finally break free. Henry's last words echo in my memory about his pride in me, his final instruction to take care of the shop, and his dying wish that I trust Iskander, the man who saved my life and then disappeared before I could process what that salvation might cost. She holds me while I sob, stroking my hair the way she's done since we were teenagers navigating foster care together. She doesn't offer platitudes or false comfort, just presence when presence is all I can handle. Eventually, the tears subside into hiccups and exhaustion. She tucks a throw blanket around my shoulders and makes tea neither of us will drink, keeping her hands busy while she considers implications I'm not ready to face. "You need to sleep," she finally says. "Real sleep, not whatever sedative-induced unconsciousness you got last night." I don't argue. I feel wrung out and emptied of everything except bone-deep weariness. Harper helps me to my bedroom and closes the curtains against afternoon sunlight that feels too bright for my current emotional state. "We'll figure this out," she whispers as I curl under my familiar comforter. As sleep claims me, I wonder if some problems are too large for good intentions and stubborn loyalty to solve. 1 week later, I stand outside Maison Laurent and force myself to breathe normally. The shop looks exactly the same from the street with its elegant storefront, tasteful signage, and understated luxury that attracts Charleston's elite. Nothing visible suggests that 8 men died here just days ago, and Henry's blood soaked into antique floors before professional cleaners erased every trace of violence. The bell chimes as I enter, that familiar sound now laden with memories I'd rather forget. Inside, everything has been restored to perfect order. New display cases replace the ones destroyed by gunfire, and fresh bolts of fabric occupy shelves where bullet holes once marred the walls. Even the air smells normal, like cedar, wool, and the faint hint of lavender Henri always preferred. It's like the attack never happened, except for the crushing absence of the man who made this place a sanctuary. Henry's lawyer, Mr. Woods, waits in the office with documents spread across the antique desk like battle plans. He's exactly what I expected, being in his 60s with an expensive suit I'm sure Henry made and professional discretion that comes with managing wealthy clients' affairs. "Miss Reynolds?" He stands when I enter, offering condolences that sound genuine despite their formal delivery. "I'm so sorry for your loss. Henry spoke of you often and always with tremendous pride." The words make me draw in a sharp breath, hurting in the moment as I realize I'll never hear him say such things to me again. I settle into the chair across from his desk and focus on the legal documents rather than the emotions threatening to surface. "The will is straightforward," Wood says, opening a leather portfolio. "Henri left you 75% ownership of Maison Laurent, along with all associated assets and responsibilities." Associated responsibilities. I repeat the phrase slowly. Such as? He's not coy, but he doesn't seem enthusiastic about the revelations he makes. The business relationships Henri cultivated over the years, including supplier contracts, client agreements, and certain financial arrangements that require ongoing attention. Financial arrangements. Such careful language for money laundering operations I'm only beginning to understand. What about the other 25%? That remains with Mr. Taranov as per their partnership agreement established 3 years ago. I nod, processing this confirmation of what I already suspected. Iskander didn't just invest in Henri's shop like he mentioned that fateful night. He also owns a quarter of everything I've just inherited, including presumably the criminal enterprise hiding behind hand-sewn buttonholes and bespoke tailoring. There are also these items. Woods produces a sealed envelope with my name written in Henri's careful script. They are personal effects he wanted you to have. Inside, there are Henri's gold thimble he'd worn for 40 years of professional tailoring, and a letter that makes my throat close with grief I thought I'd processed. "Ma petite," the letter begins in Henri's elegant handwriting. "If you are reading this, then I am gone, and you must make difficult choices I hope to spare you from making at least for many years." The rest details Henri's awareness of his business arrangements with Iskander, his careful protection of my ignorance, and his faith that I'm strong enough to handle whatever truth emerges after his death. He doesn't apologize for keeping secrets, but he explains them with the gentle honesty that characterized our entire relationship. "Trust your instincts," the letter concludes. "Trust Iskander, who is a good man despite being in a bad business. And remember that family is not always blood, but always choice. You were my daughter in every way that mattered. All my love, Henri." I fold the letter and tuck it into my purse alongside the thimble. What happens if I refuse the inheritance? His expression suggests this possibility hadn't occurred to him. I suppose the business would revert to Mr. Taranov's control, though Henry's will specifically states his desire for you to continue his legacy. Continue his legacy. That responsibility settles across my shoulders like Henri's old wool coat, feeling heavy, protective, and carrying the scent of everything I've lost. My phone buzzes with a text from Harper. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. It's not too late to walk away. I send back a thumbs up emoji, knowing it is too late. It's been too late since the moment Henri chose to step between a bullet and my heart. Running away now would make his sacrifice meaningless, and I refuse to dishonor the man who gave me everything worth having in my life. I accept all of it. In minutes, I'm signing documents that bind me to a world I don't fully understand. He nods approvingly and begins organizing the papers when I hand them back to him. Mr. Taranov will be pleased. He's been quite concerned about the shop's transition. As if summoned by mention of his name, the front door chimes again. Iskander's presence fills the showroom even before he appears in the office doorway, wearing another perfectly tailored suit and an expression I can't read. Miss Reynolds. His voice carries the same controlled tone I remember from our fabric selection session, professional courtesy masking deeper currents. I wasn't expecting to find you here so soon. Where else would I be? The question emerges sharper than intended. This is my shop now. Something flickers in his gray eyes, but his expression remains neutral. Of course, I simply thought you might need more time to recover from recent events. You mean, recover from finding you gone when I woke up in your house? The words slip out before I can stop them, revealing hurt I shouldn't feel about a man I barely know. Woods clears his throat diplomatically. Perhaps I should give you both privacy to discuss business matters. He gathers his documents and retreats to the showroom, leaving Iskander and me alone in Henry's office with tension thick enough to cut with tailor's shears. I thought you'd want space, he says, closing the door behind Woods' departure. Most people prefer distance after witnessing violence. Most people don't inherit criminal enterprises from their murdered father figures. I stand and move to Henri's fabric wall, running my fingers along samples that represent years of careful curation. Apparently, I'm not most people. No. His voice drops to something intimate and dangerous. You're not. I turn to face him, noting how he's positioned himself between me and the door. Not threatening exactly, but controlling the space with the same authority he projected during our first meeting. So what happens now? I gesture toward the legal documents Woods left behind. Do you explain how money laundering works, or do I figure it out through trial and error? I'll explain whatever you need to know. He moves closer, and I catch that familiar scent of cedar and bergamot that accompanied my dreams all week. First, we need to discuss security. Security? The men who killed Henri won't be the last. Mikhail Balakin won't stop targeting this shop simply because we eliminated one team of soldiers. His expression grows grim. He'll send more, and they'll be better prepared next time. The casual way he discusses future assassination attempts makes me shudder. What do you recommend? Armed guards? Metal detectors? Reasonable precautions, but more importantly, you need to understand the rules of the world you've just entered. He produces a folder from his jacket and sets it on Henry's desk. This file contains bank account numbers, contact information, security protocols. It's everything Henri kept from you. I open the folder and stare at financial statements that make my head spin. There are hundreds of thousands of dollars flowing through accounts I've never seen, transactions labeled with codes I don't recognize, and a parallel business structure operating beneath the surface of legitimate tailoring. I never handled the books, so this is overwhelming. Henry employed a bookkeeper for the past few years, and I realize why. It was probably part of the deal he made with Alexander. It's supposed to be. He moves to stand beside me so closely I can feel heat from his body. Henri managed this complexity for 3 years with some assistance. You'll learn. What if I don't want to learn? I close the folder and step back, needing distance from his proximity and the way it makes my pulse race. What if I decide this is too dangerous, too complicated, and too morally compromising? His smile lacks warmth. You'll discover that's impossible. The threat is subtle, but unmistakable. I've inherited more than Henri's business. I've also inherited his obligations, his enemies, and his entanglement with a man whose gray eyes promise protection and possession in equal measure. Are you threatening me? I'm stating facts. He reaches past me to retrieve the folder, brushing his arm against mine in a contact that sends electricity racing through my nervous system. You own 75% of a money laundering operation. That makes you a target whether you participate actively or not. I shake my head, disbelieving it's come to this. So, my choices are cooperate or, what, die? He rolls his eyes. Don't be so dramatic. Your choices are to cooperate or sell me the business and have nothing more to do with it. He trails his fingers along my wrist as he pulls back, the touch feeling deliberate. I know which option Henri would have wanted for you. The mention of Henri's preferences ignites anger I've been suppressing all week. Don't you dare use him to manipulate me. I'm not manipulating anything. Iskander's voice hardens. I'm trying to keep you alive long enough to consider Henri's legacy and make informed decisions. By controlling every aspect of those decisions, I shove against his chest, needing him to back away before I do something stupid like cry or kiss him or both. By deciding what information I can handle and when I can handle it. He doesn't retreat. Instead, he catches my wrists, holding them against his chest where I feel his heart beating steadily beneath expensive fabric. By protecting you from threats you don't understand yet. I don't need protection, I need honesty. It's the same thing right now, Willa. The space between us crackles with tension from the way his thumb traces circles against my pulse point. I should pull away to maintain professional distance, vaguely recalling Harper's warnings about dangerous men and the women foolish enough to want them. Instead, I stare at the sharp line of his jaw, the way his lips curve when he's not trying to intimidate someone, and the flecks of darker gray in his eyes that seem to see straight through every defense I've constructed. This is a mistake, I whisper. Yes, he agrees, and then his mouth is on mine. The kiss burns through every rational thought I've had about maintaining boundaries. He releases my wrist to cup my face, tilting my head to deepen the contact while he presses me back against Henri's fabric wall. I taste coffee and something headier that makes me want to forget every rule I've ever made about self-preservation. For a few scorching seconds, I kiss him back with abandon that terrifies me. I fist my hands in his jacket, pulling him closer while heat races through my bloodstream like alcohol or poison. The sensation of his tongue against mine makes me dizzy with want I shouldn't feel for a man whose world just destroyed mine. Then sanity reasserts itself, and I tear away from his mouth with a gasp that sounds obscene in the sudden silence. I can't. The words emerge breathless and unconvincing. I can't afford to want you. His eyes darken to charcoal as he studies my face, reading every emotion I'm failing to hide. Can't or won't. Does it matter? It matters more than you know. He steps back but doesn't break eye contact, his expression promising things I don't want to examine too closely. This isn't finished, Willa. Then he's gone, leaving me alone with legal documents and the lingering scent of cedar that seems to permeate everything now. I press my fingers to my lips, still feeling the heat of his mouth against mine, and realize with crystal clarity that Harper was right about one thing. I'm trapped in Iskander's world now, whether I want to be or not. The only question is whether I'll survive long enough to escape it, or if I'll even want to by then.
Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you. 3 days after kissing Willa in Henry's office, I stand at the windows of my study watching Charleston's harbor during sunrise. The taste of her lips haunts me still. She was like honey and defiance if it had a flavor, feeling like surrender and resistance all at once. I've replayed that moment countless times, analyzing every detail like a tactical operation, searching for weaknesses in her armor that I can exploit. Sleep eludes me when thoughts of Willa occupy my mind, which has become an increasingly frequent occurrence since Henri's death thrust her into my world. My phone buzzes for the morning intelligence briefing from Timur, with security reports, financial updates, and a growing catalog of Balakin's movements throughout the southeastern United States. Mikhail's network has expanded faster than we initially projected, absorbing smaller operations with the efficiency of a well-oiled military campaign. I scan the reports while my mind drifts to more personal concerns. Willa hasn't returned to the shop since our confrontation, though Mr. Woods confirms she's been calling to check on business matters. Just professional inquiries about client orders and supplier deliveries, but nothing that suggests she's ready to engage with the darker aspects of her inheritance. She's avoiding me, which demonstrates excellent survival instincts and frustrates me beyond measure. Charleston Harbor spreads before me like a canvas painted in maritime commerce and hidden currents. Cargo ships navigate carefully marked channels while smaller vessels dance between them, unaware of the deeper currents that determine their fates. The parallel to my situation with Willa isn't lost on me. Surface appearances mask dangerous undercurrents, requiring careful navigation to avoid disaster. The intercom crackles with my housekeeper's voice. "Mr. Taranov? Mr. Vetrov is here to see you. Send him up." Timur enters my study with a purposeful stride and appears to come bearing unwelcome news. His weathered face carries additional lines of stress that weren't present a week ago, and his pale blue eyes hold the particular intensity he reserves for serious threats. "We have a problem." He settles into the leather chair across from my desk, declining my offer of coffee with a shake of his head. Balakin's people have been conducting surveillance around the shop, and now Miss Reynolds' apartment building, too. The words make me jerk upright, though I keep my expression neutral. "How long?" "Since yesterday morning. He's still using professional observation teams, rotating schedules, and photographing entrance points and traffic patterns. He produces a tablet displaying surveillance footage captured by our own watchers. They're not trying to hide their presence, which suggests intimidation rather than covert intelligence gathering. I study the images, noting details that confirm my worst suspicions. Mikhail is using two-man teams in plain black sedans with expensive camera equipment. These aren't street criminals conducting amateur surveillance, but soldiers preparing for a coordinated operation. The photographs reveal men I don't recognize, with faces hardened by years of violence and shaped by the particular ruthlessness that Mikhail cultivates in his operations. Each image solidifies my suspicions. These men are professionals married to personal brutality, exactly the combination that makes Balakin's network so effective and so dangerous. What's their assessment of our security arrangements? Unknown, but they've definitely identified our positions. Timur swipes to a new set of photographs showing one of our watchers being photographed by Balakin's team. They want us to know they're watching. The psychological warfare aspect doesn't surprise me. Mikhail always preferred elaborate demonstrations of power over subtleties, a trait that cost him dearly during our Moscow years, but apparently hasn't diminished with age or experience. He operates on the principle that fear is more effective than laying low, and knowing you're being hunted creates paralysis more efficiently than hidden threats do. I set down the tablet while considering the angles. This extends far beyond simple territorial disputes. The cold realization that Mikhail might have identified my greatest vulnerability and chosen to exploit it with characteristic precision creeps over me like a cold fog. Recommendations, I ask? You should extract Miss Reynolds immediately. Put her in a safe house until we can neutralize the threat, or buy her out of the shop, maintain distance, and let her manage her own security. His response comes without hesitation, since he has no emotional stakes in whatever we decide. Both options make tactical sense, but the idea of backing off isn't happening. Willa would resist extraction, viewing it as another attempt to control her choices rather than protect her life. Abandoning her to Balakin's attention violates every instinct I possess about safeguarding what belongs to me. And buying the shop when I know Henri wanted her to run it after his death feels wrong. And she does belong to me, regardless of what she believes about independence and professional boundaries. I've accepted it and will act as soon as she accepts it, too. The morning light continues its slow transformation of Charleston's skyline. This city has survived wars, economic disasters, and social upheavals that would have destroyed lesser places. It endures because it adapts and recognizes when circumstances require evolution. Perhaps I need to apply similar wisdom to my current situation. No, I move to the windows again, watching harbor traffic navigate between commercial shipping lanes and pleasure craft. I want security tripled around both locations. Make a visible presence, not covert observation. Iskander, that's exactly the escalation Balakin wants. He's trying to provoke a response that justifies expanding his operations. Timur's voice carries impatient frustration. Don't give him ammunition? He already has ammunition. Henri's death, territorial disputes, and 8 years of unresolved blood debt have stoked his anger into an unquenchable need to destroy me. I turn from the window to face him directly. Adding Willa to that list changes nothing tactically. He snorts. It changes everything personally, which is what concerns me. You're making decisions based on emotional attachment rather than strategic advantage. The accusation hangs between us, carrying truth I'm not prepared to fully acknowledge. Timur has protected my interests since we fled Moscow together, watching me build an American empire while avoiding entanglements that could compromise operational security. He recognizes patterns of behavior that lead to catastrophic mistakes because he's witnessed them destroy other men in our profession. The leather chair creaks as I settle back into it, considering how much honesty this conversation requires. Timur deserves transparency about factors that influence my decision-making. Even when that transparency reveals weaknesses I'd prefer to keep hidden. My personal feelings don't compromise my judgment, don't they? He produces another tablet, this one displaying financial reports from our various enterprises. You've diverted 30% of our security assets to protect one woman who wants nothing to do with our organization. Meanwhile, Balakin consolidates territory we should be defending. The numbers don't lie, though they don't tell the complete story either. Willa represents more than romantic obsession. She's Henri's chosen successor, an inheritor of a business relationship that generates substantial revenue for our operations. Protecting her is good for the organization in ways beyond my personal desires. At least, that's what I tell myself during moments of clarity between waves of possessive hunger. The shop generates significant income through laundering operations. Protecting our investment makes financial sense. Does it? Because the woman who inherited that investment spent 20 minutes yesterday arguing with Woods about dissolving the partnership entirely. His expression grows troubled. She's not embracing her new role with the enthusiasm you seem to expect. This information hurts, though I screen that from my expression. Willa considering withdrawal from our arrangement would eliminate the legitimate justification for maintaining close contact, reducing our relationship to what it's always been beneath the surface, predator and prey, with her playing the role for which she was born. The thought of her escaping my orbit before I can properly claim her sends a tendril of something dark and possessive through my chest, in recognition that my feelings have progressed far beyond simple attraction. What did Woods tell her? Dissolution would require your consent, given the complexity of the financial arrangements. He pauses, studying my reaction closely. She didn't take that news well. I imagine Willa's response to learning she can't simply walk away from Henri's legacy, and the image fills me with dark satisfaction of which I'm not proud but don't deny. She's trapped in my orbit now, whether she accepts it gracefully or fights every step. Fighting would be more entertaining, though ultimately futile. I consider approaches balancing tactical necessity with personal desire. Willa responds better to honesty than manipulation, but complete transparency about my intentions would send her running before I could explain the dangers she faces. Schedule a meeting with her for this afternoon. Here, not at the shop. I move to my desk and begin reviewing the morning's correspondence, projecting calm authority despite the anticipation building in my veins. We need to discuss the practical aspects of our partnership. Iskander, the meeting will happen, Timur. The only variable is whether she attends voluntarily or requires persuasion. He accepts my tone without further argument, though his expression suggests this conversation isn't finished. Instead, he stands and moves toward the door, pausing at the threshold with final words of warning. Be careful. Personal obsessions have destroyed better men than either of us. After he leaves, I think about the situation. Willa probably believes she can maintain a safe distance from my lifestyle. She'll discover soon enough that isn't the case, no matter her or Henri's good intentions. The harbor traffic continues its eternal dance below, each vessel following currents both visible and hidden. Some ships navigate by charts and instruments, relying on technology and experience to reach their destinations safely. Others trust instinct and weather patterns, reading signs that can't be measured. I've always been a man who relied on measurable data. Willa has introduced variables that resist calculation and emotions operating by rules I can't wrap my head around. My phone rings with an unknown number, though I recognize the international prefix immediately. Moscow, which means only one person would be calling at this hour, or at least routing through a VPN in Moscow to make the call and obscure his true location. Mikhail, I answer on the second ring, keeping my voice neutral despite the anger building in my chest. Iskander Taranov, it's been too long. I trust you received my previous message. His tone is as cold as a Siberian winter. I did. Subtle as always. Sarcasm layers my words. He lets out a harsh laugh. Subtlety is wasted on men like us. We understand only power and the consequences of weakness. There's amusement in his voice, the kind that precedes violence, which he always finds amusing like a true psychopath. Your tailor friend discovered that lesson recently. Rage builds in my chest like molten steel, but I keep my tone conversational. Henri Laurent died defending his shop from common criminals. It was tragic, but hardly relevant to our business. So the papers say, he says dryly. His laugh carries no warmth. You have only yourself to blame for our business and whatever effect it has on those around you. You set this all in motion 8 years ago when you killed my brother. Everything since then has been preparation for this conversation. The truth settles between us like a blade drawn for combat. Mikhail hasn't come to Charleston for territorial expansion or financial opportunity, as I knew. He's merely confirming he's here for revenge, and he's prepared to destroy everything I've built to achieve it. I steady my voice and organize thoughts threatening to spiral into violence before speaking again. Mikhail wants me angry, hoping an emotional response will lead to tactical mistakes. What do you want? Justice, closure, and the satisfaction of watching you lose everything you value before I kill you. His voice drops to something intimate and deadly, starting with that pretty seamstress who's captured your attention. The threat against Willa transforms my anger into something colder and infinitely more dangerous. Mikhail can target my businesses, my associates, and even my life, but threatening her crosses a firm line. Touch her, and I'll make your brother's death look gentle. Will you? It seems she wants nothing to do with your protection. Perhaps she'd prefer the honest brutality I offer to your sophisticated manipulation. The call ends before I can respond, leaving me staring at the phone while Charleston's morning beauty mocks my growing fury. Mikhail has drawn battle lines that make this conflict personal beyond any hope of negotiated resolution, and he seems to have knowledge he shouldn't. Unless he's spoken directly to Willa, which I very much doubt, it seems someone is giving him at least scraps of information. He wants to hurt Willa to hurt me, which means she's become a weapon in a war she doesn't understand. The knowledge should drive me to maintain distance and remove her from the battlefield before she becomes collateral damage. Instead, it crystallizes my determination to keep her close enough to protect, regardless of her preferences or protest. I scroll through my contacts and find Willa's number, noting the late morning hour. She's probably at the shop, trying to maintain some routine while her world transforms around her. I'm about to complicate her day further with concerns she'd prefer to ignore. The phone rings 4 times before she answers, her voice carrying professional courtesy stretched thin by obvious stress. Willa Reynolds. It's Iskander. I settle back in my chair, noting how her breathing changes when she recognizes my voice. We need to talk. I think we've talked enough for 1 week. Her tone holds careful neutrality, like she's trying really hard to maintain boundaries. If this is about business matters, you can contact Woods. It's about your safety. Silence stretches between us. Willa possesses intelligence sharp enough to recognize threats when they're explained clearly, but she lacks experience with the brutal realities defining my world. The quality of her silence changes, becoming thoughtful rather than defensive. I can almost hear her mental calculations, weighing risks she doesn't fully understand against instincts that have kept her alive through years of uncertainty. What sort of safety concerns? The sort that require face-to-face discussion. Can you meet me this afternoon? Where? My home, 3 o'clock. I don't think that's wise. Probably not. Necessary? Absolutely. I soften my tone, trying to project concern rather than command. Willa, there are things you need to understand about the situation you've inherited that affect more than just business arrangements. Another pause, longer this time, and I sense her weighing options that all carry different forms of risk. Meeting me exposes her to complications she's trying to avoid. Refusing the meeting leaves her ignorant of threats she needs to understand. 1 hour, she finally says, and this is purely business. Of course. She ends the call before I can say anything else, but satisfaction fills me anyway. 1 hour gives me time to explain Mikhail's threat and the security measures necessary to keep her safe. More importantly, it gives me time to begin breaking down the walls she's constructed between us. 3 days ago, she kissed me with passion that revealed everything she's trying to deny. This afternoon, I'll remind her why fighting what's between us serves no one's interests, especially her own. I spend the next hour reviewing Balakin's operational profile and planning approaches to the conversation ahead. Willa responds better to honesty than manipulation, though complete transparency about my intentions would send her running before I could explain the dangers she faces. The key is finding the balance between truth and seduction and protection and possession, while giving her enough information to make informed choices, but ensuring those choices align with my objectives. Charleston Harbor continues its eternal dance outside my windows, vessels following currents both seen and unseen. Some navigate by instruments and experience, while others by instinct and intuition. The successful ones understand survival often requires adapting to forces beyond their control. By 3 o'clock, everything will be in motion toward an outcome that's been inevitable since the moment she measured my shoulders for that commission. I'll keep her safe and close because she's mine. All she has to do is accept that.
3 o'clock arrives faster than I'd hoped, finding me standing at the imposing gates of Iskander's estate while second-guessing every decision that led me here. The wrought iron barriers part in silence, recognizing my approach through technology I can't see, but that I definitely feel watching me. They don't even make a sound. Not a creak, not a moan, not anything to indicate that they have even the slightest imperfection. It's a little unsettling, just like Iskander. I've spent the past 3 days trying to avoid admitting I want him while simultaneously figuring out how to escape him. The contradiction exhausts me, but facing it seems impossible when every rational thought collides with memories that make my pulse quicken. Last night's dream didn't help. I woke tangled in sheets, heart hammering and body aching with the need to feel Iskander's hands on my skin. I'd been so close to an orgasm in that dream that waking felt like punishment. Cruel, teasing. He'd love that. The circular drive crunches beneath my car's tires as I approach the mansion, which is as I remember it. I park near the main entrance and check my appearance in the rearview mirror. I'm wearing a professional blazer, conservative blouse, and sensible heels. It's all just a show of boundaries, even though my boundaries feel increasingly fragile. I hope I don't crumble. The front door opens before I can knock, revealing Alina's serene smile. Miss Reynolds, Mr. Taranov is expecting you in his study. She leads me through hallways lined with oil paintings and Persian rugs. The house feels like a museum. Iskander's study occupies a corner of the mansion with windows overlooking Charleston Harbor. He stands silhouetted against the afternoon light, wearing dark slacks and a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up. The casual elegance should make him less intimidating. Instead, it makes him more approachable, which feels infinitely more dangerous. Willa. He turns when I enter, gray eyes conducting their usual assessment. Thank you for coming. You made it sound urgent. I settle into the chair across from his desk, maintaining careful distance while noting how the light catches the silver threads in his dark hair. Something about safety concerns? Among other things. He moves to the bar cart and pours amber liquid into 2 glasses. Scotch? I shake my head. It's 3 p.m. It's that type of conversation. He sets 1 glass on the desk within my reach anyway, then claims the chair behind his massive desk. The mahogany surface could probably serve as a landing strip and is scattered with documents that look official and expensive. I glance at the papers, recognizing financial statements and what appear to be security reports. What exactly are we discussing? Your future, our partnership, and the practical realities of running a business that serves multiple purposes. His tone remains conversational, but steel underlies each word. You've been avoiding the shop since our last meeting. Heat climbs my neck at the reminder of that kiss and the way he'd claimed my mouth with such certainty that my defenses had crumbled like tissue paper. I've been handling business remotely. Woods has been very helpful with the transition details. Has he? My sources tell me you've been exploring options for dissolving our partnership entirely. The accusation hangs between us, accurate enough to make me squirm. I had spent hours with Woods yesterday, going through financial projections and legal documents, searching for some way to buy out Iskander's share without destroying Henri's legacy. I'm exploring all my options. Henri left me a business, not a life sentence. Didn't he? Iskander settles back in his chair, studying me with unsettling intensity. From my perspective, you inherited considerably more than a tailor shop. I inherited a front for money laundering that makes me an accessory to crimes I don't understand. The words tumble out sharply. Forgive me if I'm not embracing that legacy with enthusiasm. Something shifts in the air between us, though his expression doesn't change. You also inherited protection, connections, and financial security most people would kill for. Literally, in some cases. I lift a shoulder. I don't want protection I didn't request. What you want and what you need are different things. He stands and moves around the desk, eliminating the barrier between us. Mikhail Balakin has soldiers watching your apartment building. They've photographed your routine, your friends, and every vulnerability you possess. I tense. What are you talking about? The men who killed Henri aren't finished. They're gathering intelligence to plan their next move, and you're the primary target. He perches on the desk's edge, close enough that I catch his cologne, which makes my mouth water despite the fear coursing through me. Why me? I'm nobody important. You're the person Henri died protecting. You're my business partner. Most importantly, you're the woman Mikhail believes he can use to hurt me. His voice drops to something intimate and deadly. He's not wrong about that last part. The admission sends electricity through my nervous system, confirming suspicions I've been trying to ignore. This is exactly why I want out. I won't be used as a weapon in your war. It's not just my war anymore. It became yours the moment you inherited Henri's business. He reaches for the scotch I declined and takes a measured sip. The only question is whether you'll fight it intelligently or stumble through blindly and get yourself killed. Those aren't my only options, aren't they? Dissolving our partnership won't make Balakin's interest disappear. It will simply remove the protection that's keeping you alive. He sets down the glass and fixes me with that penetrating stare. Is that really what you want, to face this alone? The question unexpectedly stirs fears I've carried since childhood, when I was alone, abandoned, and left to fend for myself in a world that's never felt entirely safe. Henri's death ripped away the only stability I've known besides Harper's friendship, and now Iskander's offering a different security that comes with strings I'm not sure I want attached. I want to run my business without armed guards and surveillance teams. I stand and move to the windows, needing distance from his proximity and the way it makes clear thinking impossible. I want to serve clients who appreciate quality craftsmanship, not launder money for criminals. You want a fantasy? He joins me at the windows, standing close but not touching. Henri tried to give you that fantasy for 12 years. Look how it ended. The casual cruelty of that statement makes me whirl to face him. Don't you dare blame Henri for what happened. I'm not blaming him, I'm stating facts. His voice remains maddeningly calm. Henri thought he could keep you separate from the realities of his business arrangements. That protection cost him his life. I blink back tears at the memory of Henri's blood on the marble floor, taking on a harsh veneer that feels brittle. You think you can do better? I think honesty serves you better than comfortable lies. He steps closer, crowding me against the window. Facing reality gives you a chance to survive what's coming. By surrendering my independence, by accepting your control over every aspect of my life? I instinctively shake my head, rejecting the idea. He puts a hand on the window beside my head. By accepting partnership with someone who has the resources to keep you safe. He brings up his other hand to cut my face, stroking my cheekbone with devastating gentleness. Stop this pointless fight against something that's already decided. I should pull away from his touch. Instead, I lean into his palm while my pulse hammers. Nothing's decided. Isn't it? He brushes his thumb across my lower lip and I feel the touch like electricity. You've been avoiding me for 3 days, but you came here anyway. You're angry about the business arrangements, but you're not walking away. You want independence, but you're responding to my touch like you've been starving for it. The accuracy of his assessment makes me flush with embarrassment and arousal in equal measure. You're reading too much into... I'm reading exactly what you're showing me. His other hand settles on my waist, anchoring me against the window while his body cages me in.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. 9 weeks of careful courtship have transformed my understanding of patience. I sit in my study, watching Charleston's harbor shimmer under the early morning sun, thinking about the woman who's become the center of my increasingly precarious world. Willa has allowed me closer than I expected with tentative dinners, warm little afternoons in my office, and moments when her guard drops enough to reveal the fire beneath her cool exterior. Each step forward feels like a negotiation where the stakes grow higher with every concession won. She's worth the deliberate pace and worth the frustration of wanting more than she's ready to give. What started as possessive hunger has evolved into something more convoluted and dangerous. She's becoming everything I never knew I needed, though I haven't found the courage to voice that truth yet. My phone buzzes with the morning intelligence report from Timur. The familiar routine of threat assessment and tactical planning anchors me in reality, pulling me away from thoughts of honey-colored hair and green eyes that see too much. The news isn't encouraging. Mikhail's network has expanded through Georgia and Florida like a virus, absorbing smaller operations and converting independent crews to his cause. 3 more of my allied families have severed ties, citing concerns about Balakin's reach and my apparent distraction. They're not wrong about the distraction. Charleston's organized crime families have always preferred subtle accommodation over open warfare. Understanding violence draws federal attention none of us can afford. Mikhail threatens that delicate ecosystem with his hunger for revenge, forcing choices that could shatter decades of profitable cooperation. I scroll through surveillance reports and financial analyses, noting patterns that suggest coordinated pressure across multiple fronts. Balakin isn't just targeting my operations, but systematically undermining the foundation of influence I've spent 8 years building. The intercom crackles with my assistant's voice. Mr. Taranov, Mr. Vetrov is here with the weekly briefing. Send him in. Timur enters carrying thick files and looks like he's spent sleepless nights analyzing scenarios that all end badly. His weathered face has acquired new lines of stress since Mikhail's arrival. We need to make a decision. He sits down in the free chair across my desk. Balakin took out another of our warehouses last night. That's 3 operations compromised in 2 weeks. The information settles like lead in my stomach. Casualties: 2 wounded, but none are dead. My guess is it's professional work because they wanted to send a message, not start a bloodbath. He opens the thickest file and produces photographs of damaged inventory and shattered windows. He's escalating gradually by testing our response time and willpower. I study the images, recognizing Mikhail's signature approach to psychological warfare. He prefers slow pressure to sudden strikes, believing that fear builds more effectively when targets have time to contemplate their vulnerability. What about our intelligence on his network? It's limited. He's compartmentalized his operations better than we expected. He pulls out an organizational chart covered in question marks and dotted lines. We've identified perhaps half his soldiers, but his command structure remains opaque. The admission frustrates me more than the warehouse attacks. Information is the foundation of tactical advantage, and Mikhail has apparently learned from our Moscow mistakes about operational security. Recommendations? He speaks without any hesitation. Strike hard and fast before he consolidates further. Take out his known assets and force him into the open, or negotiate a territorial division that preserves your core interests. Both options carry unacceptable risks. Open warfare would destroy the careful relationships that make Charleston profitable, while negotiation with Mikhail would be seen as weakness by every ambitious lieutenant looking to expand their own influence. He wouldn't compromise anyway when he wants me dead. What about Willa's security, I ask, acknowledging the factor that complicates every strategic calculation. His expression grows troubled. It appears unchanged. Balakin's surveillance teams maintain their positions around her apartment and workplace. They're documenting her routine with professional thoroughness. The knowledge makes something cold and protective twist deep inside me. Willa moves through Charleston believing she's gained some measure of freedom over the past 9 weeks, unaware that hostile eyes track her every movement. Any indication of imminent action? Nothing concrete, but the surveillance has intensified. They're using more cameras over longer observation periods with additional personnel. He produces another set of photographs showing unfamiliar faces positioned at strategic points around Willa's neighborhood. They're preparing for something. I force myself to examine each image objectively, cataloging details that might reveal Mikhail's intentions. The men are professionals who appear well-trained, disciplined, and patient, which is what I'd expect from someone planning a complex operation. Double her protection detail, I say, though Willa will resist any visible increase in security. Maintain discreet positioning, but I want redundant coverage on every approach route. Iskander. Timur's voice carries warning. I've heard increasingly often. You're allocating significant resources to protect one person while Balakin dismantles your operations piece by piece. That one person happens to be our business partner and a legitimate target. He gives me a look full of disbelief. Is she? Or is she the woman who's compromising your judgment in ways that could get us all killed? My first instinct is to snap at him, but I rein in the impulse. Timur has protected my interests for 15 years, watching me build an empire while avoiding the emotional entanglements that destroy men in our profession. I'll give him leeway, understanding he doesn't relate to how I feel about Willa. The only woman he ever cared about betrayed him. My judgment remains sound. Does it? You've turned down 3 opportunities to eliminate key Balakin lieutenants because the operations might expose Miss Reynolds to increased risk. His tone sharpens with frustration. You're fighting this war with one hand tied behind your back. The accusation stings because it contains truth I'd prefer to ignore. Every tactical decision now includes calculations about Willa's safety because I can't look at it any other way. That introduces factors that sometimes override pure strategic advantage. The operations you're referencing would have triggered immediate retaliation against civilian targets, not just Willa. Which brings us back to the fundamental problem. Your personal feelings are dictating organizational strategy. He looks grave. I've seen this pattern before, Iskander. It never ends well. I stiffen. This situation is different. Is it? I'm glaring at him now. Willa isn't some weakness to be exploited. She's become essential to everything I'm trying to protect. Essential how? The laundering operation would survive her departure. The territorial disputes predate her involvement. What exactly makes her worth risking everything we've built? The answer reveals itself with crystalline clarity, though speaking it aloud feels like ripping open my skin to expose my beating heart. She makes me want to build something better than what we have. His expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his pale eyes. Something better or something different? Both. I stand and move to the windows overlooking Charleston Harbor, watching morning traffic navigate between commercial vessels and pleasure craft. This life we've built is profitable, but it's not sustainable. Eventually, someone like Balakin comes along and the whole structure collapses. He makes an ambiguous sound. Do you think Miss Reynolds offers an alternative? I think she offers motivation to find one. I turn from the window to face him directly. For the first time in my adult life, I want something beyond simple survival and accumulated power. The admission hangs between us, raw and honest in ways that feel dangerous. He studies my face as though trying to recognize a stranger wearing a familiar mask. What happens when wanting something makes you weak enough that you lose everything else? The question strikes at fears I've been trying to ignore for 9 weeks. Then I'll adapt. We always have. Will we? Adaptation requires recognizing when circumstances have changed beyond recovery. He stands and moves toward the door, pausing at the threshold with final words that continue to resonate long after he leaves. Just remember, some changes are irreversible. After he's gone, I return to the intelligence reports, trying to focus on tactical analysis rather than personal implications. The photographs of surveillance teams and damaged warehouses blur together as my mind drifts to more immediate concerns. I have a coffee date with Willa in 30 minutes. This is another careful step in the delicate dance of earning her trust while protecting her from threats she's only beginning to understand. I'm fighting a war partly caused by my feelings for her, while simultaneously trying to convince her those feelings are worth reciprocating. 20 minutes later, I'm walking through Charleston's historic district, noting the discreet positions where my security teams maintain overwatch while projecting casual confidence. Café Luna occupies a corner building with large windows and sidewalk seating. I chose it specifically for those tactical advantages, though I simply told Willa it served excellent coffee. She's already seated at a small table near the window when I arrive, staring out at the passing pedestrians. 9 weeks of careful courtship have taught me to read her moods with increasing accuracy, and today she seems more tense than usual. Sorry I'm late. I claim the chair across from her, noting how she starts slightly at my voice despite clearly watching for my arrival. Traffic was more complicated than expected. It's fine. Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. I haven't been waiting long. The coffee cup in front of her appears nearly full despite her early arrival, and the chocolate brownie on her plate shows only a small bite taken from one corner. Warning signs suggest stress is affecting her appetite. How was your morning? I ask, settling into the role of attentive boyfriend while watching the street for anything that feels wrong. Quiet. There were a few client calls and some paperwork. She lifts her cup but sets it down with a grimace before taking even the smallest sip. The usual routine. The usual routine includes surveillance teams documenting her every movement, though she remains officially unaware of that particular detail. The knowledge sits uneasily as I watch her struggle with anxiety she can't quite identify. You seem distracted. I reach across the table to touch her hand. Everything all right? Just tired, I think. It's been a long week. She doesn't pull away from the contact, but I sense tension in her fingers. Sometimes I feel like I'm being watched, even when I know that's probably paranoia. The admission makes my stomach drop. Willa's instincts are sharper than I gave her credit for, picking up on hostile surveillance despite its professional execution. Or is she aware of the guards I've placed on her? In theory, she knows they're there, but hasn't mentioned it for a while because they're good at being discreet. Watched how? Nothing specific. Just a feeling like eyes on me when I'm walking to work or running errands. She finally meets my gaze directly. You'd tell me if there was something I should know about, right? The question poses an impossible choice between honesty and protection. Telling her about Balakin's surveillance would confirm her fears while adding stress she doesn't need. Lying feels like a betrayal of the trust I'm trying to earn. If there was immediate danger, you'd know about it, I say carefully. Some level of security awareness is normal given your business arrangements. Security awareness. She repeats the phrase with a slight smile that holds no humor. Is that what we're calling it? We're calling it practical caution in an environment where your safety matters to people who care about you. The personal admission makes her expression soften slightly. People who care about me? At least one person who cares about you. I lift her hand to press a kiss against her palm. More than he probably should, considering the complications. Complications seem to follow you around. Her tone lacks accusation. I give a half shrug. They do, which is why I appreciate your patience with the unusual circumstances. Unusual circumstances. She laughs softly, and for a moment, the tension in her shoulders eases. That's one way to describe inheriting a money laundering operation and dating the man who owns 25% of it. Dating! I repeat the word, testing its implications. Is that what we're doing? Color rises in her cheeks, and she looks down at our joined hands. I'm not sure what else to call it. We have dinner, we talk, and we spend time together. It feels like dating, even if the context is unconventional. Unconventional is an understatement. I study her profile. I'm glad you see it that way. What do you see it as? The question requires more honesty than I'm prepared to offer in a public setting, surrounded by potential threats and curious observers. What I see is the foundation of something that could reshape my entire existence if I'm brave enough to let it develop. I see it as the best thing that's happened to me in longer than I care to admit. She looks up at that, searching my expression for signs of deception or manipulation. Whatever she finds seems to satisfy her because she threads our fingers together and holds on. Even with all the complications? Absolutely. I squeeze her hand gently. Some things are worth the risk. The moment stretches between us, loaded with inferences neither of us is quite ready to voice. I'm acutely aware of the surveillance teams positioned throughout the area, both mine and Mikhail's, watching this seemingly innocent coffee date with professional interest. The knowledge should make me more cautious about public displays of affection, but it only makes me want to hold on to her more. Finish your coffee. I note how she's barely touched it. We could take a walk through the historic district if you'd like. Actually, I should probably get back to the shop. There's a new client coming in this afternoon for initial measurements. She glances at her watch, then back at me with something that might be regret. Rain check on the walk? Of course. I signal the server for our check, noting how Willa's appetite continues to suffer despite my efforts to maintain normal routines. Dinner tomorrow night? If you don't mind dealing with a tired, slightly paranoid business partner, I'd love to. I've dealt with worse. I leave cash on the table and stand to help her with her jacket. Besides, a little paranoia isn't necessarily a bad thing in your situation. She freezes at that, her hands stilling on her jacket buttons. My situation? The slip reveals more than I intended, confirming fears she's been trying to rationalize away. I choose my next words carefully, aware that too much honesty could send her running, while too little might leave her dangerously unprepared. Your situation as someone connected to businesses that operate in gray areas, I clarify quietly, speaking close to her ear. Heightened awareness is a survival skill, not a character flaw. She nods slowly, though I see questions forming behind her green eyes as I pull back slightly to put more distance between us. Survival skill. Right. We part ways outside the cafe with a kiss that feels both routine and electric. Her lips warm against mine for just long enough to remind me what I'm fighting to protect. I watch her walk toward the shop, noting how she checks over her shoulder twice before disappearing around the corner. My phone buzzes with a text from Timur. Package delivered. New complications with Miami shipment. We need to talk. The coded message translates to fresh problems with Balakin's expansion and possibly new intelligence about his intentions toward Willa. I respond with confirmation and head back toward my car, already planning adjustments to security protocols that might keep her safe without making her feel like a prisoner. I drive through Charleston's narrow streets and consider Timur's warning about irreversible changes. This woman has become unbelievably important to me, and I've changed because of her. In all honesty, the transformation should be alarming. Instead, it feels like evolution and becoming someone who might deserve the trust Willa's slowly learning to offer. Whether that evolution proves to be strength or fatal weakness remains to be seen. When I think about her fingers intertwined with mine, and the way she started to believe in possibilities beyond mere survival, I hope I'm becoming the man she needs me to be, even if it costs me everything else.
The exhaustion hits me like a freight train at 2 p.m, washing over my body with the relentless force of an incoming tide. I set down my measuring tape and grip the edge of the cutting table, waiting for the wave to pass while my client drones on about buttonhole preferences. This isn't normal tiredness. I've worked 14-hour days before, surviving on coffee and determination through Henri's most demanding seasons. This feels different, deeper and more consuming, like my body is betraying me from the inside out. Mrs. Patterson's voice sounds distant despite her standing 3 feet away. Miss Reynolds, are you all right? I force a smile and straighten, though my head spins slightly with the movement. Just a bit tired. It's been a long week. You know how it is. She nods sympathetically, though concern lingers in her expression. Perhaps we should reschedule. I'd hate for you to push yourself when you're not feeling well. I shake my head, mustering professional composure. No, please, I'm fine. Let's finish your measurements so I can get started on your jacket. The next 20 minutes pass in a haze of professional competence and carefully hidden nausea. Mrs. Patterson chatters about her daughter's wedding while I record numbers that blur together on my notepad. The scent of her perfume, usually pleasant, makes my stomach lurch with unexpected violence. When she finally leaves, I lock the front door and flip the sign to closed, though it's barely 3 o'clock. The shop feels too warm, too small, and too full of competing scents that seem designed to trigger the queasiness that's become my constant companion. I sink into Henri's old chair behind the counter and rest my head in my hands, trying to make sense of what's happening to my body. The exhaustion started 2 weeks ago, subtle at first, but growing stronger each day. Then came the nausea, striking at random moments without warning or apparent cause. The mood swings appeared last week with sudden tears over misplaced scissors and an inexplicable irritation with clients I've worked with for years. My phone buzzes with a text from Harper. Coffee after work? You look like death warmed over lately. The blunt assessment is too accurate. I've been avoiding looking at myself because I know I look horrible. I figured if I didn't act like I noticed, maybe nobody else would. Obviously wrong. Harper isn't a moron. I type back, already closed early. Come by the shop? Her response is immediate. On my way. 20 minutes later, Harper arrives carrying 2 iced coffees and looking like she's prepared for a serious interventions. She takes one look at me and sets both drinks on the counter. Then, she perches on the edge of the cutting table, studying my face intensely. We need to talk. I attempt levity, but it falls flat in the face of her obvious concern. Hello to you too. Willa, you look terrible. When's the last time you slept more than 4 hours or ate a full meal? Her voice carries the particular firmness she uses when she's worried. Something's wrong, and don't try to tell me it's just stress or even grief. The denial I've been rehearsing dissolves under her scrutiny. Harper knows me too well and has seen me through too many crises to be fooled by surface reassurances. I try anyway. I'm just tired. The business transition has been more complicated than expected, and with everything that happened to Henri, this isn't grief exhaustion. Her voice softens slightly. This is something else entirely. I take a sip of the iced coffee and immediately regret it. The bitter taste makes my stomach churn, and I push away the cup with a grimace that doesn't go unnoticed. Harper's eyebrows climb toward her hairline. Since when do you not like coffee? You've been mainlining caffeine since high school. I shrug, trying to appear casual. My stomach's been sensitive lately. It's probably stress affecting my digestive system. She doesn't sound convinced. Probably. What about the crying jag last Tuesday? Or the way you snapped at that client over thread color yesterday? The examples pile up like evidence in a case I don't want to face. Each symptom individually could be explained away, but together they paint a picture I've been desperately trying to ignore. Harper crosses her arms, settling into full protective mode. I think you need to see a doctor, just to rule out anything serious. I instinctively shake my head. I don't need a doctor. I need a vacation and about 12 hours of uninterrupted sleep. When's the last time you had a physical? When's the last time you had any medical checkup? Her voice carries stubborn determination. You've been avoiding taking care of yourself since Henri died, and that's not healthy. I lean back in the chair, hoping distance will soften her resolve. I'm fine, Harper. Really. You're not fine. You're exhausted, nauseated, and emotionally volatile. Either you're developing some chronic condition, or... She trails off, studying my face with dawning realization. Or what? She says the stark words gently, or you're pregnant. I stare at her, my brain refusing to understand the words for a long moment. Pregnant. The possibility has danced at the edges of my consciousness for days, dismissed each time it surfaces because acknowledging it makes everything more complicated. I respond automatically. That's impossible. Is it? When's the last time you had a period? I try to remember, but the past few months blur together in a haze of grief and business complications and stolen afternoons with his candor. I don't know. Maybe 6 weeks ago? 7? I wince when I realize it was more like 10 or 11 weeks, but I'm not admitting that out loud. Harper's voice carries that gentle firmness again. When's the last time you slept with someone? Heat floods my cheeks despite the personal nature of our friendship. We've shared everything over the years, but discussing my relationship with Iskander feels different for some reason. I fidget with a stray thread on my sleeve. It's not what you think. I'm not thinking anything. I'm asking a direct question that requires a direct answer. I study her face, recognizing she won't let this go until she has the truth, no matter how complicated that truth might be. 3 times, I say quietly, with Iskander. Her eyes widen slightly, but she keeps her expression neutral. When? The confession feels both liberating and terrifying. The first time was about 9 weeks ago in his office, then twice more over the past month. We've been, I don't know what to call it, dating, I suppose, though that word feels inadequate for whatever's happening between us. Were you using protection? I nod, though the gesture feels hollow. We use condoms, but thinking about it right now, I think I missed several birth control pills after Henri died. The stress made me forget about everything except basic survival. Harper processes the information with a slow nod. Condoms aren't foolproof, especially when combined with inconsistent hormonal birth control. The admission comes out sharper than intended. I know that. I know all the statistics about failure rates and user error. I just thought, you thought you'd be lucky. I thought I had enough problems without adding an unplanned pregnancy to the mix. I looked down. Truthfully, I guess I wasn't thinking at all. The silence stretches between us. A pregnancy would complicate everything that matters to me, including my relationship with Iskander, my business responsibilities, and my safety in a world that's already proven dangerous. She slides off the cutting table and moves closer. We need to find out for sure. There's an urgent care clinic about 20 minutes from here. We can go right now. I shake my head, though certainty settles into my bones. I don't need a clinic visit to confirm what I already know. My body's been trying to tell me for weeks. I just haven't been listening. Then we definitely need medical confirmation, and we need to discuss your options. The word options implies things I'm not prepared to shoulder. I think about the foster homes, the families that never quite felt like mine, and the constant awareness that I was disposable to people who were supposed to care. I look up to meet her gaze. I can't terminate a pregnancy. I've lost too much family already and won't choose to lose more. Her expression softens with understanding. Then we need to think about how you're going to manage this. A baby changes everything, Willa, especially given your current circumstances. My current circumstances. The euphemism encompasses so much, including inheriting a business I don't fully understand, being watched by hostile forces I can't see, and falling for a man whose world could destroy everything I've tried to build. The question emerges as almost a whisper. How do I raise a child in Iskander's world? How do I protect someone that innocent from the violence that seems to follow him everywhere? Her tone remains calm but firm. Maybe you don't. Maybe you make different choices about who you trust and where you build your life. The suggestion implies abandoning everything, including the shop, the partnership, and whatever's growing between Iskander and me. That would mean starting over somewhere safe and anonymous where a child could grow up without fear, but also without a father. I slump back in the chair, overwhelmed by the complexity of feelings I can't begin to untangle. I don't know if I can do that either. Why not? The answer reveals itself with uncomfortable clarity. I think I'm falling in love with him. Harper's expression doesn't change, but something shifts in her posture. Love or obsession? I give a half-hearted shrug. I don't know the difference anymore. He's nothing like anyone I've ever known. When I'm with him, I feel powerful, protected, and completely out of control all at once. She studies my face like I'm speaking a foreign language she's trying to decipher. That sounds like obsession. Maybe, or maybe it's what love feels like when it's not safe or simple or convenient. What does he make you feel about yourself? The question catches me in confusion. What do you mean? When you're with him, do you feel like yourself? Or do you feel like someone else entirely? I consider the question for a long second. Both. He sees parts of me I didn't know existed. He also makes me want to be braver than I've ever been. She reaches for her purse with decisive movement. Braver or more reckless. Is there a difference when it comes to love? She sighs, clearly unconvinced by my logic. We're going to the clinic. You need medical confirmation and I need you to promise me something. What? Her voice carries friendship and concern. Promise me you'll tell him about the pregnancy. Whatever his reaction and whatever complications it creates, he deserves to know. The thought of that conversation makes my stomach clench with anxiety that has nothing to do with morning sickness. What if telling him changes everything between us? She shakes her head. Everything's already changing. The question is whether you'll have some control over how it changes or if you'll just let it happen to you. 30 minutes later, we're driving through Charleston's medical district in Harper's ancient Honda, windows down to combat the nausea that seems to worsen in confined spaces. The afternoon air carries hints of salt and magnolia, which are familiar scents that usually comfort me, but now seem cloying and overwhelming. She glances at me while we wait at a red light. Tell me about the other 2 times, with his candor. I shift uncomfortably in my seat. Do we have to discuss my sex life right now? We have to discuss everything right now. You're potentially carrying this man's child, and I know almost nothing about your relationship with him. The clinical assessment bites, but she's right. I've been compartmentalizing my feelings for his candor, keeping them separate from the practical realities of my life in ways that no longer seem sustainable. The second time was about 3 weeks ago. We'd had dinner, and I went back to his place for coffee. The memory makes heat pool low in my belly despite everything. We ended up in his bedroom, and it was intense. Intense how? I study my hands, noting how they shake slightly at the memory. Passionate, consuming, like nothing I've ever experienced before. He makes me feel things I didn't know were possible. And the third time? I take a shaky breath. Last week in his office again, after a business meeting that turned into something else entirely. Harper, when he touches me, I lose all rational thought. It's like my body belongs to him more than it belongs to me. She glances at me with concern evident in her profile. That doesn't sound healthy. I feel defensive, though I understand she can't relate, never having experienced anything like this before. It doesn't feel unhealthy when it's happening. It feels like coming alive for the first time. She frowns heavily. What about between these encounters? What's the relationship like? I watch Charleston's familiar streets pass by the window. Careful and deliberate, like we're both trying to figure out what we're building without scaring away the other person. He brings me coffee in the morning sometimes. We have lunch when his schedule allows. Whenever we're together, he really listens to me, regardless what we're discussing. It's different than with any man I've dated before. That seems to earn him a grudging point, and her frown eases slightly. Does he talk about his life? His work? Some. He's cautious about details, but he's been more open lately. I think he's trying to earn my trust. Her next question requires honesty I'm not sure I'm ready to face. Is it working? Yes. It terrifies me, because trusting him means accepting things about his world that I'm not sure I can live with. I clench my hands in my lap, yet not trusting him feels like losing out on something rare and precious. The urgency care clinic appears ahead of us, a modest building with a neutral architecture. My stomach lurches with fresh anxiety as Harper parks, and I wonder if this is what courage feels like, moving forward despite being terrified of what you might discover. She turns off the engine and looks at me. Ready? I shake my head honestly. No, but let's do it anyway. The waiting room is exactly what I expected, with neutral colors, outdated magazines, and the particular hush that comes with medical spaces. I fill out forms with trembling hands while Harper sits beside me, radiating protective energy that reminds me why our friendship has survived everything life has thrown at us. A nurse in cheerful scrubs calls my name after what feels like hours, but is probably only 20 minutes. Willa Reynolds? The examination room is small and sterile, smelling of antiseptic and latex gloves. I change into the provided gown while Harper waits outside, my hands shaking as I try to process what's about to be confirmed. Dr. Morrison, a woman in her 50s with soft eyes and gentle hands, joins me a few minutes later. She asks questions about my symptoms while drawing blood for testing. Once finished, she sits back in her chair after completing the physical exam. Based on what you've told me about your cycle and symptoms, I'd say pregnancy is very likely, but we'll need the blood work to confirm and establish how far along you might be. That sounds so certain, making me unsure if I'd prefer not to know, but that opportunity has passed. How long for results? About 30 minutes for a qualitative test which will tell you yes or no. We'll send off a sample for HCG results to make sure the levels are where they should be as well, which will take 2 or 3 days. You can wait here or in the main waiting room for today's results. I choose the waiting room, settling into the uncomfortable chair beside hers while my mind races through possibilities I didn't imagine I'd have to consider. 30 minutes feels like an eternity when waiting for news that could reshape my entire existence. Harper reaches over and squeezes my hand. Whatever the results, we'll figure it out. I'm here for you. I bite my lower lip, finally asking softly, what if I'm not strong enough to handle a baby and everything else that's happening? Her voice carries the confidence of someone who's seen me survive impossible things. Impossible. You survived foster care, built a career, inherited a business, and you're navigating a relationship with a dangerous man. If you can handle all that, you can handle parenthood. The logic is sound, but logic feels inadequate when faced with the magnitude of potential change. A baby would be innocent, vulnerable, and dependent on decisions I make. I'm smart, but I can't see into the future. Dr. Morrison appears in the waiting room doorway holding a manila folder that contains my immediate future. Willa Reynolds. I nod to Harper to come along this time, so we follow her back to an office where she closes the door and settles behind her desk. Her voice is warm but professional. The test is positive. You're pregnant, probably about 8 to 10 weeks based on when you remember having your last period. The quantitative results will give us a better idea of viability, but there's no reason to think you aren't having a healthy pregnancy. The confirmation hits differently than expected. It's not shock exactly, but a settling of certainty that makes everything else fall into sharp focus. 8 to 10 weeks. Split the difference, and that dates back to my first encounter with Iskander. Dr. Morrison studies my face with professional concern. Are you all right? I reach for Harper's hand, needing the anchor of her presence. Yes, I think so. What happens now? We can discuss your options, or I can refer you to a doctor or midwife for follow-up care if you choose to continue the pregnancy. There's no rush to make any decisions today. I respond without hesitation. I'm continuing the pregnancy. That's not negotiable. I don't really know how I want to see, so can you pick someone? She nods. I'll get a referral for you before you leave for a friend of mine. Dr. Layton is an excellent obstetrician. I'll send your file ahead and ask her to see you within 2 weeks for a more comprehensive examination and to discuss prenatal care. Do you have questions about the early stages of pregnancy? The rest of the appointment passes in a blur of medical information. Harper takes notes while I try to process the reality of carrying Iskander's child and building something new and fragile while surrounded by dangers I'm only beginning to understand. We leave the clinic 10 minutes later with a folder full of pamphlets and a business card for Dr. Layton so I can call her to make an appointment. That makes everything official. The afternoon sun feels too bright and cheerful for the magnitude of what's just been confirmed. Harper pauses beside her car. How are you feeling? Terrified, excited, completely overwhelmed. I stop suddenly, awareness prickling at the edge of my consciousness. Harper, wait. Something feels wrong. It's the same sensation I've been experiencing for weeks, but more intense now. I scan the parking lot with narrow eyes, looking for anything that seems out of place. A man in a dark sedan 3 rows away appears to be reading a newspaper, but his position gives him a clear view of the clinic entrance. Another figure near the medical building's side entrance seems to be talking on his phone, but his attention keeps drifting in our direction. She follows my line of sight, tension creeping into her voice. What's wrong? I think we're being watched. The words sound paranoid even to me, but the feeling is too strong to ignore. Do those men seem normal to you? She studies the parking lot with careful attention while trying to be discreet. I don't see anything obvious. Are you sure you're not just feeling paranoid because of everything that's happened? I watch for another minute, noting how both men maintain their positions while other people come and go. The sensation of being observed feels physical, like pressure against my skin, but there's nothing overtly off about their behavior or presence. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I slide into the passenger seat, though unease continues to crawl up my spine. Let's go home. She gets behind the wheel to start the car and navigates toward the parking lot exit, but I can't ignore the feeling that hostile gazes are tracking our movement. When I glance back through the rear window, both men have disappeared. She sounds concerned when she notices my continued tension. Willa, you look pale. Are you all right? I force myself to focus on the immediate future rather than imaginary threats. I'm fine. I guess I'm just processing everything. We need to stop at the pharmacy for prenatal vitamins. At some point soon, you need to call Iskander. The reminder makes my stomach clench with fresh anxiety. This conversation will change everything between us, for better or worse. Harper's right that he deserves to know, and I deserve to see how he reacts to news that makes our careful courtship suddenly much more complicated. I nod, already dreading and anticipating that conversation in equal measure. I'll call him. The drive home passes in somewhat comfortable silence. By the time we reach my apartment, I've convinced myself the men in the parking lot weren't threatening. That was just my mind playing tricks. The alternative, that I'm being actively surveilled while pregnant with the child of a man whose enemies want to hurt him, is too terrifying to consider. The future feels uncertain and dangerous, but suddenly full of possibilities I never imagined. For the first time since Henri's death, that prospect feels more exciting than terrifying.
The text from Timur arrives while I'm reviewing shipping manifests in my study, but the words make me abandon everything else immediately. WR visited urgent care clinic. Duration 90 minutes. Recommend immediate contact. Urgent care. Willa was at a medical facility for an hour and a half, which suggests something more serious than a routine checkup. My mind races through possibilities, each one worse than the last. My men would have told me if someone hurt her, but it could be stress-related illness or something connected to the danger circling closer every day. I'm in my car within 5 minutes, driving through Charleston's early evening traffic with barely controlled urgency. The need to see her and confirm she's unharmed overrides every tactical consideration about maintaining careful distance. 20 minutes later, I'm standing outside her apartment building, noting the discreet positions where my security teams maintain overwatch. The knowledge that she's been under professional protection should comfort me, but instead, it highlights how exposed she remains to threats I can't entirely control. Harper answers the door wearing an expression that could freeze molten steel. She looks me up and down like I'm something unpleasant she's discovered on her shoe, then steps aside with obvious reluctance. She was about to make a call, she says curtly, leading me through their modest living space toward what I assume is Willa's bedroom. Fair warning for you, she's had a long day, so try not to make it worse for her. I don't say anything in response, not sure how to handle Willa's BFF. She seems like a ball of anger wrapped in a layer of deadly prickles, so I'd like to minimize our interaction. Harper knocks on a partially closed door. Willa, you have a visitor. I hear movement from inside the room, then Willa's voice calling back. Can you tell them I'll see them later? I'm trying to make an important phone call. She glances at me with something that might be satisfaction. It's Iskander, and he seems upset about something. The response is immediate silence, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the door. When it opens all the way, Willa appears wearing yoga pants and an oversized sweater. Her hair pulled back in a messy bun that makes her look younger and more vulnerable than usual. She's holding her cell phone in one hand, and her thumb hovers over what appears to be a contact entry. Iskander. Her voice carries surprise mixed with something I can't quite identify. What are you doing here? We need to talk. I step closer, noting the slight pallor in her complexion and the way she seems to be holding herself carefully. I know about your visit to the medical clinic this afternoon. Harper makes a disgusted sound behind me and says something that sounds suspiciously like stalker before raising her voice. I'll leave you two to sort out whatever surveillance state nonsense this is. Willa, I'll be in my room if you need me to throw him out. She disappears down the hallway, leaving Willa and me alone in the doorway of her bedroom. The space beyond is small and intimate, decorated in soft greens and white that reflect her careful, organized nature. She crosses her arms, though the gesture seems more protective than defiant. Your people followed me to a doctor's appointment. My people follow you everywhere. We've discussed the security concerns multiple times. I study her face, searching for signs of injury or illness. What I want to know is why you needed urgent medical care without telling me. How about, it's my body and my choice who I tell about my medical situations. Color rises in her cheeks, though whether from anger or embarrassment, I can't determine. Besides, I was about to call you. The phone in her hand suddenly makes sense. I glance at the screen and see my name listed in her contacts, thumb positioned over the call button. The timing suggests she was preparing to reach out when I arrived unannounced. Were you? I soften my tone slightly, recognizing accusations won't get me the information I need. About what? She hesitates, and in that pause, I see something flicker in her expression. It could be fear, or maybe it's uncertainty. When she finally speaks, her voice cracks. I'm pregnant. The words send me staggering back a step, as though she actually pushed me, though I strive to keep my expression neutral from years of practice. Pregnant. Willa is carrying my child, which changes everything about our situation. How long have you known? The question emerges harsher than intended, driven by frustration that she didn't trust me with information this significant. About 3 hours. She lifts her chin slightly, and I see defiant spark in her green eyes. I found out this afternoon at the clinic. Harper insisted I get checked out because I've been feeling sick for weeks. 3 hours. She's known about the pregnancy for 3 hours, which means the urgent care visit was for confirmation rather than treatment. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by a possessiveness so fierce it borders on violence. You were going to call me? I need confirmation that she intended to share this news rather than hide it. Instead of answering verbally, she presses the call button on her phone. Seconds later, my cell phone buzzes with an incoming call from her number. She cancels the call and looks at me with an expression that's equal parts smug and irritated. I was literally about to ask if we could meet tonight to talk. Her voice carries an edge she uses when she thinks I'm being unreasonable. Since I just found out today that I'm carrying your child and all. The confirmation sends something primitive and protective surging through my bloodstream. My child. The phrase reshapes every decision about how to handle the mounting threats from Balakin. I'm sorry. The apology comes automatically, though it feels inadequate for the assumptions I made. I saw the medical facility report and assumed the worst. What kind of worst? Injury or illness? Maybe even something connected to the surveillance you've been noticing. I move closer, drawn by the need to touch her, to confirm she's safe and whole. My mind went to dark places very quickly. Her expression softened slightly at the admission. I'm fine. The baby's fine, as far as we know. The doctor I saw thought everything looked normal. The baby? She says it so naturally, like she's already accepting the reality of becoming a mother. The thought of Willa carrying my child, of building something permanent and precious together, makes my chest ache with emotions I don't know how to process. How far along? 8 to 10 weeks, based on my cycle. She studies my face closely, as if trying to read my reaction to the news. That dates back to our first time together, in your office. Our first desperate encounter, when boundaries dissolved into raw need. The memory of claiming her on my desk, of the way she responded to my touch with such perfect surrender, sends heat through my body, despite the gravity of our current conversation. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
6 days later, I'm standing in what Iskander calls my suite, though the word feels inadequate for the elegant space I now call home. The rooms are decorated in pastels and creams that somehow manage to feel both luxurious and comfortable, with windows overlooking Charleston's harbor and a sitting area that catches the morning light. The adjoining door to Iskander's bedroom remains unlocked on both sides, though I haven't spent a single night in my own bed since arriving. His sheets smell like cedar and bergamot, and his arms feel like the safest place in a world that's become increasingly dangerous. This morning feels different, though. Today we meet Doctor. Late in for my first real prenatal appointment, and the nervous energy in the house is almost visible. Iskander has been unusually quiet since breakfast, reviewing security reports, but clearly preoccupied. I smooth my hands over the simple navy dress I've chosen for the appointment, noting how my body is already changing in subtle ways. The dress that fit perfectly 2 weeks ago now pulls slightly across my chest. My breasts feel fuller and more sensitive, and there's a strange fluttering sensation in my lower abdomen that might be early movement or might just be anxiety manifesting physically. Or it could be gas. Nothing about pregnancy is elegant. Ready? Iskander appears in the doorway connecting our rooms, wearing a charcoal suit that makes his gray eyes look darker than usual. Despite his composed exterior, I catch the tension in his shoulders and the way he adjusts his cufflinks twice, which is a nervous habit I've cataloged over the past 6 days. As ready as I can be for my first real prenatal appointment, I gather my purse and the folder of medical documents from the urgent care visit. Are you nervous? He considers the question with characteristic honesty. Yes, not about the baby, but about whether we'll learn something that complicates the pregnancy. The admission makes me feel less alone in my anxiety. We've both been pretending the past 10 days that everything is normal, and moving in together and sharing a bed is just a practical arrangement rather than something that feels increasingly like a relationship. I'm ready to drop the pretenses and focus on realities. What if something's wrong? The question slips out before I can stop it. We'll handle it. His voice carries quiet confidence. I nod, and we leave the room and then the house. The drive to Dr. Layton's office passes in comfortable silence, though I catch Iskander checking the mirrors more frequently than usual. His security team follows at a discreet distance, invisible to casual observation, but close enough to respond if needed. Over the past 6 days, I've started to notice them, which is easier when I'm not willfully pretending they aren't there. Charleston looks different from the passenger seat of his Bentley, being more elegant and refined than it appears from my usual perspective. Spanish moss drapes ancient oak trees like nature's curtains, and everything feels proper and genteel from this side of the socioeconomic divide. Have you thought about names? I ask as we turn into the medical complex parking lot. He instantly shakes his head. Not seriously. It seems premature when we don't know if we're having a boy or girl. He parks near the building entrance, positioning the car for quick departure if necessary. Have you? I manage a tight smile. I've been avoiding it. Naming something makes it more real, and I'm still adjusting to the reality of being pregnant at all. He takes my hand. That seems entirely normal and rational to me. I keep hold of it like an anchor as we walk into the building together. Dr. Layton's office occupies the top floor of a modern medical building made from glass and steel with a beautiful view of the harbor. The waiting room is decorated in soothing neutrals designed to calm nervous, expectant parents. The other patients provide a cross-section of pregnancy experiences that feels both comforting and intimidating. A young couple argues quietly about baby gear, while an older woman reads pregnancy magazines with desperate focus. A girl who looks to be in her mid-teens sits with a woman who is probably her mother, her lips tightly pursed and magazine firmly covering her face as though she's embarrassed to be seen in this situation. The girl looks miserable, and I give her an encouraging smile when our gazes accidentally meet. I fill out paperwork while Iskander studies other patients with subtle, like he's evaluating possible threats. He probably is, since his awareness never fully relaxes, even here in what should be a safe space. Willa Reynolds? A nurse in cheerful scrubs calls my name after a few minutes that feel like hours. We rise together and follow her back to an exam room. Within minutes, the obstetrician joins us. Dr. Layton gives off a positive energy, which is reassuring. I've reviewed your file from Dr. Morrison, she says after introductions and basic questions about how I'm feeling. I'm concerned about the late start to prenatal care, even though I understand you didn't realize you were pregnant until recently. The gentle criticism makes me defensive despite knowing she's right. I was on birth control. Missing a few pills during a stressful period didn't seem significant until other symptoms appeared. No judgment here. These things happen, especially during times of emotional upheaval. Her tone remains kind but firm. What matters now is ensuring you and the baby get proper care moving forward. The nurse draws blood while Dr. Layton continues her line of questions. This all should be reassuring, but instead, it makes everything feel more serious and real. Any family history of multiples? Asked Dr. Layton while labeling the blood samples. Not that I know of. I was abandoned to foster care at a young age, though, so family medical history is limited. The admission still hurts even after all these years. None in my family, says Xander while sending me a sympathetic look. It's not pity, but care I see in his eyes, so it doesn't sting my pride. My stomach flutters with sudden nerves. Why do you ask? Your hormone levels from the urgent care visit were quite elevated. It could indicate multiples, though there are other explanations. Some women just produce a lot of HCG. She makes notes in my chart. We'll know more after the ultrasound. Multiples. The word sends a spike of anxiety through my nervous system. Twins would double everything from expenses to sleepless nights and the complexity of keeping children safe in Iskander's dangerous world. I'd like to do an ultrasound today, Dr. Layton says. Normally, you'd have one at 8 weeks and the next at 12 weeks, but given the late start to care, I want to confirm dating and check for any obvious concerns. The ultrasound room is dimly lit and dominated by sophisticated equipment that looks more like space technology than medical devices. I lie back on this new examination table while Iskander settles into a chair beside me, taking my hand with gentle pressure that anchors me in the moment. This might be cold, Dr. Layton says as she applies gel to my still flat abdomen. The sensation is shocking against my skin, but I focus on Iskander's warm fingers intertwined with mine. My heart pounds so loudly, I wonder if the ultrasound machine will pick it up instead of the baby's. Dr. Layton positions the probe and the monitor comes alive with grainy black and white images that look like abstract art until she begins pointing out recognizable shapes. There's the gestational sac, she murmurs, adjusting controls to enhance the image clarity. I can see... Wait. Her voice trails off as she moves the probe slightly, studying the screen with increased intensity. The silence stretches uncomfortably while she examines something I can't decipher, her expression shifting from routine professional interest to surprise. Is something wrong? I ask, though part of me doesn't want to hear the answer. Not wrong, just unexpected. She continues her examination, marking measurements and capturing images. I'm seeing multiple gestational sacs. Multiple. The word hangs in the air while my brain struggles to catch up. Twins, maybe, which would explain the intensity of my symptoms and the rapid changes in my body. Twins? Iskander's voice carries the same uncertainty I'm feeling. Twins would change a lot. That's twice as much to worry about. More than twins? Dr. Layton's tone becomes low and slower. I'm counting 7 distinct sacs, each with visible fetal poles and cardiac activity. 7. The number makes me whimper aloud while rendering me temporarily incapable of speech or rational thought. 7 babies. 7 tiny humans growing inside my body simultaneously, each one requiring nutrients, space, and care I'm not sure I can provide. The room spins slightly, and I have to close my eyes to regain equilibrium. 7 babies, 7 cribs, 7 car seats, and 7 college educations. That means 7 people who will depend on Iskander and me for everything they need to survive and thrive. I look at Iskander and see my own shock reflected in his face, though his expression has gone completely still as though he's processing information too significant for immediate reaction. Septuplets, Dr. Layton continues, labeling each sac on the screen with letters A through G. All appear healthy at this stage. Their heart rates are strong and development looks appropriate for a gestational age. They're smaller than we'd expect with singletons at this stage, but that's to be expected, and they're within nominal ranges for this many. The clinical details wash over me like white noise while I stare at the monitor, trying to comprehend the magnitude of what we're facing. The screen shows 7 tiny forms, each one a miracle and a responsibility that makes my chest ache with overwhelming emotion. What does this mean? My voice sounds foreign to my own ears, almost too small for the enormity of what we've just discovered. It means you have a high-risk pregnancy that requires intensive monitoring and careful management. Her tone remains professionally compassionate. Septuplet pregnancies are extremely rare and require specialized care throughout. She explains the risks in detail that makes my head spin. Premature labor, gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, and growth restrictions for individual babies. There will be weekly appointments, bed rest possibly starting in the second trimester, and a mandatory delivery by 32 weeks maximum. 7 babies born at 32 weeks will need extensive NICU care. She continues gently. There will be months in the hospital, potential developmental delays, and significant medical expenses even with excellent insurance. I share a look with Alexander, surprised to see he looks openly as shocked and overwhelmed as I feel. How am I supposed to do this? The doctor gives me a kind look. I should mention selective reduction is an option, Dr. Layton says gently. Reducing the number of fetuses to 2 or even 3 can significantly improve outcomes for the remaining babies. No. The word emerges from both Iskander and me simultaneously, spoken with identical conviction. The synchronized response surprises me, but when I meet Iskander's gaze, I see my own fierce protectiveness reflected there. These 7 children are already ours, already loved, and already irreplaceable parts of our future. She nods without revealing her personal opinion of our choice. I understand. Many couples feel that way. It just means we'll need to be even more vigilant about monitoring and managing potential complications. The rest of the appointment passes in a blur of medical terminology and scheduling for weekly ultrasounds, nutrition counseling, and high-risk obstetric specialists who will join my care team. My simple pregnancy has become a complex medical situation requiring an army of professionals to manage successfully. I'm surprised, doctor. Layton even gives us some brochures from local nanny agencies explaining wait times can be long with these highly reputable agencies, so it's best to have at least 3 helpers lined up and waiting for when they eventually come home, probably about 6 to 8 weeks after birth. My mind immediately rebels against the idea of using nannies, but reality intrudes. It's impossible for the 2 of us, 3 if I count Harper, who I'm sure will help to manage 7 babies at the same time. In the car afterward, we sit in stunned silence while Charleston's normal afternoon rhythm continues around us. 7 babies, I finally say, testing the words to see if they sound more real spoken aloud. 7. He starts the engine but doesn't immediately drive away. Are you all right? I don't know. Are you? He considers the question with characteristic honesty. I'm completely overwhelmed and terrified about keeping you all safe. Yet, somehow, I'm strangely excited about the possibility of such a large family all at once. The admission surprises me, though it probably shouldn't. Iskander approaches everything with the same intensity, whether business deals or personal relationships. Of course, he'd embrace the challenge of 7 children with the same resolve he brings to building an empire. It won't be allowed to go past 32 weeks, I say, repeating Dr. Layton's warning. A mandatory C-section with NICU stays for all of them, which means months of uncertainty about whether they'll be healthy. We'll get through whatever comes. His voice carries quiet confidence. You won't face any of this by yourself. The danger to all of us is exponentially greater now. I study his profile as he navigates afternoon traffic. There will be 9 targets instead of 2. He nods, looking faintly troubled, but clearly already planning to. Which is why staying with me isn't negotiable anymore. He glances at me briefly before returning his attention to the road. I know you value your independence, but the risk... His phone rings through the car speakers, interrupting whatever reassurance he was preparing to offer. Timur's name appears on the display, and Iskander answers immediately. What is it? There has been a break-in at Miss Reynolds' former apartment. Timur's voice carries through the phone speaker well enough for me to make out what he's saying. It occurred approximately 30 minutes ago. There is extensive damage with obvious signs of searching. My heart feels like it stops completely, then restarts with painful intensity. Harper. Is Harper all right? Miss Danes was at work during the incident. Building security found the damage when investigating reports of suspicious noises. Relief floods through me so powerfully it makes me dizzy. Harper is safe, which means the most important thing has been preserved. Everything else can be replaced or repaired. How extensive is the damage? Asks Iskander, though his tone suggests he already knows the answer won't be good. Complete, every room was searched, furniture was destroyed, and personal items were scattered. I believe it was designed to send a message rather than steal valuables. A message. Mikhail Balakin is demonstrating he can reach into our lives whenever he chooses, destroying anything we value while keeping us constantly aware of our vulnerability. We're 20 minutes away, Iskander says, already changing direction toward my old neighborhood. Secure the scene and keep Miss Danes away until we arrive. Already handled. Local police are treating it as a burglary since there's nothing to suggest organized crime involvement. The call ends, and I bite back a sob. My former life has been systematically destroyed while I was learning about the 7 babies I'm carrying. The timing is too perfect to be coincidental. He knows, I say quietly. He's clearly having the same thoughts about the pregnancy, about the move, the doctor's appointment, and how to hurt me without physically touching me. I study Charleston's familiar streets with new understanding of how much I've lost. This was planned to coincide with today. His jaw tightens with simmering anger. Probably. Mikhail prefers psychological warfare to direct confrontation. I struggle to maintain my composure. What happens now? We'll assess the damage and make sure Harper stays safe before we prepare for his next move. The drive to my former apartment passes too quickly, bringing us closer to the wreckage of my independent life. I think about the 7 babies growing inside me, the world they'll inherit, and if Iskander and I are strong enough to protect something so precious from forces so determined to destroy it. 7 children will depend on us to create safety from chaos, love from violence, and hope from fear. The responsibility feels enormous, but when he takes my hand, it helps knowing I'm not facing the question alone. By the time we reach the familiar neighborhood, I've accepted my old life is gone completely. What remains is building something new from the ashes that's strong enough to shelter 7 children from the violence that seems to follow their father everywhere. 7 babies are counting on it.
The spray paint is still wet when we arrive at Willa's former apartment, and crimson letters bleed down the living room wall like fresh wounds. You can't protect what matters most. Mikhail's message couldn't be clearer if he'd signed his name beneath it. I stand in the doorway while fury builds in my chest. It feels like my hands and feet are on fire, but my chest is numb. Every piece of furniture has been overturned or destroyed. Books scatter across the floor with their pages torn and trampled. Photographs lie ripped from frames with the glass ground to white powder under heavy boots. This isn't mere vandalism, it's a psychological attack. I turn to Timur, who stands beside me, taking photographs for our intelligence files. How many men? He gestures toward the kitchen, where cabinet doors hang from broken hinges. I'd guess a minimum of 4 based on the damage patterns and time frame. They were pros who wanted us to know they were here. They took time to be thorough. Thorough is an understatement. The bastards went through everything Willa owned and violated her privacy in ways that make me want to put bullets in people. Her clothes have been pulled from drawers and scattered across the bedroom floor. Personal letters have been opened and read before being left in piles. Even her bathroom has been ransacked with makeup and toiletries she left behind when coming to stay with me ground into the tile. I study the mess while processing what this level of violation means for our security. Any indication they found what they were looking for? Timur moves through the debris, his eyes scanning every detail of destruction. Doubtful. This certainly was not intelligence gathering, though they definitely knew where to look for personal items. They targeted photos, journals, or anything that might have sentimental value. Seems more like an insult, a message of sorts. The implications make my jaw clench. Mikhail has been watching Willa long enough to understand what matters to her and what would cause the most emotional damage when destroyed. The violation cuts deep. Willa stands frozen in the center of what used to be her living room and stares at the ruins of her independent life. She hasn't spoken since we entered the apartment, and her face has gone pale in a way that worries me more than tears would. I move closer to her, wanting to offer comfort. "I'm sorry. I should have anticipated this." She shakes her head slowly while still staring at the message on her wall. "You couldn't have known he'd target my apartment while we were learning about the babies." The babies are already changing everything about how I assess threats and plan responses. There are also 7 reasons for Mikhail to escalate his campaign of psychological warfare and 7 ways to hurt me through the woman I'm falling in love with. I voice the conclusion we've surely both reached. He knows about the pregnancy. The timing isn't coincidental. Her voice comes out small and lost. "How?" I run through the possibilities while studying the destruction around us. Hospital staff, surveillance of medical facilities, or intercepted communications come to mind. The possibilities are endless when you have resources and patience. Mikhail always did his homework before making moves. She picks up a framed photograph from the floor, one of the few that survived with the glass intact. It shows her and Harper at some long-ago celebration, with both women laughing at something outside the camera's view. For a moment, her composure cracks. She whispers while cradling the photo like something precious. "They touched everything. They went through all my private things and all my memories." The pain in her voice sends a surge of violence through me. Mikhail crossed the line when he brought this war into her personal space and violated the home she'd built for herself over years of careful work. I try to offer what comfort I can. We'll replace whatever can be replaced. We'll make sure this never happens again. The question carries accusation I probably deserve. How? By keeping me locked in your house forever? My instinct is to surround her with enough security to ensure nothing harmful can reach her again. But that instinct doesn't account for the independence she values above almost everything else. I shake my head. The best and only way is by ending this war before it escalates further. She looks up at that and searches my face like she's looking for meaning behind my words. "What does that mean?" "Mikhail made a mistake when he decided to target you directly. Before, this was business on my side, but now it's as personal for me as it is him." Before I can elaborate, Harper arrives with Timur's men, and her face appears flushed from running up 3 flights of stairs. She takes one look at the destruction and begins cursing with impressive creativity, though her voice shakes with rage. "Those bastards." She picks up a throw pillow that's been slashed open, leaking stuffing scattered across the hardwood floor. "They destroyed everything." Willa moves toward her best friend, and they embrace with desperate intensity. Harper's eyes fill with tears as she holds Willa close, and for several minutes they simply cling to each other while I direct my men to secure the scene. When they finally separate, Harper wipes her eyes angrily. "What do we salvage? What's worth saving?" The practical question seems to ground Willa in a way sympathy couldn't. She begins moving through the wreckage with purpose and examines damaged items to evaluate the difference between replaceable and irreplaceable. "The photo albums," she says while kneeling beside a scattered pile of pictures. "Most of these can be saved if we're careful with them." Harper joins her on the floor and they begin sorting through their memories. I watch them work together and note how they fall into a rhythm that reveals years of friendship and shared experiences. My grandmother's jewelry box. Willa stands up and goes to her room. I follow as she retrieves a small wooden container from beneath an overturned dresser. The lid has been splintered, but the contents appear intact. She left it to me when I was 10. It's the only thing I have from my family. The quiet pain in her voice makes me want to hunt down every man who participated in this violation and make them pay for the damage in ways that can't be calculated in dollars. We'll get everything that can be saved. Take your time. Harper looks up at me with suspicion she's never bothered to hide. What happens to her now? She can't stay here, obviously, but she can't live in hiding forever either. She'll continue to stay with me until the situation is resolved. She huffs lightly. When will that be? Next week? Next month? Next year? She speaks with a protective edge. How long before she gets her life back? The question is uncomfortable because I don't have an answer that will satisfy Harper's concerns or address Willa's need for independence. Because the truth is, Mikhail won't stop until he's dead, or I am. As long as it takes, I say finally. Harper's expression hardens at the non-answer. That's not good enough for someone who's pregnant. Harper, Willa says quietly, it's all right. No, it's not all right. None of this is all right. Harper gestures at the destruction surrounding us. You shouldn't have to choose between safety and freedom. I surprise her by nodding. I agree, but right now, those are the only choices available. Maybe for you, but not for her. She's not part of your world by choice. She's part of my world because we're having children together. That makes her part of it whether she chose it originally or not. Harper starts to say something else, but then freezes. Children? Oh, I haven't had a chance to tell you. Willa digs in her bag and brings out an ultrasound image with babies, A through G labeled. She hands it to her friend. Can you guess what that means? For a second, she's excited and carefree, as though the last several minutes haven't happened. Harper squints and turns at different directions before counting aloud. 1, 7. She looks stunned. Is that 7 babies, Willa? My lover nods, and Harper doesn't seem to know what to say. Finally, she asks, how are we going to manage 7 babies, Willa? I have no idea. Willa is smiling now, though. I'm a little irked that Harper included herself in the we before realizing we'll appreciate the help when they're here. I hope I can convince her not to hate me by then. You can see why staying with me is her only option, I trust. The blunt truth silences Harper's protests, though her expression makes clear she doesn't like the reality any more than I do, as she gives me a grudging nod. After 2 hours of salvage work, we've managed to rescue maybe 20% of Willa's and Harper's possessions. We salvage a few photo albums, some jewelry, and books that survived with minimal damage. Everything else will need to be replaced or abandoned entirely. I can offer you a room at my estate, I say to Harper as we prepare to leave. The security would be comprehensive, and you'd be close to Willa. She firmly shakes her head. Thanks, but I'll stick closer to my job and my sister. I have responsibilities that don't revolve around your war. I incline my head rather than take umbrage at her scathing dismissal. Then we'll arrange round-the-clock surveillance at your sister's house until this situation is resolved. When I say that, Timur grimaces, clearly not liking the idea of committing more manpower. It's unavoidable, so I'll reach out to some Russian contacts. There are bound to be young men eager for an American adventure while stuck in lower Bratva positions. You mean Until you kill this Mikhail person? The directness of her statement doesn't require confirmation. Harper understands exactly what resolving the situation means in practical terms, even if she doesn't approve of the methods required. Yes, she nods once, clearly accepting the reality, even if she doesn't like it. Just keep her safe. She's been through enough loss for one lifetime. The warning carries weight beyond simple friendship. Harper knows about Willa's childhood in foster care and the abandonment and instability that shaped her need for security and independence. This violation of her home cuts deeper because it echoes older wounds that never fully healed. I will. I promise. We leave Harper with two of my best men and explicit instructions about maintaining discreet surveillance while allowing her to maintain normal routines. It's a compromise that satisfies no one, but offers the best balance between security and freedom available under current circumstances. The drive back to my estate passes in contemplative silence. Willa stares out the window at Charleston's familiar streets while holding the salvaged jewelry box in her lap like a talisman. I want to offer comfort, but words feel inadequate for the magnitude of what she's lost today. Thank you for letting me save what I could, she says quietly as we turn into my private drive. I frown, irritated she'd thank me for a simple kindness. You don't need to thank me for that. I do, though. You could have insisted we leave immediately for security reasons. Instead, you let me grieve and recover what mattered most. The gratitude in her voice makes my chest feel hollow. That she needs to thank me for basic human decency reveals how little softness she's experienced in the world. I sound gruff, like I'm irritated when I reply, but it's just because of emotion threatening to overwhelm me. You matter more than security schedules, and I had to bring in more men. When we reach the main house, she goes directly to her suite without conversation. I give her time to process the day's events while I review security reports and coordinate response measures with Timur. 40 minutes later, she appears in my bedroom doorway wearing one of my shirts and nothing else. The sight of her in my clothes sends possessive satisfaction through me, though her expression carries vulnerability that makes me want to wrap her in protection she can't see or touch. Can I sleep here tonight? She asks. You don't need to ask. This is your home now. She approaches the bed with careful movements, and I pull back the covers so she can settle beside me. The mattress dips under her weight, and she immediately curls against my side, with her head on my chest and her hand resting over my heart. I don't want to be a prisoner, she whispers into the darkness. I don't want to be a target either, but I don't want to live my whole life afraid. I stroke her hair with gentle fingers while choosing my words carefully. It won't be your whole life. This will end. How can you be sure? Because I'm going to kill Mikhail Balakin, and that will end his war permanently. She doesn't flinch at the blunt statement or try to talk me out of necessary violence. Instead, she simply nods against my chest as if she'd already reached the same conclusion. When? Soon. He's escalated to personal attacks, which means he's running out of patience for psychological warfare. He'll make a direct move soon, and when he does, I'll be ready. She stiffens against me. What if something happens to you? The question reveals fears she hasn't voiced before. What would happen to her and 7 babies if Mikhail manages to kill me before I can eliminate him? The practical concerns are staggering, though I've already made arrangements to ensure she's protected regardless. I need to make time to sit down with my attorney to ensure she's financially cared for, as well as addressing her safety. Timur has instructions to ensure your safety and financial security if something happens to me. You and the children will be taken care of, and I'll meet with my attorney to make it official as soon as he can come to me. She looks briefly relieved and nods, but says, "That's not what I meant." I look down at her, though the darkness makes it difficult to read her expression. "What did you mean?" "I don't want to lose you, not for practical reasons, but because—" She trails off, apparently unable or unwilling to finish the thought. The incomplete admission reveals more than a full declaration might have. She cares about me beyond security arrangements and business partnerships. The knowledge settles into my bones with quiet satisfaction. You won't lose me. I have too much to live for now. She relaxes against me at the reassurance, and within minutes, her breathing deepens into sleep. I lie awake long after she's unconscious and think about the 7 children growing inside her body, creating a family we're building from violence, necessity, and something that might be love. 7 babies will change everything about my future. They'll require different choices, different priorities, and different definitions of acceptable risk. The man who built an empire through cruelty won't be the same man who raises 7 children to understand right from wrong. My own father ruled through fear and violence, demanding absolute obedience while offering no affection or guidance beyond threats. I learned early that weakness invited punishment, and showing emotion marked you as a target for cruelty. I won't be that kind of father. These children will know they're loved and protected without needing to fear the man who's supposed to keep them safe. They'll grow up understanding strength comes from protecting others, not dominating them. The responsibility terrifies me as much as it thrills me. 7 small people will depend on me to create a world where they can thrive rather than simply survive. They've given me a new chance to build something better than what I inherited and to become the man their mother deserves rather than the one circumstances created. She shifts in her sleep and makes a soft sound that might be contentment. I hold her closer and make silent promises about the future we'll build together once Mikhail Balakin is dead and buried. 7 babies are counting on me to keep those promises, and I won't let them down.
It's been 4 days since we learned about the 7 babies, which is 4 days of living behind bulletproof glass and steel doors that lock with electronic codes I don't know. The days blur together like watercolors bleeding into one another. I sit in Iskander's home office, surrounded by mahogany and leather, while trying to focus on inventory reports from Maison Laurent. The numbers swim before my vision like schools of fish darting away whenever I try to pin them down. My laptop screen glows with spreadsheets that need attention, but concentration comes only in small bursts that quickly fade. Outside the expansive windows, Charleston's skyline stretches toward the harbor, but between me and that familiar view stands a network of security that transforms this estate into a luxurious prison. A man in a dark suit passes by the window for the 3rd time in 10 minutes. His route precise and predictable. Another guard circles the perimeter, visible through the trees. They're everywhere now, being stationed at every entrance, patrolling every boundary and watching every approach diligently. The ultrasound and my apartment's destruction changed everything. Before, their presence was subtle, but now they hover like storm clouds, constant reminders. I'm no longer a person living her life, but a valuable asset requiring protection. I close the laptop and lean back in the leather chair. Everything here whispers of wealth and power, from the crystal glasses in the bar to the original artwork hanging on walls. I place a hand on my stomach. The doctor's words from my appointment keep echoing. Septuplets are extremely rare, Mrs. Reynolds. We'll need to monitor you weekly for complications. I'm still not sure I fully believe there are 7 heartbeats where I expected one, and 7 futures where I plan for a singular possibility. The magnitude makes my chest constrict with something between wonder and terror. How do you prepare for 7 babies? And how do you love 7 children without dividing yourself into fragments too small to matter? These past 4 days have brought other changes I didn't anticipate. The morning sickness that plagued me for weeks has evolved into something deeper. Food tastes wrong, smells trigger nausea that leaves me retching, and sleep comes in fractured pieces interrupted by dreams I can't quite remember upon waking. I'm not even 11 weeks along and already having so many symptoms that it quietly freaks me out if I think about it too long. Footsteps approach the office, and I recognize Iskander's confident stride before he appears in the doorway. He moves like a man who owns every space he enters, his presence filling the room with energy that makes my pulse speed up. Today, he wears a charcoal suit that emphasizes his broad shoulders. "How are you feeling?" He crosses the room and settles into the chair across from my desk, his attention focused entirely on me. "I'm more tired than usual." I gesture at the abandoned laptop. I can't seem to concentrate on anything for more than a few minutes. He nods like he expected this answer. "I was doing some reading, and pregnancy weariness is amplified with multiples. Your body is working overtime to support 7 developing lives." Working overtime. As if growing 7 human beings is simply a matter of increased productivity rather than a biological miracle. It's not just the tiredness, though. I have trouble breathing properly sometimes, like there isn't enough air in the room. His expression sharpens with concern. "Have you mentioned this to Dr. Layton?" I frown at him. I haven't seen or talked to her since our appointment, but she said shortness of breath is normal with multiples because they take up so much space, but it's getting worse instead of better. He leans forward, focusing his full attention on my breathing patterns. "We should call her office and schedule an earlier appointment." "I'm fine, really." It's silly to dismiss the idea, but I don't want to become an invalid under constant medical supervision. He studies my face, clearly searching for deception. "You don't have to minimize your discomfort. If something's wrong, we address it immediately. It's the only way to proceed and have a healthy pregnancy." He speaks gently but firmly. There is always a note of softness in his voice when he speaks to me versus when he speaks to everyone else. It gives me courage to try to learn more about him. "Can I ask you something?" I roll my chair closer to his. "Anything. Tell me about Mikhail Balakin, not the business part, but the personal part. Help me understand why this war matters so much to both of you." His jaw tenses at the name, and for a moment, I think he'll deflect the question. Instead, he settles back in his chair and looks at me while he recounts the past. "Mikhail and I grew up in the same neighborhood in Moscow. Our families ran adjacent territories, sometimes as allies and sometimes as competitors. We were never friends, but we understood each other's boundaries." He pauses and runs a hand through his dark hair. "About 8 years ago, there was a dispute over shipping routes through the Black Sea. Both our organizations had interests in the same ports, and neither wanted to share the profits." I wait while he gathers the threads of memory, watching emotions flicker across his features. The conflict escalated over several months through small provocations and strategic disruptions. They were standard territorial negotiations. His voice takes on a harder edge. "Then Alexei crossed into our territory with 4 armed men, planning to hit one of our warehouses. I had to respond." My stomach drops as I anticipate where this story leads. What happened? The confrontation lasted less than 10 minutes. Alexei died along with 2 of his men, while the other 2 escaped. When Mikhail heard, he was furious. I frown in sympathy for everyone involved. 3 lives ended because of territorial disputes and youthful recklessness. I understand now why Mikhail's vendetta burns with such personal fury and why he wants to destroy Alexander, not just take some of his territory. Alexei was barely 25 and had been trying to convince Mikhail to give him more responsibility and his own subsection of territory to control since he'd recently gotten married. Iskander's expression carries genuine regret. I had no choice. He would have kept pushing until someone was dead, and it was better him than me. The matter-of-fact way he discusses killing someone should shock me, but it doesn't. In this world of shadows and violence, it's obvious survival follows different rules. Did you try to make amends with Mikhail? He nods, looking troubled. I offered reparations, territory concessions, and even a formal alliance between our organizations. Mikhail refused everything. He said only blood could answer for blood, and he wouldn't rest until I'd lost someone who mattered as much to me as Alexei mattered to him. Understanding crashes over me. That's why he's targeting me and the babies. Iskander's expression hardens into something dangerous. He believes destroying what I love will balance the scales for his brother's death. It's a logic I understand, even if I can't allow it. The honesty in his admission makes my chest constrict. He understands Mikhail's motivation because he would probably pursue similar revenge if our positions were reversed. Do you think he'll ever stop? Not while he's alive. The answer comes without hesitation. This ends with one of us dead. I absorb this information while studying his face, noting the lines of stress around his eyes and the tension in his shoulders. He's carrying the burden of an 8-year-old mistake that wasn't entirely his fault while trying to protect a woman and 7 unborn children from consequences he couldn't have anticipated. Since we're discussing the past, please tell me about Henri. His voice gentles as he shifts the conversation. The request catches me by surprise, though it's only natural for him to ask. We've never discussed my relationship with the man who became the closest thing to family I ever had. What do you want to know? How did you meet him? I lean back and consider how to explain Henri's impact on my life. I was 16, living on the streets, and sneaked in to sleep in the workroom of his shop on a freezing January night. I thought the place was empty after hours. Iskander's expression shifts, becoming less guarded. How did you end up there? The memory still stings. I'd run away from my placement because my foster father kept finding excuses to touch me in ways that made my skin crawl. Social services would have just moved me to another family, probably worse than the last, so I decided to take my chances on the streets. I sigh. Harper was actually in a decent placement, so I didn't want to ask her to come with me. His jaw clenches at the admission, and I see a flash of violence in his gray eyes. How long were you on your own? I spent 3 weeks sleeping in doorways, stealing food from convenience stores when Harper couldn't hook me up, and dodging police who would have dragged me back into the system. I wrapped my arms around myself, remembering the bone-deep cold and constant fear. Henri found me curled up between bolts of wool fabric, using his most expensive cashmere as a blanket. I smile at the memory, appreciating now how much that fabric would have cost if my street grime had ruined it, but he never said a word about that. What did he do? Nothing dramatic that first night. He just looked at me for a long moment, went to his office, and came back with a sandwich and a thermos of hot coffee. Then he told me to be quiet because he had work to finish. I sniffle, remembering how I'd spent that night in fear, certain he'd call the police at any moment, but also warm and full for the first time in weeks. Iskander waits for me to continue, his patience giving me space to find the right words. The next morning, he woke me up by handing me a needle and thread. If you're going to sleep in my shop, he said in that French accent of his, you're going to learn to earn your keep properly. He never asked about my situation or threatened to call authorities. He just started teaching me to sew. The memory brings unexpected warmth to my chest. For 2 weeks, I slept in the shop and learned basic stitches during the day. Henri would bring me food, show me techniques, and treat me like I'd always been there. When he finally asked why I wasn't in school, I told him about the foster homes and why I was running. A tender smile flashes across his mouth. He let you stay. I nod. He said the system had already failed me once, and he didn't trust it to do better the second time around. He helped me get documentation saying I was emancipated, found me a tiny apartment above a bakery, and gave me a job that paid enough to survive on. He nods, looking satisfied. He became your family. The only real family I ever had besides Harper. The words come out softer than I intended as a wave of emotion washes over me, threatening to bring tears. Henri taught me everything about tailoring, but more than that, he showed me what stability looked like and what it meant to have someone believe in your potential. We sit in comfortable silence for several minutes, both lost in thoughts about the people who shaped us. The shared stories create an intimacy that feels different from the physical attraction between us. I understand now why losing him hurt so much. Iskander's voice is gentle. I sniff and reach for a tissue, catching a stray tear before it can fall. He was the only person who ever made me understand what belonging somewhere actually meant. When Mikhail's men killed him, they didn't just take away my mentor, they destroyed the only home I'd ever known. His hand reaches across the space between our chairs and covers mine with gentle pressure. I'm sorry, my world cost you someone so important. The apology surprises me with its sincerity. Henri knew what kind of business he was running. He made choices that brought him into your world, even if he tried to keep his distance from the violence. That doesn't make his death acceptable. I squeeze his fingers, anchoring myself to the present moment rather than drowning in grief. No, it doesn't, but dwelling on blame won't bring him back or protect these babies. Our conversation is interrupted by soft footsteps in the hallway. A gentle knock on the doorframe announces Alina's presence before she appears, her expression politely neutral. I'm sorry to disturb you both, but I wanted to check if you needed anything before I finish preparations for dinner. I look at her delicate features and wonder how someone so young ended up working for a man like Iskander. Thank you, Alina, but I think we're fine for now, he says. She nods and turns to leave, then pauses at the threshold. Ms. Reynolds, if you need anything during your stay here, please let me know. Her tone is professional and distant, but not unkind. That's thoughtful of you. After she disappears down the hallway, Iskander and I return to discussing the shop's business operations. He walks me through legitimate accounts that need attention and helps me understand which transactions require careful documentation. Working together reveals a different side of him. He can be patient and methodical rather than just commanding and dangerous or intense and demanding like when he's in bed. He explains complex financial structures with ease. You're a good teacher, I say as we finish reviewing the quarterly reports. He shrugs off the compliment. Henri trained you well. You understand the fundamentals better than most people who've been in this business for years. The words warms me in ways that have nothing to do with physical attraction. Being valued for my intelligence and skills rather than just protected makes me feel less like a prisoner. As evening approaches, we share dinner in his private dining room using fancy crystal glasses that seem to be the everyday norm around here, and the gourmet quality meal arrives on delicate china. Can I ask you something else? I cut into perfectly prepared salmon. Of course. Do you think I'm making the right choice to keep all 7 babies when the doctors are already warning about complications? Am I being unfair? If I lose all... My voice cracks and I take a long sip of water to hide the swell of emotions. He pauses with his fork halfway to his mouth. Do you want an honest answer or a reassuring one? Honest. Always honest. I think you're making the only choice you can live with. You've lost too much family to voluntarily give up any part of what we've created together. His voice softens slightly. If that leads to a bad outcome for all of them, at least we'll know we did our best to give each of them a chance instead of sacrificing some for others. The perceptive answer makes my lips wobble as I try not to cry, especially at his use of we. You don't think I'm being naive about the risks? I think you're being human. The medical risks are real, but so is your need to protect what you love. His certainty steadies something anxious in my chest, and the wave of tears recedes. What if something happens to me during delivery? He blanches, seeming genuinely distraught by the question and the answer. It won't. I shake my head. You can't know that. He seems like he'll slam his fist on the table, but it lands softly at the last moment. Nothing can happen to you. The babies need you, and I need you. He breathes deeply. If that thing that won't happen, I'd still take care of the babies and make sure they know all about you. Those damn tears threaten again, and I wipe my eyes before answering. It's reassuring to hear that. He nods, looking like he never wants to discuss that possibility again. When he changes the subject to the book he's reading about multiple pregnancy, I happily go with it, especially since he's focusing only on facts and tips while sharing nothing grim. After dinner, I excuse myself to prepare for bed, suddenly overcome by pregnancy fatigue. In the hallway, I encounter Alina, carrying fresh linens, though she appears to be leaning against the hallway near the dining room at the moment. It's a large stack of linens, so I'm not surprised she needs a break. How are you settling in? She shifts the linens to one arm and stands up fully again. Better than I expected, considering the circumstances. I slump against the wall, suddenly dizzy. This must be difficult for you. Her tone remains professionally sympathetic without warmth. It is, but I'm trying to focus on the babies. 7 babies. She shakes her head slightly. That's quite unprecedented. Her clinical response surprises me. Most people react with either excitement or concern, but Alina's reaction is almost analytical. I wonder who told her it was 7, but it's probably common knowledge around the estate by now. We exchange a few more polite words before she continues toward the guest wing. I wonder what she really thinks about the chaos that's invaded her employer's orderly household. In my suite, I prepare for bed with ritualistic care before going into Iskander's room. He isn't there yet, but I crawl into his bed anyway, comforted by his scent clinging to the sheets and knowing he'll take me into his arms when he comes to bed. I shift and turn, trying to get comfortable. My body no longer belongs entirely to me, being already expanded and sensitive in ways that require constant adjustment. I settle into a new position under the expensive covers and try to quiet my mind, but thoughts chase each other in endless circles. Just as sleep claims me, my dreams transport me back to Henri's shop on a winter afternoon when I was 19 and dating a boy who thought my virginity was something to be conquered. In the dream, just like it happened in real life, Henri and I are making madeleines in his tiny kitchen above the shop, with our hands covered in flour and butter while golden cakes bake in his ancient oven. The kitchen smells like vanilla and lemon and is warm and safe in the way only Henri's presence could create. "Willa, ma petite," he says in the gentle voice I miss desperately. "You must learn the difference between a man who sees your worth and one who only sees what he can take from you." Dream Henri shapes perfect shells of batter while speaking with patient wisdom. A man who truly cares for you will never pressure you to give more than you're ready to offer. He will wait for your trust like these cakes wait for proper baking time. How do I know the difference? Dream Me asks the question carrying all the confusion and fear of being 19 and inexperienced with love. Watch his hands, ma chère. A good man's hands create beautiful things. They protect what matters, and they never take without permission. A selfish man's hands only grab and consume. The dream shifts and blurs. Henri's voice becomes distant as my unconscious mind processes the day's revelations about Iskander's violent capabilities alongside his unexpected gentleness. I wake with tears on my cheeks and Henri's voice still echoing in my memory. The wisdom he'd offered about recognizing good men seems impossibly relevant to my current situation with a Russian crime boss who kills people yet treats me with careful tenderness. My breathing becomes rapid and shallow, panic rising as I realize I don't know how to reconcile the man who killed Alexei and probably others with the one who holds me like I'm made of spun glass. What would Henri think about the choices I'm making? Would he be proud of my strength or horrified by the world I've allowed myself to be pulled into? The panic attack builds with frightening speed, constricting my chest until I can't draw proper breath. The room spins around me as I struggle to distinguish between dream and reality, past and present, and safety and danger. "Willa?" Iskander's voice cuts through the panic, and I realize I must have cried out in my panic. He sits on the bed beside me, wearing pajama pants and nothing else, with his hair mussed and his expression alert with concern. "What's wrong?" "Bad dream." I push out the words between gasping. I can't seem to catch my breath. He crosses the room and sits on the edge of my bed, his presence immediately grounding me to the present moment. "You're safe. You're here with me, and nothing can hurt you." The deep rumble or his masculine voice is exactly what I need to combat the irrational terror consuming my nervous system. He doesn't demand explanations or try to fix what's wrong. He simply stays close while I fight my way back to rational thought. "Do you want to talk about it?" His question comes once my breathing has returned to something approaching normal. I shake my head, not ready to explain dreams about Henri's wisdom or my confusion about Iskander's dual nature. I don't think that would help right now. He accepts my reluctance without argument. "Would you like me to stay until you fall back to sleep?" The offer is what I need, even though accepting it means admitting weakness. "Would you mind?" "Not at all. The work I was doing can wait." He settles beside me on top of the covers, close enough that I can hear his steady breathing, but far enough away that I don't feel crowded. His presence creates a buffer between me and the lingering anxiety from my dreams. "Thank you," I whisper into the darkness. "Sleep, Willa. I'll watch over you." He brushes a kiss against my temple. His promise wraps around me as snugly as his arms, and gradually, my body relaxes into the safety he provides. Even as sleep claims me again, Henry's voice continues offering guidance I'm no longer sure how to follow, while I consider the complexity of loving a man whose hands have created both violence and tenderness.
3 more days pass before I admit the obvious truth. Willa is miserable in my home, and all the security in the world can't protect her from the prison I've created. I watch her through the office doorway as she works at the mahogany desk, her shoulders curved inward like she's trying to make herself smaller. She shifts in the chair every few minutes, one hand pressed to her chest like she can't get enough air. The guards outside patrol their routes with military precision, but their presence only seems to make her withdraw more into herself. She barely speaks during meals, picks at food that should appeal to her, and spends most evenings staring out windows like she's watching her freedom disappear one patrol at a time. This isn't protection, it's imprisonment with expensive furniture. I cross the room to where she sits, surrounded by inventory reports. "How are you feeling?" She looks up with tired eyes. "Fine." The lie comes too easily. "You don't look fine. You look like you haven't slept properly in days." "I'm pregnant with 7 babies. I don't think sleeping properly is an option anymore." She gestures at the paperwork. "Besides, these accounts won't reconcile themselves." Her dedication impresses me, but it also highlights how little control she has over anything else. "The accounts can wait. You need rest." "I need to feel useful." The words come out sharper than she probably intended. "I need to feel like I'm contributing something beyond just being a walking incubator under armed guard." The bitterness in her voice stops me. I've been treating her like precious cargo instead of the intelligent, capable woman I fell for. "Is that how you see yourself here?" She saves her work and closes the laptop with deliberate care. "How else should I see myself? I can't leave the house without an escort. I can't make decisions about my own medical care without consultation. I can't even take a walk in the garden without someone radioing my location." The frustration that's been building finally breaks through her careful politeness. "The security is suffocating. I understand the threat is real, but I can't live like this indefinitely, Iskander. I won't." The quiet determination reminds me why I was drawn to her. Willa Reynolds doesn't break under pressure. She pushes back twice as hard. "What do you need from me?" Surprise flickers across her features like she expected me to dismiss her concerns. "I need to feel like your partner, not your prisoner. I need to know what's happening in the war you're fighting for us. I need to understand the business I've inherited." Her requests are reasonable, which makes my instinct to shield her seem overprotective and condescending. "You want to know about everything? The legitimate business, the money laundering, and the territorial disputes. All of it." She crosses her arms. "I'm already involved whether I understand the details or not. Ignorance won't protect me, but knowledge might help me protect myself." The logic is sound, even if every protective instinct rebels against exposing her to my world's darker aspects. Some of that information is dangerous to possess. More dangerous than being a target without knowing why. She leans against the desk. "You killed Alexei 8 years ago, and Mikhail has been planning revenge ever since. That's dangerous information, but knowing it helps me understand why Henri is dead. I built my life around controlling information, using knowledge as both weapon and shield. Sharing operational details goes against decades of training. You're asking me to trust you with information that could get you killed. I'm asking you to trust me, period. Her voice softens, but steel remains underneath. We're having 7 children together. We're business partners, and we're sharing a bed. Trust has to start somewhere. The reference to our physical relationship sends heat through me. All right, we'll start with business operations, then move to current intelligence. Relief transforms her features, making her look younger and less guarded. Thank you. Over the next hour, I walk her through our money laundering network. Willa asks intelligent questions about cash flow and risk management that reveals she understands business fundamentals better than many of my associates. The restaurant chain grosses approximately $2 million annually in legitimate revenue, I explain, while showing her spreadsheets. We inflate those numbers by running dirty money through fake transactions and events that exist only on paper. She studies the projections with focused attention. What's the markup on laundered money? 15% plus legitimate fees. The margin sounds low, but volume makes it profitable. She nods slowly. And the shop? Maison Laurent handles smaller amounts, but serves multiple functions. High-end clothing sales and custom tailoring or orders provide perfect cover for unusual cash transactions, since we can structure them however is most beneficial amid the legitimate business. I close the laptop and study her reaction. Does any of this bother you? Should it? She leans back, one hand absently rubbing her stomach. Henri was clearly comfortable with all this. I hesitate before admitting, not entirely, but the economy was terrible a few years ago. He was going to lose the shop and couldn't stand that. He and I had been friends for years, ever since he made my first suit for me. So when I offered an unconventional partnership, he agreed. It was a lack of options, not because he wanted to be involved in my world. I assumed that was the case. I wish he'd told me then, but what's done is done. Her pragmatic acceptance surprises me. Now tell me about Mikhail's current operations. She reopens her laptop, preparing to take notes. What kind of operations is he running against you? Intelligence suggests he's been consolidating smaller crews in Atlanta and Miami for the past 6 months. He's offering better terms than established families, building loyalty through financial incentives rather than fear. I move to the window where guards maintain their patrol routes. He's also been probing our operations systematically. She stops typing. What kind of probing? Testing response times, identifying security vulnerabilities, and learning our operational patterns. The systematic nature of his approach concerns me more than random violence would. He's preparing for something more ambitious than harassment. Like what? I hesitate before saying, kidnapping attempts or maybe major attacks on our businesses. He'll employ violence designed to force me into emotional rather than strategic decisions. She saves her notes. What would emotional decisions look like? Abandoning careful planning in favor of direct action. Exposing myself to unnecessary risks because I'm focused on protecting you rather than thinking clearly. We both understand that Mikhail's strategy depends on my feelings for her, making those feelings both a strength and a vulnerability. Love. Being with me makes you weaker. Her voice carries no judgment, just acceptance. Maybe, but it also gives me something to lose. That changes every decision I make. She starts typing again. We need to make sure being with me also makes you smarter. What do you need from me? She asks after reviewing her notes. The question catches me off guard. What do you mean? How can I help? I understand the business now. I understand the threat. What can I do besides sit here feeling sorry for myself? Her willingness to engage constructively rather than demanding impossible guarantees makes my chest tighten with something that might be pride. You could help by being patient with security restrictions while we develop better intelligence. I can do that. She stands and moves around the desk. What else? Take better care of yourself. The breathing problems worry me, and stress isn't good for the babies. She reaches out and touches my face, fingers gentle against my jaw. I can do that too, especially if I feel like I'm contributing to solutions instead of just being protected from problems. The simple contact sends warmth through me. Are you feeling better about staying here? I'm feeling better about being here with you. She leans down and kisses me softly. Partnership works better than imprisonment. Later that evening, I meet Timur at Czar's table. He's already waiting in our usual corner booth, his expression thoughtful rather than concerned. How is Willa adjusting to life at the estate? He orders his usual vodka while I settle across from him. Better now that I've started treating her like a partner rather than a prisoner. I order my scotch and consider how much to reveal. She was becoming increasingly unhappy with the security restrictions. Understandable. Intelligent women don't respond well to being managed like assets. He studies my face carefully. What changed? I started sharing operational information with her, business details, intelligence about Mikhail's activities, and strategic planning. The server brings our drinks, and I take a small sip. She wanted to understand the situation rather than just accept protection passively. Timur raises an eyebrow. You're comfortable with that level of disclosure? She's already a target because of her relationship with me and the babies she's carrying. Knowledge won't make her more vulnerable, but it might help her make better decisions. However, I did sanitize some of it. There are details she never needs to know. Duh! He leans back, considering this development. Still, involving her in operational planning means accepting she's no longer a civilian. She becomes a full participant with complete knowledge of the risks. The distinction matters more than I want to admit. Protecting someone who doesn't understand the dangers is different from protecting a partner who chooses to accept those dangers in exchange for agency. She's carrying 7 of my children and owns 75% of a business that launders significant money through Charleston. She was never really a civilian. Fair point. He finishes his vodka and signals for another. How is she handling the information? Better than I expected. She asks intelligent questions, offers practical suggestions, and treats it like any other problem requiring solutions. I find myself smiling at the memory of her pragmatic reaction to money laundering details. She's tougher than she looks. Good, because if Mikhail escalates his campaign, she'll need that toughness. His expression grows more serious. Speaking of which, we have new intelligence about his operations. I set down my scotch with deliberate care. What kind of intelligence? He's been importing specialists from Moscow over the past month, including surveillance experts, extraction specialists, and people with very specific skill sets. Timur slides his phone across the table, showing me intercepted communications. This isn't random harassment anymore. It's systematic preparation. The scope of Mikhail's planning is more extensive than I anticipated. Timeline? Unknown, but the pattern suggests he's building towards something significant. The professional nature of his preparations indicates he's learned from 8 years of planning and won't be rushed into mistakes by impatience. Recommendations? Enhance security around Willa, obviously, but also strategic preparation for multiple scenarios. If he's planning extraction, we need counter-extraction protocols. If he's planning major attacks, we need hardened defensive positions. What if he's planning both simultaneously? Then we continue to prepare for war. Timur's voice drops lower. The 50 men I recruited from Moscow will be here via a smuggled cargo container in a few days, which gives us the numbers to hold our own against Mikhail's group. The question is whether you're ready to treat this as full-scale conflict rather than territorial harassment. The server brings our food, but my appetite has vanished. The escalation timeline means the protective measures I've implemented might not be sufficient for what's coming. I pick at my food while we continue our discussion, parting ways an hour later. When I return to the estate almost an hour after that, I find her in the kitchen with Alina, with both women preparing what appears to be a late snack. The domestic scene should be comforting, but now I study their interaction with new awareness of how isolated Willa has been from normal human contact. How was your meeting? Willa looks up from slicing fruit with genuine interest. Productive. We have new intelligence about Mikhail's operations that I'll share with you later. I join them at the large island, noting how much more relaxed Willa appears than she has in days. Anything urgent? Nothing that can't wait until after you've had something to eat. I catch Alina's eye and smile. Thank you for keeping Willa company. I know she appreciates having someone to talk with. Of course, Mr. Taranoff. Ms. Reynolds was telling me about her plans for the nursery. Her voice carries genuine warmth as she arranges crackers on a plate. 7 babies will require quite a lot of preparation. We're still trying to wrap our minds around the logistics. Willa's smile carries excitement, despite the exhaustion around her eyes. 7 cribs, 7 car seats, 7 of everything. The conversation feels natural and unstrained, a reminder that Willa needs social interaction beyond just business discussions and security briefings. Alina's presence provides something I can't offer, which is another woman to talk with about pregnancy concerns and domestic arrangements. I have to ensure Harper can easily visit her whenever they both wish. Alina excuses herself and we share the late snack in the informal dining area, where I enjoy the domesticity despite the day's discussions about warfare and tactical planning. Willa seems more relaxed than she has since moving in, with her color better and her breathing less labored. I've been thinking about your suggestion to be more involved in security planning. She cuts her apple into precise slices. What if I started carrying a panic button that I can activate if I feel threatened? The practical suggestion impresses me. That's a good idea. I'll have something arranged tomorrow. I'd also like to understand our defensive preparations better. If Mikhail does attempt something, I want to know what the response protocols look like. Alina returns to clear our plates and excuses herself to finish cleaning the kitchen, leaving Willa and me alone to continue our conversation. Are you feeling better about the security arrangements now that you understand more about the situation? She nods. I'm feeling better about being part of them instead of just subject to them. She takes my hand. Partnership works better than protection. After Alina finishes in the kitchen and excuses herself for the evening, Willa and I move to my office for the intelligence briefing I promised. The information Timur shared about Mikhail's preparations requires careful explanation, but I find myself appreciating her analytical approach to dangerous realities. "How serious is the current threat level?" she asks after reviewing the intercepted communications. "More serious than I initially assessed. Mikhail is importing specialists with very specific skill sets, which suggests he's planning something more ambitious than random harassment." She studies the documents. "What kind of specialists?" "Surveillance experts, extraction specialists, and people with experience in complex operations." I watch her face for signs of fear, but she maintains an analytical expression. The combination suggests he's planning either major attacks on our operations or an attempt to kidnap you. Probably both. She sets down the photos and meets my gaze directly. "He knows hurting your businesses will make you angry, but taking me will make you desperate." Her clear assessment of the strategic situation impresses me. That's exactly right, which means we need to prepare for multiple scenarios. What does preparation look like? Enhanced security protocols, reduced predictability in your routines, and backup plans for various contingencies. I lean back in my chair, studying her reaction. It also means accepting normal life is suspended until this situation is resolved. She nods like she expected this conclusion. "How long do you think that will be?" "Weeks and possibly months. Mikhail has been planning this for 8 years. He won't be rushed into mistakes." We spend another hour discussing security protocols and emergency procedures. Willa asks intelligent questions and offers practical suggestions that demonstrate she's thinking constructively rather than just accepting directives passively. "I should let you get some rest." I stand and move around the desk to where she's sitting. "The babies need you to take care of yourself." She stands and moves into my arms, her body warm and solid against mine. "Are you coming to bed?" "In a few minutes. I need to review some additional reports first." "Don't work too late." She pulls back to look at me, her expression soft with affection. "I sleep better when you're there." After she leaves for our bedroom, I remain in the office reviewing the intelligence Timur shared. The systematic nature of Mikhail's preparations suggests he's learned from our previous encounters and won't underestimate our defensive capabilities. My phone buzzes with a text from Timur. "Bomb attack on West Side operation. No casualties but significant property damage. Mikhail is escalating." The message confirms what we both suspected. The war is moving beyond psychological harassment into active destruction of our business infrastructure. The attack on a smaller operation sends a clear message that nowhere is safe and he can strike whenever he chooses. I respond that I'll meet him at the site in the morning, then spend several minutes studying security camera feeds from around the estate. Everything appears normal, but Mikhail's latest attack reminds me how quickly situations can change. When I finally go upstairs, I find Willa already asleep in our bed, curled on her side with one hand resting on her stomach. The sight of her in my space, using my pillow and wearing one of my shirts, fills me with possessive satisfaction that has nothing to do with business arrangements or security concerns. I join her carefully, pulling her close so her head rests on my chest. She settles against me with a soft sound of contentment that makes me finally relax. Somewhere in the past few weeks, my feelings for her have evolved beyond physical attraction or business partnership into something that resembles genuine love. The thought of losing her to Mikhail's revenge creates a cold fury that threatens to override rational decision-making. She shifts in her sleep and makes a soft sound that might be my name. I hold her closer and make silent promises about the future we'll build together once Mikhail Balakin is dead and buried. The woman sleeping in my arms has become the center of my world. Whatever Mikhail is planning, she'll be included from now on in anything that's safe for her to know about. And that partnership might be exactly what we need to survive what's coming.
2 days passed since Iskander started sharing more of his world with me, and I appreciate his trust more than I can express. But now he's gone constantly, handling what I've overheard called the front situation, and I don't know what that means or where he is most of the time. The not knowing brings a new surge of panic that threatens to undo all the progress we've made. I'm in the guest room, converted to a hasty workroom at Iskander's, trying to focus on a complex alteration for one of our longtime clients while Eve, my new assistant, consults with me via video call. Iskander hired her without consulting me, which adds another layer of anxiety to everything else. She seems competent enough, but I don't know her skills or whether I can trust her judgment with delicate work, and she's the one running the in-person tasks at the shop, which adds even more anxiety. Ms. Reynolds, I've finished the sleeve adjustments on the Morrison jacket, Eve says, angling the garment toward the camera. Should I start pressing the finished pieces? I squint at the screen, trying to make out details that would be obvious if I were there in person. The video quality makes it impossible to see if the seams are straight or if she's managed the delicate wool blend properly. Please, and be careful with the pressing. That fabric scorches easily if the iron's too hot. Of course, I've set it to the wool setting you showed me yesterday. Did I show her yesterday? My pregnancy brain makes everything feel uncertain. I might have explained it, or I might have just assumed she knew. The not knowing gnaws at me worse than morning sickness. Eve, can you hold the shoulder seam up to the camera? I want to check the alignment. She adjusts the laptop angle, and I lean closer to my own screen, studying the pixelated image of work that should be perfect. Henry would have spotted any flaws immediately, but through this digital barrier, I feel blind and helpless. It looks acceptable from here, but I can't see the detail properly through the video. My voice carries more frustration than I intended. Are you confident in the measurements we discussed? I believe so, but would you like me to double check against the pattern? I believe so. Not the confident assurance I need when handling a client who's paid premium prices for custom work. Henry never would have said I believe so about anything in his shop. He knew with absolute certainty, or he didn't proceed, and that's what he instilled in me. The phone rings in the background of Eve's video feed and she glances toward it. Should I answer or focus on the Morrison piece? Answer the phone. Customer service comes first. That rule Henry drilled into me from day one, but now I wonder if Eve understands the subtlety of managing client expectations while maintaining quality standards. I watch through the screen as she moves to answer, her voice too distant for me to hear clearly. The conversation lasts several minutes, during which I stare at the abandoned jacket and feel my anxiety climbing. Is she taking proper notes? Does she understand our pricing structure? Will she accidentally commit us to impossible deadlines? When she returns to the camera, she looks slightly flustered. Mrs. Chambers called about her husband's tuxedo fitting next week. She wants to move it to Thursday instead of Friday. I flip through my appointment book, trying to remember the details of an order I should know by heart. Did you check the calendar? Thursday might conflict with the Ashworth wedding consultation. I didn't think to check. Should I call her back? The uncertainty in her voice makes my chest tighten. When I was Henry's assistant, I had the calendar memorized and would have offered alternative times while managing the situation elegantly. Eve seems well-meaning, but lacks the instinctive understanding of how a high-end shop operates. Or maybe she just lacks 12 years of mentorship under a class act like Henri. With that in mind, I try to cut her some slack. Yes, call her back. Apologize for not having the schedule in front of you, then offer her 3 alternative times that work with our existing appointments. I rub my temples, feeling a headache building. Always check the calendar before confirming any changes. Of course, I'm sorry. Her apology makes me feel guilty for being sharp, but the stakes are too high for on-the-job learning. These clients expect perfection, and any mistakes reflect on the reputation Henri spent decades building. It's fine. We're both still adjusting to this arrangement. I try to soften my tone, but the stress of remote management is eating away at my composure. Is there anything else that needs immediate attention? The fabric delivery arrived this morning. Should I inventory it against the order, or wait until you can be here? The question reveals another gap in her training. A good assistant should have known to inventory immediately, spotted any discrepancies, and handled the entire process without supervision. Please inventory it now and email me any discrepancies. The supplier sometimes shorts us on quantities. All right, I'll send you a report by end of day. By end of day, not within the hour, as Henri would have expected. Not with the urgent attention such matters deserve when clients are waiting for their orders. After ending the video call, I sit alone in the converted workroom, surrounded by fabric samples and half-finished alterations, feeling more isolated than ever. The physical distance from my shop compounds every other anxiety in my life. I can't assess Eve's work quality, can't maintain Henri's standards, and can't ensure our clients receive the service for which they're paying. The thread I'm working tangles in my hands, and after 3 attempts to fix the mistake, I give up and push away the fabric. The simple alteration has become an impossible challenge, and tears build behind my eyes. A soft knock interrupts my spiraling thoughts. Alina appears in the doorway carrying a small plate of sliced strawberries, cheese, and crackers. "I thought you might need something to eat," she says, setting the plate on the side table. "You've been working for hours without a break." I look at the neatly arranged food and feel my composure cracking. The kindness is exactly what I don't need right now because it makes the tears I've been fighting threaten to spill over completely. "Thank you, but I'm not really hungry." My voice sounds strained even to my own ears. "I think I need to lie down for a while." She studies my face with quiet concern. "Are you feeling unwell? Should I call doctor? Leighton?" "No, I'm just tired. Pregnancy fatigue." I stand up too quickly and the room tilts slightly. "I'll be fine after some rest." "Of course, I'll make sure you're not disturbed." She begins gathering the scattered fabric pieces. Rest is more important than work right now. I climb the stairs to Iskander's bedroom and close the door behind me, finally allowing myself to fall apart in private. The tears come harder now, born from a combination of hormones, fear, and frustration that I can't seem to control. I curl up on the bed we share, surrounded by his scent and the warmth of expensive linens, but it's not enough to quiet the panic building in my chest. 7 babies. How do I carry 7 babies to term? How do I survive the delivery? How do I care for 7 infants without losing myself completely? The questions circle endlessly through my mind, each one bringing new waves of terror that make my breathing shallow and rapid. My chest constricts like someone's pressing down on my ribs, and I can't get enough air into my lungs. I'm having another panic attack, and Iskander isn't here to help me through it. An hour passes before I hear his footsteps in the hallway. He enters the bedroom looking haggard and exhausted, his usually perfect hair disheveled and his shirt wrinkled. Dark circles under his eyes suggest he hasn't been sleeping properly, and there's tension in his shoulders that speaks of constant stress. "Willa?" He takes in my tear-stained face and immediately crosses to the bed. "What's wrong?" "I don't know where to start." The words come out in a rush. I can't concentrate at work. I don't know if I can trust Eve with important tasks. I'm falling behind on everything, and I'm terrified about the babies. He sits on the edge of the bed and pulls me into his arms, his familiar warmth immediately soothing some of my anxiety. "Tell me about the babies. What's frightening you?" "All of it. The pregnancy, the delivery, and what comes after." I bury my face against his chest, breathing in his scent. What if I can't carry them even to 32 weeks? What if something goes wrong during the C-section? What if I die and leave 7 orphan babies? He tightens his arms around me. "You're not going to die." "You don't know that. The doctor said there are risks with multiples and complications that could happen at any time." The panic builds again as I voice my fears. What if my body can't handle this? What if I'm not strong enough? "I have no doubt about your strength and ability to do this." He tilts my chin up so I'm forced to look at him. "You survived the foster system, built a successful career, and inherited a business you're learning to run while pregnant with 7 babies. If anyone can handle this, it's you." But what if I can't? What if... He silences me with a gentle kiss, his lips soft against mine. When we break apart, his expression is more vulnerable than I've ever seen it. You want to know the truth? I'm terrified too. Not just about the delivery, but about being a father to 7 children, and whether I can protect all of you. Mostly, I wonder if I'm capable of the kind of love they'll need with my own father as my only role model. His honesty breaks something in me, bringing a new wave of tears, but they're quieter and less explosive now. You're already protecting us. You're already loving them. Am I? Most of the time I feel like I'm failing at everything that matters. I reach up to touch his face, feeling the rough stubble beneath my fingers. You're not failing. You're learning just like I am. I don't want you to face any of this alone. He leans into my touch. I'm here for everything, the good and the bad. The simple promise unleashes something desperate inside me. I pull him down for another kiss, this one hungry and demanding. He responds immediately, fisting his hands in my hair as our mouths meet with desperate desire. I need you, I whisper against his lips. I need to feel close to you. Always. He kisses me again, deeper this time.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. The warehouse still smells of smoke and scorched concrete when Timur and I arrived to survey the damage. It's been 3 days since Mikhail's crew hit our supply route, and the financial impact cuts deeper than I initially calculated. Twisted metal beams frame what used to be our most profitable distribution center, now reduced to blackened rubble and insurance claims. I walk through the debris and tally the losses, which reach far beyond simple property damage. In one night, we lost over 6 months of prudently cultivated relationships with suppliers. Our network of trusted drivers and handlers fled to employers who could promise them safety, and years of effort establishing revenue streams disappeared in a single coordinated assault. The preliminary report. Timur hands me a folder with a little golden claps, thick with photographs and estimates. We're looking at 800,000 in direct losses, not counting the disruption to ongoing operations. I flip through images that chronicle Mikhail's methodical approach to warfare. The explosions were clearly surgical strikes designed to cripple our infrastructure while sending a clear message about his capabilities. Any casualties among our people? 2 were hospitalized with smoke inhalation, but both are expected to fully recover. The night watchman saw them coming and triggered the evacuation protocols you implemented last month. He picks up a twisted piece of machinery, examining it with professional detachment. Without those procedures, we'd be planning funerals instead of rebuilding. The thought of dead men weighing on my conscience provides cold comfort against the magnitude of our losses. Mikhail isn't interested in unnecessary bloodshed. He just wants me alive to suffer the systematic destruction of everything I've built. We walk the perimeter of the damage, and I make mental calculations about reconstruction timelines and alternative supply routes. The practical aspects of recovery demand attention, but beneath those concerns runs a deeper current of rage that threatens to override strategic thinking. He's forcing us to react emotionally instead of tactically. I kick aside a chunk of concrete, frustration bleeding through my carefully maintained composure. Every attack requires an immediate response, which means we're always playing defense. And defense doesn't win wars. Timur stops beside what used to be the main office, now a skeleton of steel beams and scattered paperwork. We need to take the initiative and hit him where he's vulnerable instead of waiting for the next assault. The logical part of my mind agrees with his assessment, but another part the part that thinks about Willa sleeping in my bed every night, rebels against escalating the conflict. Every move toward active warfare increases the danger surrounding her and our babies. What do you recommend? We should undertake full aggressive intelligence gathering on his operations, then coordinated strikes against his key assets. We need to make him react to our moves instead of dictating the terms of engagement. He pulls out his phone and shows me surveillance photos of known Balakin safe houses. We have the resources and manpower to hurt him badly with the new reinforcements from Moscow, and if we take off the gloves for how we gather intelligence. He's referring to how I've insisted on discreet surveillance while he's been advocating for kidnapping some of Mikhail's top lieutenants for brutal interrogation. I study the images of nondescript buildings that house Mikhail's Charleston operations. 3 months ago, I would have approved the strikes without hesitation. Now the thought of escalating violence while Willa grows more vulnerable with each passing day makes strategy more complicated. There's something else we need to discuss. I close the folder and turn away from the wreckage. Something that affects long-term planning beyond just this conflict with Mikhail. He raises an eyebrow at my serious tone. What kind of long-term planning? We walk back toward our cars, away from the construction crews already beginning cleanup efforts. The conversation I'm about to initiate will surprise and probably concern him. It will definitely change our relationship in ways I can't fully predict. I want out. The words emerge with more certainty than I expected, even after days of thought. Not immediately, not recklessly, but eventually. I want to build a legitimate future for Willa and our children. He stops walking and turns to face me directly, his expression shifting from surprise to something approaching alarm. Out of what, exactly? The organization and the illegal operations. I lean against my car, studying his reaction. I want to cash out my interests, transfer operational control to you, and invest in legitimate businesses that won't endanger my family. Family. He repeats the word like he's testing unfamiliar language. You're talking about the woman and the babies she's carrying. 7 babies who deserve a father not constantly looking over his shoulder for federal investigations or rival syndicates. The admission feels both liberating and terrifying. They deserve better than what I can offer while running criminal enterprises. He leans against his own vehicle, processing this information quietly. His silence stretches long enough that I wonder if I've shocked him beyond response. How long have you been thinking about this? Seriously? Since the night I realized Willa was pregnant, but the idea has been growing stronger every day since then. I exhale harshly. Last night, holding her while she worried about carrying 7 babies to term, I understood my priorities have fundamentally shifted. His expression and tone remain inscrutable. From what to what? From building an empire to protecting a family. The distinction crystallizes something I've been struggling to articulate. The empire was about power and control. The family is about love and legacy. He considers this for several minutes, his expression cycling through various stages of concern and calculation. When he finally speaks, it's with hard-earned wisdom. You understand that leaving this life isn't like quitting a legitimate job? There's no 2 weeks notice or clean transition to civilian status. Once you're in for life unless you die or disappear. Which is exactly why I need to plan this carefully, execute it properly, and ensure everyone's safety throughout the process. I straighten up, meeting his concerned gaze directly. I'm not talking about running away or abandoning responsibilities. I want to undertake strategic restructuring that benefits everyone involved. Everyone except the people who depend on your leadership and protection. The faintest hint of disapproval seeps through in his tone. His point hits uncomfortably close to legitimate concerns I've been avoiding. My organization employs hundreds of people in various capacities, from street-level dealers to sophisticated money launderers. Walking away affects more than just my own future. That's why I want you to take operational control. You have the experience, the respect, and the strategic thinking necessary to maintain everything I've built. I want to see the organization evolve under new leadership. What if I'm not interested in that level of responsibility? There's the question I've been dreading. Timur has served as my lieutenant for over a decade, but that doesn't mean he wants the burden of ultimate authority. Leadership requires different skills than advisory roles, and not everyone wants that pressure. I hesitate before shrugging. Then we find another solution, like a merger with or buyout from a different Bratva group, but I hope you'll consider it because I can't think of anyone else I trust with what we've built together. He seems to be thinking it over. Assuming I agreed to consider this transition, what kind of timeline are you thinking about? It's certain to take months, not weeks, and maybe as long as a year, depending on how quickly we can separate legitimate businesses from illegal operations. I've been thinking about this constantly since last night. First, we need to resolve the situation with Mikhail. I can't focus on long-term planning while he's actively trying to destroy everything we've built. He nods. So we're back to the immediate problem of neutralizing the Balakin syndicate. Exactly, which means coordinated strikes against his key assets, just like you recommended. The decision feels inevitable now that I've voiced my long-term intentions. We end this conflict decisively, then begin the process of restructuring for a different kind of future. He stares at me for a moment. You realize that eliminating Mikhail won't solve all your problems? There are other rivals, federal investigators, and internal challenges that come with this kind of life. I realize leaving will be complicated and potentially dangerous, but staying guarantees my children grow up in a world where violence and criminality are normal aspects of daily life. The image of 7 small faces looking up at me with trust and innocence makes the decision feel both urgent and non-negotiable. I won't do that to them. How does Willa feel about these plans? I haven't discussed any of this with her yet. Last night's conversation focused on her fears about the pregnancy and delivery, not on my growing certainty about radical life changes, but I'm sure she'll approve. She doesn't know about my intentions yet. I wanted to discuss the practical aspects with you first, to understand what kind of timeline and challenges we're facing. I unlock my car, suddenly eager to return to the estate and the woman waiting there. I think she'll support the decision, though. She's never been comfortable with the illegal aspects of my business. He grunts. True, but she might also be concerned about the financial implications of walking away from such profitable operations. The legitimate businesses generate enough income to support a family, even a large one. I have investment and savings that could fund new ventures if necessary. Money has never been the primary motivation for my involvement in organized crime. Power and control drove those choices more than financial need. I'm rich enough already. We stand beside our cars in the shadow of Mikhail's latest attack. and I feel the strange sensation of looking backward and forward simultaneously. Behind us lies the wreckage of one phase of my life. Ahead lies the uncertain prospect of building something entirely different. I need time to think about this. Timur opens his car door, pausing before getting inside. Taking over operational control of your organization is a significant decision that affects my own future, though I have no family. He seems relieved by that. Take all the time you need. This conversation doesn't change anything about our immediate priorities or tactical planning. I slide into my own driver's seat, already mentally reviewing the intelligence reports waiting at the estate. We still need to end Mikhail's campaign before I can focus on anything else. The drive back through Charleston's late afternoon traffic gives me time to process the conversation and its implications. Voicing my intentions to Timur makes them feel real, more inevitable, and more frightening than when they existed only in my private thoughts. 7 children. The number continues to astound me every time I consider what it means in practical terms. I need to understand and nurture 7 distinct personalities, each with their own needs, dreams, and challenges, giving me 7 powerful reasons to become a better person than I am today. By the time I reach the estate, the sun is setting over the gardens. I find Willa in the kitchen with Alina, both women preparing what appears to be a casual dinner that smells of herbs and comfort. "How was your day?" She looks up from chopping vegetables, and I notice the fatigue around her eyes that's become her constant companion. "Productive." Timur and I surveyed the warehouse damage and began planning our response. I joined them at the large island. "How are you feeling?" "Better than this morning. The nausea seems to come in waves rather than being constant now." She sets down her knife and moves into my arms, her body warm and solid against mine. "I missed you." The simple admission makes my chest tighten with emotions I'm still learning to navigate. "I missed you too." Alina continues her food preparation, giving us space for affection while maintaining the comfortable rhythm of shared tasks. The scene feels like something from a different life, where dinners are planned around preference rather than security concerns. "There's something I want to discuss with you later tonight." I press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the scent of her hair. It's nothing urgent or alarming. I just have some thoughts about our future. She's tense when she wasn't moments before. Good thoughts or concerning thoughts? Good thoughts. Very good thoughts, actually. I let go of her so she can return to her vegetable preparation. They can wait until after dinner. We work together to finish meal preparation, and I study the easy way she moves through tasks, the careful attention she pays to details, and the quiet contentment that settles over her when she feels useful and productive. These are the moments I want to protect and multiply. During dinner, conversation flows naturally between business updates, pregnancy symptoms, and plans for restructuring 2 existing guest rooms into 1 larger one to form a nursery, while converting 2 smaller rooms to resting rooms for our friends and the nannies we'll need to hire to care for all 7 properly. The mundane topics feel precious in their ordinariness, offering glimpses of the life we could build if I successfully navigate the transition from criminal empire to legitimate family business. After dinner, Alina enters the small dining room to claim our dishes so she can clean, while Willa and I move to my office for the conversation I've been anticipating all evening. She settles into the chair across from my desk, obviously curious and slightly apprehensive about what I want to discuss. You talked about being terrified of the future and everything that could go wrong with the pregnancy and delivery. I settled back in my chair, studying her face for reactions. I want you to know that I've been thinking about the same concerns, and I've reached some conclusions about how to address them. She looks wary. What kind of conclusions? I want to leave this life. Not immediately, but eventually. I want to build something legitimate and safe for you and our children. The words feel momentous as I speak them aloud to her for the first time. I want to cash out of illegal operations and invest in businesses that won't endanger our family. Her expression shifts through several stages of surprise, hope, and concern. Is that possible? Can you just walk away from organized crime? It's complicated and will take time, probably months or even a year to execute properly. But yes, it's possible with careful planning and the right support structure. I lean forward, wanting her to understand how seriously I've considered this decision. The question is whether you want that kind of future with me. Of course I want that. I want our children to grow up safe, with a father who doesn't have to worry about rival syndicates or federal investigations. She pauses, clearly processing the implications. What does it mean for your organization, though, and for the people who depend on you? Timur would take operational control, assuming he agrees to that level of responsibility. The organization would continue under new leadership while I focus on family and legitimate business interests. I pause for a moment. It wouldn't be completely different, but it would take some of the danger and risk out of it. She stands up and moves to the window overlooking the gardens. What needs to happen first? We need to resolve the situation with Mikhail. I can't focus on long-term restructuring while he's actively trying to destroy everything we've built. The practical concerns reassert themselves even in the middle of this hopeful conversation. That means escalating our response to his attacks and ending this conflict decisively. How long do you think that will take? Probably months, depending on how quickly we can locate and neutralize his key operations. I join her at the window, wrapping my arms around her from behind. Once that's resolved, we can begin building the kind of future we want for our family. She leans back against my chest, and I feel some of the tension leave her shoulders. It sounds almost too good to be true. Good things are possible, Willa. Maybe not easy, but possible with enough planning and commitment. I turn her in my arms so she's facing me. I want to build something beautiful with you. I kiss her softly, tasting hope and possibility on her lips. These babies are going to change everything about our lives. I want those changes to be positive ones. Later that night, as we lie together in the darkness of our shared bedroom, I listen to her breathing, deepen into sleep, and think about the conversation with Timur, the plans taking shape in my mind, and the woman whose love has rewritten all my priorities. 7 children will demand the best version of myself I can become as a man who protects without dominating, provides without controlling, and loves without possessing. The transformation required feels both impossible and inevitable.
Harper arrives at the estate carrying a leather portfolio and wearing her favorite vintage dress, the one with tiny roses that makes her look like she stepped out of a 1940s photograph. The security guards recognize her now, waving her through the gates without the lengthy verification process that marked her first few visits. "I brought presents," she announces, settling into the breakfast nook where Alina has arranged a spread of protein-rich foods that make my mouth water despite the lingering nausea. Pictures of Eve's work and updates from the shop that I thought you'd want to see. She opens the portfolio to reveal photographs taken with careful attention to detail. Eve's stitching appears neat and professional, her seam work maintaining the exacting standards Henri drilled into me over years of patient instruction. The jacket sleeves she altered show proper proportions, and the pressing looks crisp without the telltale shine that marks amateur work. She's actually quite skilled, I say, studying a close-up of buttonhole stitching that meets Henri's requirements for precision. Her technique is solid, even if her management instincts need development. She seems eager to learn and genuinely worried about disappointing you. Harper arranges the photos in chronological order, showing the progression of various projects throughout the week. The clients have been complimenting the work, which is probably the best endorsement you could ask for. Relief floods through me as I examine each image. The remote management of Maison Laurent has been a constant source of anxiety, so seeing tangible proof of quality craftsmanship eases some of the pressure that's been building. What about customer interactions? Is she handling the consultation process appropriately? She's learning to read their preferences and manage expectations, though she still defers to you for anything complex. Harper pulls out her phone to show me videos of Eve explaining alteration options to a longtime client. She is respectful and professional, but lacks the intuitive understanding of what people really want versus what they think they want. I watch Eve guide Mrs. Patterson through fabric choices for her husband's summer suit, noting how she asks the right questions while missing subtle cues about budget concerns and timeline preferences. The technical skills are clearly there, but the art of client management requires experience that can't be taught through instruction alone. She'll develop that instinct with time and practice, and Reed didn't learn to read people overnight either. I close the portfolio feeling grateful for Harper's thoroughness in documenting everything. Thank you for doing this. Seeing her work makes me feel less anxious about being away from the shop. Speaking of being away, Harper serves herself a generous portion of the grilled chicken Alina prepared, along with quinoa salad and roasted vegetables. How are you handling life in the fortress? You look better than the last time I saw you. Definitely less stressed. The observation surprises me because I've been feeling increasingly complicated about my situation here. Some days are better than others. Iskander has been more open about sharing information, which helps me feel less trapped, but there are still moments when the security restrictions feel overwhelming. That's understandable. Being pregnant under normal circumstances is challenging enough without adding armed guards and bulletproof glass to the equation. She cuts her chicken into precise pieces, a habit we both developed during our teenage years when making food last longer was often a necessity. You seem different somehow. More settled, maybe? The word choice makes me consider how I've been feeling lately, particularly since the conversation where Iskander outlined his plans for leaving the criminal aspects of his life behind. I think I'm starting to believe this situation might have a positive resolution. What kind of resolution? I set down my fork and study Harper's face, trying to gauge how she'll react to what I'm about to share. Iskander wants to leave the organization, not immediately, but eventually. He wants to build something legitimate for us and the babies. Her expression shifts through several stages of surprise, concern, and what might be skepticism. He's going to leave the Bratva? Is that even possible? He says it is, with careful planning and the right transition structure. He wants to hand operational control to his lieutenant and focus on legitimate businesses that won't endanger our family. The words feel hopeful as I speak them, though I notice Harper's dubious expression. He's committed to the idea. This isn't just wishful thinking. Do you believe him? The question carries more than simple curiosity. Harper knows my history with men who make promises they don't keep, with situations that seem too good to be true. They usually are. I do believe him. I've seen how he looks at me when we talk about the babies, how his whole demeanor changes when he thinks about being a father to 7 children. That's not the same thing as actually walking away from millions of dollars in illegal revenue and a position of power that probably defines his entire identity. Harper's voice carries gentle concern rather than harsh judgment. People can want to change without being able to actually do it. He's already started the process. He's been meeting with Timur about transition plans and discussing timelines for separating legitimate businesses from criminal operations. I lean forward, wanting her to understand why I'm optimistic about our future. This isn't just talk, Harper. He's taking concrete steps. She nods slowly, but I catch the reservation in her expression. What happens if he can't follow through? What if the organization won't let him go, or if other obligations take priority over his plans with you? The questions hit uncomfortably close to fears I've been trying to suppress. I'll have to make decisions about what's best for me and the babies. I don't think it will come to that. Willa? She reaches across the table to cover my hand with hers. I want this to work out for you. I want him to be the man you think he is, and your children to grow up safe and loved. I also worry about putting all your faith in promises that might be impossible to keep. Her concern is rooted in genuine care, but it still makes my chest tighten with defensive anger. You think I'm being naive. I think you're being hopeful, which isn't the same thing. Hope is important, especially when you're facing something as challenging as raising 7 children. She squeezes my hand gently. I just don't want to see you get hurt if the reality doesn't match the promises. The conversation hovers on the edge of an argument I don't want to have with my closest friend. Her skepticism about Iskander's ability to change reflects practical concerns I can't entirely dismiss, even though I want to defend the man I love against doubts that mirror my own suppressed fears. Can we talk about something else? I pull my hand free and return to my lunch, suddenly finding the protein-rich foods less appealing. I don't want to spend our time together debating hypothetical outcomes. Of course. Her tone immediately softens and she changes direction. Tell me about the nursery plans. Have you decided how to arrange the sleeping arrangements? Grateful for the topic shift, I describe the plans for converting 2 adjacent guest rooms into a large nursery space. We're removing the wall between them to create one big room that can accommodate 7 cribs plus changing areas and storage for all the supplies. That sounds practical. Will you have help with night feedings and diaper changes? Doctor, Leighton gave us brochures for nanny services at our first appointment and reminded us to get on the waiting list early. I smile at Harper, feeling a surge of affection for my best friend. There will still be plenty for the baby's godmother to do, though, if you're interested in the role. Harper's face lights up with genuine joy. Are you asking me to be their godmother? I can't think of anyone I'd trust more with that responsibility. You've been the closest thing to family I've had since Henri, and you'll be the same for them. Of course. I'll be their godmother, all 7 of them. She reaches across to squeeze my hand again, this time with excitement rather than concern. I'm honored you asked. Iskander also mentioned hiring night nurses for the first couple of weeks during my recovery from the C-section. 7 newborns will be overwhelming even with professional help. Smart planning. Do you want to show me the rooms when we're done eating? After lunch, I lead Harper upstairs to the 2nd floor, where 2 spacious guest rooms await transformation into our family's nursery. The walls are currently boring white, but will soon be colorfully transformed and covered with murals. This is beautiful. Harper stands in the center of what will become our children's first bedroom. The light is perfect, and there's enough space for everything you'll need. I walk the perimeter of the combined rooms, visualizing the layout we've discussed. I think we'll put the 7 cribs along the far wall with changing stations near the windows for natural light and a comfortable seating area for feeding times. It's going to be amazing. Chaotic, but amazing. She moves to the windows overlooking the gardens where security guards maintain their discreet patrols. The babies will have beautiful views to look at as they grow up. The mention of growing up brings Harper's earlier concerns flooding back. Will our children spend their entire childhood watching armed guards patrol the grounds? Will they understand why they can't play freely in public spaces or attend normal schools without security escorts? I won't raise them in this environment permanently. I say more to myself than to Harper. Whatever it takes, I'll make sure they have normal lives. I know you will. You'll figure out how to give them everything they need. Harper's voice carries conviction that helps quiet some of my anxious thoughts. You've always been good at adapting to impossible situations. We spend the next hour discussing practical details of nursery preparation, from crib safety standards to feeding schedules that will work with 7 infants. The conversation feels normal and optimistic, and is a welcome break from the tension that seems to permeate every other aspect of my life lately. When Harper prepares to leave, I walk her to the front entrance where her car waits under the watchful attention of estate security. The contrast between our afternoon of domestic planning and the reality of armed protection creates a jarring reminder of how complicated my life has become. Thank you for coming and for stopping by to take pictures of Eve's work. It means more than you know to feel connected to the shop. I hug her goodbye, breathing in the familiar scent of her perfume that carries memories of simpler times. Call me if you need anything, day or night. Willa! She pulls back to look at me directly. I hope I'm wrong about everything. I hope Iskander follows through on all his promises and you get the fairy tale ending you deserve. I manage a wobbly smile. Me too. After she drives away, I remain on the front steps watching the Charleston skyline shimmer in the distance beyond the estate's protective walls. The conversation with Harper has stirred up uncertainties I've been trying to ignore, and questions about whether love and good intentions are enough to overcome the practical realities of leaving organized crime. Iskander's promises feel genuine when he makes them, but Harper's skepticism forces me to consider what I'll do if circumstances prevent him from following through. Would I stay and accept that our children will grow up surrounded by violence and danger? Would I leave to try to build a different kind of life elsewhere? The questions don't have easy answers, but they demand consideration as I plan for a future that remains uncertain despite my growing love for the man who's offered me everything I've ever wanted, if he can actually deliver on those promises. I place my hands on my stomach. Whatever happens with Iskander's plans for leaving criminal enterprises behind, these children deserve the best future I can provide for them. That might mean supporting the man I love through the difficult process of transforming his life, or it might mean making impossible choices about their safety and well-being that would break my heart while protecting theirs. After a stroll through the gardens, I eventually head back inside, carrying Harper's concerns alongside my own hopes for what we're building here. Love feels like enough when I'm wrapped in Iskander's arms, but in the harsh light of practical considerations, I wonder if it will be sufficient to overcome the obstacles ahead. Inside the house, I find Alina arranging pink and white flowers in the main hallway. Did you have a nice visit with your friend? Very nice, thank you. She brought pictures of work from the shop that helped ease some of my concerns about remote management. I pause beside the elaborate arrangement she's creating. The flowers are beautiful. Mr. Taranov requested something cheerful for when he returns this evening. He's been working very long hours lately and seemed to think bright colors might help improve the atmosphere. She adjusts a yellow rose to better complement the surrounding blooms. He cares very much about your happiness. The observation creates a swell of tenderness. Even when consumed with business pressures and security concerns, Iskander thinks about small gestures that might brighten my day. Those details matter more than grand declarations because they suggest genuine care rather than performative romance. He does seem to think about my comfort and emotional well-being. I study Alina's careful work with the floral arrangement. Have you worked for him long? Almost 2 years now. He's a demanding employer but fair, and he inspires loyalty among his staff. Her tone is cool despite the praise in her words. She steps back to assess her work before making final adjustments. This house feels different since you moved in. The insight surprises me. Different how? She smiles. It's more like a home and less like just a place where he sleeps between business meetings. Everything feels warmer and more purposeful, like it all has meaning beyond just displaying wealth or providing security now. She gathers the discarded stems and leaves, her expression thoughtful. You've given him something to build toward instead of just maintaining what already exists. Her words echo my own hopes about the impact our relationship has had on Iskander's priorities and future planning, but they also remind me of Harper's concerns about whether those changes will prove sustainable when tested by external pressures. I hope that's true, and we can build something lasting together. I believe you will. Love has a way of making people stronger and more determined than they thought possible. Her expression is suddenly haunted, as though a painful memory steals her joy. Her tone is back to its more familiar aloofness when she says, "Your children will be fortunate to grow up in a home filled with that kind of devotion." After she continues with her household duties, I retreat to the converted workroom, where fabric samples and half-finished alterations wait for my attention. The routine of precise stitching usually calms my anxious thoughts, but today, the repetitive motions only provide space for Harper's warnings to echo through my mind. What happens if he can't follow through? What if other obligations take priority over his plans with you? The questions feel more urgent now that I've voiced my hopes aloud to someone else. Speaking my dreams to Harper made them feel more real, but it also exposed them to skepticism that reflects legitimate concerns about the complexity of him leaving the Bratva. I try to focus on the immediate task of hemming a client's trousers, but my thoughts keep drifting to the conversation where Iskander outlined his vision for our future. His certainty seemed absolute in that moment, but how many external factors could derail even the sincerest intentions? The sound of his car in the driveway pulls me back to the present. I set aside my sewing and move to the window, watching him emerge from the bulletproof sedan that serves as his daily transportation. Even from a distance, I see the tension in his shoulders and the careful way he scans the surroundings before walking toward the house. This is the reality of our life together. We must maintain constant vigilance. Can love really be enough to motivate someone to walk away from the power and control that defines their entire existence? Need to believe it can, for the sake of 7 children who deserve better than a childhood shaped by Mafia violence. Despite that, her concerns have planted seeds of doubt that will require more than hope to overcome. When Iskander finds me in the workroom moments later, his expression immediately brightens despite the obvious fatigue around his eyes. "How was your visit with Harper?" I smile, genuinely happy to see him, despite some of my doubts nibbling away at me. It was informative and encouraging. She brought pictures of Eve's work that show she's maintaining quality standards even if her management skills need development. I set down my needle and move into his arms, appreciating the solid warmth of his chest against my cheek. "How was your day?" "Productive, but exhausting. We're making progress on several fronts, but each solution seems to create new complications that require additional planning." He holds me closer still, and some of the tension leaves his body. "Coming home to you makes everything else bearable." The simple admission soothes some of my afternoon's anxieties. The connection between us is real and substantial. That has to count for something in the complex equation of love, loyalty, and life-changing decisions. "I love you," I say against his chest, needing to voice the certainty that anchors me despite all the uncertainties surrounding us. His hold tightens before he pulls back to look at me, eyes holding depths of emotion that still surprise me. I don't know if he senses my doubts or just wants to provide constant reassurance, but his words are welcome and soothing. "We're going to make this work, Willa. All of it." His confidence helps quiet Harper's warnings, at least temporarily. I choose hope over fear and trust over doubt, at least for now. The alternatives are too painful to contemplate.
The legitimate business meeting takes place in a glass conference room overlooking Charleston's harbor. 3 potential partners sit across from me, their expressions flat as I outline investment opportunities that could secure Willa's future and mine. The restaurant chain generates consistent revenue with established customer bases in prime locations, I say, sliding financial reports across the polished table. We're looking for strategic partners who understand the value of long-term growth over quick profits. David Wellington, a hotel magnate with interests throughout the Southeast, studies the numbers with professional skepticism. The margins are solid, but the industry can be volatile. What makes you confident this particular chain will weather economic downturns? I've prepared for this question, along with dozens of others that probe the legitimacy of my business operations. We have diversified locations, established management teams, and conservative expansion policies. We focus on sustainability rather than aggressive growth that creates vulnerabilities. The conversation continues for 2 hours, covering everything from operational procedures to exit strategies. These men know nothing about money laundering or territorial disputes, but they recognize profitable ventures when presented properly. Their investment capital could provide the foundation for a completely legitimate future. After they leave with promises to review the proposals, I remain in the conference room studying Charleston's skyline through expansive windows. The transformation from criminal enterprise to legitimate business requires patience and careful execution. but each meeting like this one moves me closer to the life I want to build with Willa. My phone buzzes with a text from Timur. Need to discuss security upgrades. Can you meet at the warehouse in an hour? The message carries undertones of urgency that make my jaw clench with familiar tension. Every day brings new tests from Mikhail's campaign of harassment, each one requiring resources and attention that could otherwise focus on building our future. The drive to the warehouse passes through neighborhoods where my influence extends into every business, every street corner, and every decision that affects people's daily lives. Walking away from this network of control and profit won't be simple, but the alternative is raising 7 children in a world where violence lurks behind everything. Timur waits beside his car when I arrive, looking grim. He hands me a manila folder thick with surveillance photos and intelligence reports. Mikhail's people have been conducting reconnaissance on the estate perimeter. Professional-grade surveillance they're trying to hide, not the casual observation they did blatantly to make us nervous that we've dealt with previously. I flip through images that show unfamiliar faces positioned at strategic points around my home. The systematic nature of their positioning suggests coordinated planning rather than random harassment. How long has this been going on? At least a week and possibly longer. We've identified 3 separate teams working in shifts to maintain continuous observation. He points to specific photographs that show equipment and positioning. This isn't preparation for psychological warfare, but for direct action. The implications make my chest constrict with protective fury. Mikhail is escalating beyond property destruction toward active threats against the woman carrying my children. The timeline for ending this conflict has suddenly shortened from months to weeks, and possibly even days. Recommendations: double the security around the estate immediately, install additional surveillance equipment, increase patrol frequencies, and implement counter-surveillance protocols to disrupt their intelligence gathering. We also need to consider relocating Willa to a more secure location until this situation is resolved. The suggestion of moving her again makes me shake my head automatically. She's finally settling into life at the estate. Moving her to another unfamiliar location would create more stress during a high-risk pregnancy. But stress is preferable to kidnapping or assassination attempts. His blunt assessment cuts through my emotional resistance to acknowledge the practical realities we're facing. Mikhail's escalation threatens more than just property or business operations. He's preparing to target the only thing that could break my will to fight. Implement all security upgrades immediately. Install whatever equipment is necessary and hire additional personnel. But I want the changes to be as unobtrusive as possible. I close the folder and hand it back to him. Willa doesn't need additional anxiety about threats she can't control. We'll maintain the possibility of a fallback location, but it's a Plan L right now. L meaning last resort, which he understands. Understood. What about the business transition planning? Should we accelerate the timeline for transferring operations? The question forces me to confront competing priorities that seem impossible to balance. Protecting Willa requires my complete attention, but securing our long-term future demands continued focus on legitimate business development. Continue with the current timeline, but prioritize anything that moves money out of vulnerable operations. Timur nods, though I catch the concern in his expression. Did the potential partners from this morning's meeting seemed receptive to your proposals? Yes. Wellington, in particular, will likely invest, and the others are considering smaller partnerships. It's progress, but not fast enough to eliminate our dependence on existing revenue streams without major downsizing, which I'm open to doing if it gets me out faster, but not if I can't afford to maintain security during the transition and beyond. I walk toward my car, already mentally reviewing the security modifications that need to happen before evening. Keep me informed about any changes in Mikhail's surveillance patterns. He nods as I slide in behind the wheel. The drive back to the estate takes me through Charleston's historic district, where tourists walk freely without considering the hidden networks of power and violence that shape their peaceful afternoon. In a few months, I want to be one of those civilians, concerned with legitimate business challenges rather than territorial wars and assassination attempts. When I reach home, additional security vehicles are already positioning themselves around the property perimeter. The modifications happen quietly, but Willa will surely notice the increased presence and ask questions I'd prefer not to answer. She's not blind. I find her in our home theater, curled up on the massive leather sofa with a bowl of popcorn and a romantic comedy playing on the screen. The domestic scene should be relaxing, but I study her posture for signs of the unhappiness that's been lurking beneath her recent improvement in mood. "How was your meeting?" She pauses the movie and makes room for me beside her, though something in her expression suggests the question carries more than just casual interest. I steal a handful of popcorn and much apiece before answering. Productive. 3 potential partners are considering significant investments in the restaurant chain, which would help accelerate our transition timeline. I settle beside her and pull her close, appreciating the familiar warmth of her body against mine. "How are you feeling?" "Physically much better. The nausea has mostly passed, and I have more energy during the day, though still some trouble breathing at times." She rests her head against my shoulder, but doesn't relax completely. Emotionally, I'm struggling with some things. The admission doesn't surprise me, but it does make me focus more intently on her mood and body language. "What kind of things?" "The security changes you've been implementing. I've noticed more guards, additional cameras, and different patrol patterns just in the last hour." She pulls back to look at me directly. "It feels like the threat level is increasing rather than decreasing, despite all your efforts to resolve the situation with Mikhail." Her perceptiveness shouldn't surprise me, but it does and complicates my attempts to shield her from the worst aspects of our current circumstances. The changes are precautionary rather than reactive. I'd rather have too much security than not enough. That's not really an answer. Her voice carries gentle but unmistakable challenge. I've been trying to trust your judgment about what I need to know versus what I don't, but living with increased restrictions without understanding why they're necessary makes me feel helpless and anxious. The conversation hovers on the edge of revealing information that could genuinely frighten her, but her request for honesty deserves consideration. She's proven capable of handling difficult realities when presented with complete information rather than protective half-truths, and she's my partner, not a prisoner. Mikhail's people have been conducting surveillance of the estate with professional-grade reconnaissance that suggests they're planning something more direct than property destruction or drawing out the psychological tension. I watch her face carefully for signs of panic or distress. The security upgrades are designed to prevent them from gathering the intelligence they need to plan an effective assault. Her expression cycles through several emotions before settling on something that might be relief and determination. Thank you for telling me the truth, instead of trying to protect me from it. You have a right to understand the threats we're facing, especially when they affect your daily life and safety. I stroke her hair, marveling at how she processes dangerous information with calm rationality rather than emotional breakdown. The increased security is temporary, but necessary until we can eliminate the source of the threat. How do you plan to eliminate Mikhail? The direct question deserves an equally direct answer. Even though the truth involves violence, she might prefer not to contemplate. We're trying to locate his operational base. Once I know where that is, we'll destroy his ability to continue this campaign against us, and I'll kill him. She nods slowly, only moderately flinching at my bald admission of how I'll handle him. How long do you think that will take? Weeks, or possibly a month. Mikhail is experienced and careful, but he's also operating in territory where we have advantages in terms of resources and local knowledge. I've recruited more men from Moscow, and we have our own professional surveillance teams scouring every nook and cranny for the bastard. I pull her closer, wanting to offer whatever comfort and reassurance I can provide. I can't stand the thought of losing you, Willa. Ever. That means eliminating any threat that could take you away from me. The fierce possessiveness in my voice seems to satisfy something in her expression. I don't want to be lost either, or lose you either. I don't like all the extra security, but I understand the need for it. She turns in my arms and kisses me with desperate intensity that suggests she's been thinking about mortality and separation as much as I have. The passion builds quickly between us, fueled by unspoken fears about the future and the need to reaffirm our connection despite external threats. Take me to bed, she whispers against my mouth. I need to feel close to you. We make our way upstairs with hands and mouths exploring familiar territory made more precious by the knowledge that it could be threatened. In our bedroom, surrounded by security systems and bulletproof glass, we create a bubble of intimacy that exists separate from the violence and danger surrounding us. Afterward, as she naps in my arms, I lie awake thinking about the conversation with Timur and the escalating surveillance around our home. The timeline for resolving this conflict continues to compress, forcing decisions about aggression versus patience that could determine whether we survive long enough to build the future we've planned. My phone vibrates with another message from Timur, and I slowly extract myself from Willa's embrace to read it without waking her. The words on the screen send a chill through me. Another bombing. Harbor warehouse. No casualties but significant damage. He's escalating. The message confirms what I've been dreading. Mikhail has moved beyond psychological warfare into active destruction of our infrastructure, testing our response capabilities while preparing for more ambitious attacks. I respond that I'll meet him at the site immediately, then spend several minutes watching Willa sleep peacefully despite the chaos erupting around us. The babies growing inside her represent hope for a future that seems increasingly fragile. I touch her stomach, whispering, "Papa will keep you safe." Somehow. Reluctantly, I leave her sleeping, taking time to text her where I'm going while I get dressed before leaving the bedroom. The drive to the harbor passes through empty streets, abandoned by panicked people when they saw the explosion. Emergency vehicles surround what used to be one of our most profitable distribution centers, now reduced to twisted metal and scattered debris. Timur meets me at the perimeter established by fire department crews. The fire captain in charge thinks this was arson, as we assumed. She said there were multiple charges placed for maximum structural damage while minimizing casualties, but the fire marshal will give us a more detailed report in a few days. Balakin is sending a message about capabilities rather than trying to kill our people. I study the destruction with detached analysis, noting details that reveal Mikhail's tactical thinking and operational resources. Is it a message or is it a distraction from what his ultimate plan is? I don't know anymore, because Mikhail is no longer as simple and straightforward as he used to be 8 years ago. Estimated losses? 2 million in inventory, plus the facility itself, and operational disruption that will affect revenue for months. He hands me photographs taken before the fire department arrived. This brings our total losses to over 5 million since he arrived in Charleston. The financial impact cuts deeply, but the psychological message cuts deeper. Mikhail is demonstrating that he can strike our operations whenever he chooses, despite all our security measures and defensive preparations. He's testing our response patterns, I say, walking closer to the wreckage despite the heat still radiating from smoking debris. He's learning how quickly we mobilize resources and which personnel respond to different types of emergencies. And he's probably monitoring our communications to understand command structures and decision-making processes. Timur lights a cigarette, a habit that emerges during moments of extreme stress. Every response we make gives him more intelligence about our capabilities. After coordinating with fire officials and insurance investigators, I drive home. When I reach the estate, additional security personnel have established defensive positions that transform our home into something resembling a fortress. The modifications are necessary, but visible reminders that our sanctuary has become a target. Willa is still sleeping when I return to our bedroom, her face peaceful, and I stand beside our bed for several minutes, watching her breathe and thinking about the 7 children growing inside her body who deserve better than what I can currently offer them. Despite it being late afternoon, I slide back into bed beside her, and she instinctively moves closer in her sleep, trusting me to keep her safe even when she's unconscious and vulnerable. That trust represents everything I'm fighting to protect, and I'll do anything to preserve it. Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you.
I'm in my office a couple of days later with financial documents spread across the mahogany desk, each page representing another piece of Iskander's transformation from criminal enterprise to legitimate businessman. The restaurant chain's quarterly reports blur together with investment portfolios and partnership agreements, a complex web of numbers that will determine our future. I'm more focused on my own business, trying to find the parts where I can cut out the ties to Iskander's illegitimate enterprise and make Maison Laurent completely mine again. My back aches from hunching over spreadsheets, and the pressure in my abdomen is a constant, tight, and relentless flutter that sometimes ramps up to a cramp, making it hard to concentrate. It's too early to feel true movement, but with 7 babies packed into a space meant for 1, it wouldn't surprise me if I'm already feeling the ripple effects of their growing limbs. There are too many crowded into too little space. The partnership proposal from David Wellington sits open before me, dense with legal terminology that requires careful analysis. His hotel empire could provide the stability Iskander needs to complete his transition, but the terms demand scrutiny that my pregnancy-addled brain struggles to maintain. I'm not even sure why he left me a copy. Ostensibly, we're partners, but the more he gets drawn into this fight with Mikhail, the more distant he feels. I stand to stretch, moving too quickly in my eagerness to relieve the pressure in my lower back. The room tilts sideways as black spots dance across my vision when the world becomes unsteady beneath my feet. I reach for the desk's edge, but the furniture seems impossibly distant as gravity pulls me toward the hardwood floor. "Ms. Reynolds?" Alina's voice cuts through the disorientation, and her hands steady my shoulders before I can fall. "Sit down slowly. Let me help you." She guides me back into the chair, her touch both firm and reassuring as the dizziness gradually subsides. The concern in her expression seems genuine, though something in her careful attention feels detached, as if she's cataloging my symptoms for future reference. "I'm fine. I just stood up too fast." The excuse sounds hollow, even to my own ears, though it's easier than admitting how frequently these episodes have been occurring. "You need water, and you should elevate your feet." She disappears from the office and returns within minutes carrying a crystal glass and a small ottoman. Mr. Taranov read in his book that dizziness is common with multiple pregnancies, especially when combined with stress, and asked me to watch you for bouts. The fact that she remembers details surprises me, though her attentiveness has been consistent since I moved into the estate. She's helped coordinate the nursery renovations, manage contractor schedules, and somehow anticipated my needs before I voiced them. "Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without your help lately." I sip the water slowly, feeling my equilibrium return as she adjusts the ottoman beneath my feet. Iskander has been so busy with business transitions that I've felt lost trying to manage everything else. Her expression shifts subtly, sympathy mixing with something else I can't identify. Pregnancy should be a time when partners support each other completely. Managing stress alone can be dangerous for both mother and babies. The observation is beyond simple concern for my health. Reacting to perceived criticism, I say, "He's doing his best to balance protecting us with securing our future. I know the situation with Mikhail creates pressure that affects his ability to focus on anything else." Of course, relationships require prioritization. When one partner consistently chooses external obligations over their family's immediate needs, it might become a habit that continues even after the external pressures resolve. She arranges the documents I'd been reviewing into neat stacks, her movements precise and unhurried. "You deserve to feel supported and valued, especially during such a vulnerable time." Her words echo concerns I've been trying to suppress while stirring fears that Iskander's promises about leaving his criminal life might not actually happen. The man who holds me tenderly at night seems to disappear during daylight hours, replaced by someone whose attention belongs entirely to territorial wars and business negotiations. I try not to burden him with my worries when he's dealing with so much else. The last thing he needs is a pregnant woman demanding constant reassurance about things he can't control. The admission is an acknowledgement of how isolated I've felt despite living in his home and sharing his bed. "Your concerns aren't burdens. They're legitimate needs that deserve attention and care." She settles into the chair across from me, her posture relaxed, but her attention focused like a laser. A man who truly prioritizes his family finds ways to provide emotional support regardless of whatever else is happening in his life. The gentle challenge in her voice forces me to examine the growing distance I've felt between Iskander and me, and the way conversations about my fears get postponed or dismissed when business demands his attention. The most recent bombing created another layer of distraction and another reason for him to retreat into the tactical planning that excludes me from everything meaningful. I love him, and I believe he loves me, but I'm starting to wonder if love is enough when competing with his other obligations. The words emerge before I can stop them, carrying weeks of suppressed doubt that feels dangerous to voice aloud. "That can't work in the long term," she sounds certain. "You sacrifice your needs for his convenience, while he benefits from your willingness to accept less than you deserve." She leans forward slightly, her voice dropping to something approaching confession. I've watched many relationships crumble under unequal investment, particularly when external pressures provide convenient excuses for emotional neglect. The conversation feels simultaneously supportive and subversive, as if Alina is offering validation for thoughts I've been afraid to acknowledge. Her insights carry the wisdom of someone who's observed relationship dynamics from a position of intimate access, though something in her manner suggests personal experience rather than mere observation. "What would you suggest?" I can't demand his attention when people are trying to kill us, but I also can't continue feeling like an afterthought in my own relationship. The question reveals more vulnerability than I intended, but her empathetic responses have created a space for honesty I desperately need. You should be upfront about your needs and expectations while giving clear consequences if those needs continue being ignored. She rests her hands in her lap. Men like Mr. Taranov respond to directness rather than subtle hints about dissatisfaction. If you don't advocate for yourself, no one else will. The suggestion of ultimatums feels both empowering and terrifying. Demanding Iskander's emotional presence while he's fighting for our physical survival seems selfish, but continuing to accept neglect while carrying his children feels equally destructive. What if he can't or won't prioritize our relationship appropriately? The question slips out and forces me to confront possibilities I've been avoiding, except at the very edge of my conscious mind. She sounds firm but sympathetic. You must make decisions based on what's best for you and the babies, regardless of how those decisions affect his plans or preferences. Your safety and well-being matter more than his convenience or the success of his business transitions. Something in her phrasing suggests deeper meaning, as if she's offering more than relationship advice. The careful way she watches my reaction makes me wonder if she's testing my willingness to consider options that extend beyond trying to make this situation work. Are you suggesting I should consider leaving? The question emerges as a whisper, carrying implications that terrify me even as they offer a twisted kind of relief in acknowledging I've been thinking these things for days, if not weeks, but couldn't bring myself to admit it. I'm suggesting you should consider all your options, including ones that prioritize your safety over his expectations. She stands and moves to the window overlooking the gardens, where security guards maintain their constant patrols. Sometimes love means making difficult choices that protect the people we care about most, even when those choices hurt. Her words plant seeds of possibility in my mind and dangerous thoughts about escape routes and alternative futures that don't include waiting for Iskander to balance his competing loyalties. The idea of raising 7 children alone seems impossible, but the idea of raising them in a world of perpetual violence feels equally daunting. Would you... I stopped myself before completing the question, uncertain whether I want to know if Alina would help me disappear if I decided leaving was necessary. Would I what? Her reflection in the window glass meets my uncertain gaze. Would you help me if I needed assistance with difficult decisions about my future? The euphemistic phrasing allows for multiple interpretations while testing whether she's offering real help. I would help you with whatever you need, whenever you need it. Her response carries quiet certainty that encompasses far more than household management or pregnancy support. Your well-being and the well-being of your children are what matters most. The conversation has ventured into territory that feels simultaneously liberating and dangerous. It suddenly hits me that what Alina's really saying isn't just about helping with the babies or running the house. She's making it clear without spelling it out that if things come down to a choice, she's on my side, not Iskander's. Her quiet support feels like a lifeline, even if we're both dancing around the truth. My chest begins to constrict with the familiar onset of panic as the implications of our discussion settle into my consciousness. The possibility of leaving Iskander, of protecting our children by removing them from his dangerous world, creates a cascade of anxiety that threatens to overwhelm my ability to think clearly. I need to focus on breathing. The words come out strained as I fight against the rising tide of terror that accompanies thoughts of single motherhood and life as a fugitive from the only man I've ever loved. Of course, close your eyes and concentrate on slow, deep breaths. Alina's voice becomes professionally soothing, though she maintains her position by the window rather than approaching to offer physical comfort. I follow her guidance, drawing air into my lungs while my mind searches for something safe to focus on, besides the conversation that's unleashed so many suppressed fears. Random memories surface as I seek distraction from the panic threatening to consume my rational thoughts. I settle on a memory of being in Henri's kitchen on a rainy afternoon when I was 18, learning to make his grandmother's recipe for coq au vin while he shared stories about growing up in Lyon before the war changed everything. The scent of herbs and wine mingle with the sound of rain against windows, creating a sanctuary of warmth and safety that felt foreign after years of institutional care. The secret, he'd said, adjusting my grip on the wooden spoon, is patience. Good things cannot be rushed, ma petite. They develop slowly with careful attention and the willingness to trust the process even when you don't yet see the final result. His hands had guided mine as we stirred the simmering sauce, while his presence created security I'd never experienced with foster families who treated me like a temporary inconvenience. Henry saw potential where others saw problems, offering guidance without judgment and stability without conditions. You are building something beautiful, he'd continued, tasting the sauce and nodding approval. Not just this dish, but your life. Each choice you make, each skill you develop, and each person you choose to trust becomes part of who you are meant to become. The memory of his voice, patient and encouraging, helped slow my racing heartbeat while reminding me of the guidance I missed desperately during moments of uncertainty. Henry would have had opinions about my relationship with Iskander, about the choices I'm facing, and what kind of future I should build for my children. He would have been a doting grandpapa. Better? Alina's question draws me back to the present as the panic attack recedes into manageable anxiety. Much better. Thank you for staying with me. I open my eyes to find her still positioned by the window, her expression carrying satisfaction that seems disproportionate to the simple breathing exercises we've shared. Panic attacks during pregnancy can be dangerous if not managed properly. Perhaps you should mention these episodes to Dr. Layton at your next appointment. Her suggestion carries professional concern, though something in her manner suggests she's already aware of the frequency of my anxiety attacks. I will. I gather the financial documents scattered across the desk, suddenly eager to return to the safe complexity of numbers and legal terminology rather than continue exploring the dangerous territory our conversation has entered. If you need anything else today, please don't hesitate to ask. I want to ensure you have everything necessary for your comfort and well-being. She moves toward the door with her characteristic grace, pausing at the threshold. Remember what we discussed about prioritizing your needs and making decisions that protect what matters most. After she leaves, I sit alone in the office, surrounded by the blueprints for Iskander's legitimate future, wondering if I'm simply a valuable asset to be protected rather than a woman to be cherished. The conversation with Alina has given voice to doubts I've been afraid to acknowledge, while simultaneously offering possibilities I'm not sure I'm brave enough to consider. The afternoon passes in a blur of contract reviews and financial projections, work that should feel hopeful but instead feels like evidence of a future being planned around me rather than with me. Each document represents decisions made without my input and investments and partnerships that will determine the shape of our lives, while treating my preferences as irrelevant details. When Iskander returns as the sun is setting, I'm still at the desk, reviewing Wellington's partnership proposal. The sound of his footsteps in the hallway creates a familiar flutter of anticipation, mixed with apprehension about how much attention he'll have available for my concerns. "How was your day?" He appears in the doorway looking exhausted, but attempting a smile that's supposed to reassure me everything is manageable despite evidence to the contrary. Productive, though challenging. I reviewed the Wellington proposal and identified several terms that need clarification before we can proceed. I gesture at the marked up contract spread across the desk. Also, I had another dizzy spell this morning that lasted longer than usual. His expression sharpens with concern that seems genuine but fleeting, as if he's already calculating how much time he can afford to spend discussing my health before returning to more pressing matters. "Are you feeling better now? Should we call Dr. Layton?" I'm fine now, but it scared me. Alina helped me through it, but I keep worrying about whether my body can handle carrying 7 babies to term safely. The admission feels like repeating myself, voicing the same fears I've shared multiple times while watching him struggle to balance appropriate concern with impatience about issues he can't control, but the fear lingers. The doctor said these symptoms are normal with multiples. We're monitoring everything carefully and will handle complications if they arise. His response lacks warmth, like he's providing necessary reassurance automatically without actually listening. The dismissive undertone in his voice confirms what Alina suggested about my concerns being treated as burdens rather than legitimate needs. Lately, the man who promises to build our future together seems incapable of staying present during conversations about the fears that keep me awake at night.
Right.
I understand the medical aspects are being handled appropriately. I'm talking about emotional support during a frightening experience that could affect the children we're planning our lives around. My voice carries more edge than I intended, frustration breaking through the careful politeness I've maintained while trying not to add stress to his already overwhelming responsibilities. He looks up from his phone, where he's been reading messages throughout our conversation, and I see him making an effort to focus entirely on me, despite whatever urgent communications are demanding his attention. "You're right, I'm sorry, tell me what you need from me." The request sounds sincere, but it comes after days of similar conversations where my needs get postponed or minimized when business demands intervene. I need to feel like your partner, rather than someone you're protecting from a distance. I need conversations about our relationship to feel as important as meetings about restaurant chains and territorial disputes. They are important. You and the babies are the most important things in my life. His words carry conviction that would be reassuring if they were supported by tangible. Then why do I feel like I'm competing with everything else for your attention lately? Why do discussions about my fears get interrupted by phone calls and postponed until later that never comes? I sound angry as suppressed frustration finally breaks through the careful restraint I've maintained. His phone buzzes again, and I watch him glance at the screen despite his obvious effort to maintain focus on our conversation. The automatic response confirms everything Alina suggested about misplaced priorities. "Answer it," I say quietly, suddenly exhausted by the futile effort to compete with demands that will always feel more urgent than my need for reassurance and connection. I wouldn't be so concerned if I felt confident he'd have more time and attention once he deals with Mikhail, but I'm not confident about that right now. I'm in a fragile state, and his lack of connection is making it harder for me regardless of his reasons for not being here. It can wait. No, it can't. It never can. I close the Wellington contract and push it across the desk toward him. I'll review the rest of these tomorrow, though my input hardly matters. You clearly have more pressing matters to handle. He blinks in surprise at my words and opens his mouth to respond, but his phone buzzes again. I'm sorry, Willa, but I need to take this. We will talk later." I nod, giving him a bitter smile because I know we won't. He pauses to touch my shoulder. "I'm doing all of this for us." I nod once more. I know. I believe him, and his intentions are good, but I'm not convinced he can ever fully break free of the Bratva, even if or when Mikhail is no longer a threat. Can he ever truly put me and the babies first? I wish I were sure he could.
2 weeks later, the legitimate investment accounts require my signature on documents that will reshape everything I've built over the past decade. I sit in my home office at 11 at night, reviewing contracts that transform illegal revenue streams into respectable business ventures, each page representing another step away from the life that defined me for so long. Timur's latest intelligence reports spread across my desk paint a concerning picture of Mikhail's recent activities. We have 3 more businesses targeted for surveillance, 2 shipping routes compromised, and a network of informants growing bolder in their reconnaissance efforts. Every day I spend restructuring finances is another day he uses to position himself for whatever final move he's planning. My phone buzzes with another message from the accountant handling offshore transfers. Wellington partnership approved. Funds ready for transfer. The text should feel like victory, but it only reminds me how much work remains before I can walk away completely. The elevator chimes announce someone's arrival, though my security team should have prevented unauthorized access at this hour. I reach for the gun in my desk drawer, finger resting near the trigger, until Timur appears in the doorway, carrying coffee and wearing a grim expression. "The Cayman accounts are clean," he says, settling into the chair across from my desk. "Your lawyer confirmed the final transfers went through this afternoon. When Wellington's comes in, that investment gives you enough legitimate capital to maintain your current lifestyle indefinitely. The news should bring relief, but I've learned to distrust easy victories when dealing with complex problems. What's the timeline for transferring operational control? 6 weeks, assuming no major disruptions to current activities. The Moscow contacts are satisfied with succession plans, and local lieutenants have accepted the transition structure. He opens his folder and slides additional documents across the polished surface. There's something else we need to discuss. The shift in his tone makes me look up from the contracts requiring my attention. What kind of something else? I think we have a mole. Someone is feeding information to Mikhail about our security procedures, financial operations, and daily routines. His says it carefully, clearly delivering news he wishes he didn't have to share. The possibility of betrayal from within my own organization makes my jaw clench with fury and something approaching paranoia. Evidence? The timing of his attack suggests inside knowledge about our response protocols. The precision of his surveillance indicates access to information that shouldn't be available to external operatives. Plus, there are communication patterns that don't match normal operational security. I exhale harshly. Do you have any suspects? He half shrugs. It could be anyone with access to sensitive information, financial advisors, security personnel, household staff, or even family members of trusted associates. The list encompasses dozens of people whose betrayal would feel very personal. The leak could be intentional collaboration, or someone being manipulated without realizing they're providing intelligence. Recommendations? Limit information sharing to essential personnel only. We should change communication protocols and security procedures immediately while monitoring all suspicious individuals until we can identify the source. He empties his coffee cup before continuing. I still think you should relocate Willa to a more secure location until this situation is resolved. I know how much she'd hate that idea and shake my head. She's already stressed about the distance I've been maintaining while handling business transitions. Moving her to another unfamiliar location would create additional complications and more distance between us if I don't go with her. And how can I with all this? I wave my hand at the documents on my desk, but mean everything happening right now. It's your choice, but it's an unnecessary risk keeping her at the estate. His blunt assessment forces me to confront competing priorities that seem impossible to balance effectively. Protecting Willa requires my complete attention, but securing our long-term future demands continued focus on legitimate business development and organizational restructuring, all while fighting this war with Mikhail. Implement all security changes immediately, but relocation remains Plan L. I want electronic surveillance on all household staff and monitoring of communication patterns that might reveal the source of leaked information. The decision feels both necessary and paranoid, and is evidence of how Mikhail's campaign has corrupted my ability to trust anyone completely. Understood. What about the timeline for operational transfer? Should we accelerate the process, given current security concerns? The question forces me to acknowledge my plans for leaving criminal enterprises might be moving too slowly to prevent Mikhail from destroying everything I'm trying to preserve. Continue with the current timeline, but save time and prioritize what we can. After Timur leaves, I remain in the basement office war room, reviewing intelligence reports and financial projections until nearly 2 in the morning. The work helps distract from growing concerns about security breaches and the possibility that someone close to me has been providing ammunition for Mikhail's war. Finally, exhausted to the point I can't see the numbers, I take the elevator instead of the stairs back to the 3rd floor, equally craving sleep and holding Willa. She's asleep when I enter our bedroom, curled on her side with one hand resting protectively over her growing belly. The sight of her in my space, surrounded by evidence of the life we're building together, makes my chest tighten with emotions I struggle to name or express. I undress quietly and slide into bed beside her, careful not to disturb her rest, despite my desire for the comfort and connection her presence provides. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
Thursday morning sunlight streams through the estate's windows as I prepare for my 14-week prenatal appointment, the anticipation building in my chest like a slow-burning flame. Today, we might finally learn the gender if they cooperate and position themselves correctly for the ultrasound. With 7 of them crowded into my rapidly expanding belly, full cooperation seems unlikely. 14 weeks with septuplets feels like hosting a small revolution. Every movement creates ripples of discomfort as 7 sets of developing limbs compete for space meant for one. I catch my reflection in the bathroom mirror, studying how pregnancy has transformed my face. My cheeks are fuller, my skin carries that elusive glow everyone mentions, and my belly shows the unmistakable curve of impossibility made real. My uterus is the size of a 22-week singleton pregnancy, according to one of my books, but I feel ginormous and much farther along than that. I can already feel some movement, which is strange at this point, but it makes total sense. Realizing there are 18 weeks ahead of me seems daunting, but I wish I could safely endure the full 26 to keep them in until they're born at term, if it were safe to carry them that long. Iskander's voice carries from his office as he conducts another urgent business call, using the same clipped Russian that's become the soundtrack to our mornings. He's already had 3 separate conversations before 9 o'clock. When I find him reviewing contracts with intense focus, he looks up with the expression of someone whose mind remains divided between immediate tasks and long-term obligations. The Wellington partnership documents spread across his desk represent the legitimate future he's building for us, but they also serve as another barrier between this moment and his attention. The appointment is in an hour. I settle into the chair across from his desk, watching his face for signs he remembers what today could reveal. Doctor. Leighton thinks we might be able to determine genders if the babies are positioned well. He sets down his pen and gives me what appears to be his full attention, though something in his posture suggests mental calculations about time and competing priorities, and there's a vague hint of dawning realization that he's forgotten in his expression. That would be remarkable. The response carries warmth that encourages me to add more. I was hoping you'd come with me. 3 days ago, you said you'd try to make it work. His expression shifts and I watch him navigate between genuine desire to be present and the pressure of circumstances that seem to demand his immediate attention. The Mikhail situation has escalated since then. Timur discovered some concerning intelligence that requires an urgent response. There's always urgent intelligence and some vague threat you never fully share. There's always another crisis that needs your personal intervention. My voice carries more edge than I intended as frustration breaks through my careful restraint. When does it end, Iskander? When do we become the priority? You are the priority. Everything I'm doing serves the goal of protecting you and giving our children a safe future. He gestures at the documents covering his desk. The Wellington deal moves us significantly closer to complete legitimacy. That's what you want, isn't it? Yes, but I also want a partner who shows up for important moments. The admission emerges with raw honesty. I want someone who chooses to be present during the miraculous parts of this pregnancy, not just the medical emergencies. You think I don't want to be there? His voice carries defensive hurt that makes me reconsider the harshness of my words. I think you want to be there, but something always takes precedence. I lean forward, needing him to understand the difference between intention and action. I'm asking for more than good intentions. I'm asking for actual commitment to building a life where our relationship matters as much as your other responsibilities. The conversation feels familiar and is another iteration of arguments we've circled repeatedly without resolution for the past few weeks. His protective instincts and my need for partnership seem fundamentally incompatible, creating tension that passionate reconciliation temporarily masks but never truly resolves. What are you really asking me, Willa? He sounds tired, almost defeated, and looks weary. I want to ease up on him, but my own fears are haunting me, so I push instead. I'm asking if you can truly leave this world behind, not just delegate operations to Timur while maintaining oversight, but actually walk away from the power and control that have defined your entire adult life. The words emerge with desperate honesty. I'm asking if you'll choose us when other obligations demand your attention. His shoulders droop as he exhales harshly. I've already committed to transferring operational control to Timur once the Mikhail situation is resolved. The legitimate businesses provide sustainable income without any risks of indictments or prison time. His response sounds rehearsed, as if he's explained these arrangements so frequently they've lost emotional resonance. Those are structural changes, not personal transformation. Leaving the Bratva means more than reorganizing business operations. I study his face for signs of understanding what I'm trying to convey. It means changing fundamental patterns about how you respond to threats and conflicts while trusting other people to handle problems you've always solved personally. His jaw tightens with familiar defensiveness. Some problems require personal resolution. Mikhail falls into that category because of our history and the specific threats he's making against you. Why does it have to be you? Timur is experienced and capable. He understands the situation without carrying emotional baggage that might cloud his judgment. My challenge strikes at his assumptions about leadership and control. Maybe personal intervention is exactly what Mikhail wants. Maybe responding emotionally instead of strategically gives him the leverage he's been seeking. You want me to delegate responsibility for your safety to someone else? The question emerges with incredulous anger. I want you to consider whether your need for personal control serves our family's interest or just satisfies your ego about proving dominance. The accusation cuts through his defensive justifications. I want you to examine whether killing Mikhail personally protects us or just perpetuates cycles of violence that will follow us regardless of other changes you're making. The suggestion that his protective instincts might be counterproductive transforms his expression into something approaching fury. This isn't about ego. Mikhail made this personal when he started targeting you and our children. Some insults demand personal response. Do they? I stand and move to the window overlooking gardens where armed guards maintain their vigilance. What if walking away from personal vengeance is exactly what demonstrates the strength to build something different? Walking away means accepting Mikhail can threaten my family without consequences. That's not strength in my world. It's weakness that invites further attacks. His voice carries absolute conviction that brooks no argument about tactical necessities. Or it means trusting your organization to handle threats without requiring your personal involvement in violence that keeps you tied to a world you claim to want to leave. We're going in circles, each of us entrenched in positions that feel irreconcilable. How can you build a legitimate future while personally executing enemies from your criminal past? The logic of my argument seems to penetrate his defensive armor, though his expression remains stubbornly resistant to implications that challenge core beliefs about leadership and responsibility. We stare at each other across an emotional distance that currently seems insurmountable. A soft knock interrupts our standoff, and Alina appears in the doorway with impeccable timing. I'm sorry to interrupt, but your appointment is in 30 minutes, Ms. Reynolds. Should I order the car? The reminder rattles me, and clearly Iskander too. We've spent precious time arguing about abstract principles instead of focusing on the immediate miracle of seeing our children's development. He moves toward his desk, as if preparing to return to work. Let me return a call to Timur, and then I'll come with you. No. The word emerges with sharp finality that surprises all three of us. If you care more about Mikhail than about seeing our children on an ultrasound screen, I'll go alone, but I won't pretend this doesn't matter, and I won't accept excuses for why revenge takes priority over our relationship. The ultimatum feels both empowering and terrifying. It's a line drawn in sand that could either force the necessary change or create irreparable damage between us. I turn toward the door, suddenly exhausted by futile efforts to compete with obligations that will always feel more important than me or them. Willa, Wait. His voice carries something that might be capitulation. You're right, I said I'll come with you. Don't do me any favors. Come because you want to see our children, not because I backed you into a corner with ultimatums. I pause in the doorway, meeting his conflicted gaze directly. Come because this matters to you as much as your important business. I infuse the last two words with anger that makes him flinch. I'm not proud of it, but I enjoy seeing some kind of reaction from him. Am I getting through? He nods slowly. It does matter. You matter. I'll meet you at the car in 10 minutes. As I walk away, Alina is still standing in the hallway, her expression curious as she observes our domestic drama. Something in her posture suggests she's been listening longer than necessary for simple household coordination, though her professional demeanor gives away nothing. She's probably ensuring I don't need extra support. Ms. Reynolds, her voice carries gentle concern. Are you feeling well? You seem distressed. I'm fine. Just pregnant and frustrated with relationship dynamics that feel impossible to resolve. The admission emerges before I can filter it through appropriate employer-employee boundaries. I've heard pregnancy emotions can be overwhelming, especially when combined with external pressures. She steps closer, dropping her voice to something approaching conspiracy. Sometimes men need clear demonstrations of consequences before they adjust their priorities appropriately. The observation is more than simple sympathy, but it sparks my guilt rather than making me feel vindicated. Do you think I was too harsh with my ultimatum? I think you advocated for your needs with appropriate directness. Men like Mr. Taranov need clarity. If gentle requests haven't produced desired changes, stronger measures may be necessary. I nod, though I still feel terrible about how unforgiving I was. Thank you for the perspective. I should prepare for the appointment. I move toward the stairs, suddenly eager to escape this house and the tension with his candor. Of course, I hope the appointment provides positive news about the baby's development. Her voice returns to professional warmth, though her expression reflects genuine interest in the baby's development. It's good to have that support. 15 minutes later, I stand beside the SUV as Anton checks his watch again for the third time in the last 5 minutes. Iskander hasn't appeared, and he sent me. No message explains the delay. It's another broken promise wrapped up as good intentions. Should we wait longer, Ms. Reynolds? Anton asks. Number. He's made his choice. I climb into the vehicle and pull out my phone to call Harper as Anton gets behind the wheel and turns on the engine. We're leaving. Harper answers quickly. Hey, what's up? Can you meet me at Dr. Layton's office in 15 minutes? Iskander was supposed to come, but something more important came up. Again. Bitterness creeps into my voice despite my efforts to sound casual, and I blink back the hot sting of tears. Her voice is full of sympathy, along with an undertone of irritation that I'm sure is directed toward Iskander. Of course I'll be there. Are you okay? I will be. It's a lie, but I don't want to break down right now. As Anton drives through Charleston traffic, I sink into the leather seat. The truth hits hard. Iskander's promises about change are just words. Every crisis gives him an excuse to postpone the partnership I need, leaving me to face our children's milestones alone. The regret comes in waves. Maybe I was too harsh and too demanding. The world he's trying to leave doesn't offer easy exits or convenient timing. He's fighting for us as hard as he can. I know that. And I realize part of my harshness is my own fear spilling over. As I wish I knew better ways to get through to him without fighting. The pattern hurts with my repeated requests for attention, his defensive explanations and arguments that solve nothing while pushing us farther apart. When I get back, I'll try talking calmly once again while trying to keep a firmer hold on my frustration. Maybe understanding him better will help me find words that reach him without making him defensive. We want the same future, but we're going about it wrong. 7 babies deserve parents who can work things out without threats and broken promises. They deserve a father who shows up because he wants to, not because I forced him, and a mother who isn't always lashing out at their father because of fear and frustration. Today's disappointment shows how much work we still have ahead. The city passes by the bulletproof windows as we head to Dr. Layton's office, and I wonder if love is enough for what's coming. Charleston's morning light filters through the glass, but inside this protected space, everything feels distant and uncertain.
I realize I'm running late and hurry to finish the conversation with one of Wellington's representatives, who called me before I could call Timur. I run outside just in time to see the SUV disappear down the estate's winding drive. I'm 7 minutes late, so I can't blame her for leaving without me, but something cold settles in my stomach. Willa's words replay in my mind. If you care more about Mikhail than about seeing our children, I'll go alone. The sound of the engine fades, leaving only silence and another promise broken. I meant to go with her. I wanted to see our children's faces on that ultrasound screen, maybe learn their genders, and share that moment of wonder that belongs to us alone. Instead, I let the agent's urgent call pull me back into the darkness I'm supposedly leaving behind. I walk back into my office where the Wellington files are still spread across my desk like blueprints for a future I'm apparently too stubborn to embrace. Each page represents legitimacy, safety, and the clean life Willa deserves. Yet here I stand, choosing old patterns over new promises. My phone buzzes. Timur's name appears on the screen, and I answer with more aggression than he deserves. This better be life or death. It might be. His voice carries gravity that refocuses my attention. We need to talk in person. Now. I just missed my pregnant girlfriend's ultrasound appointment because I got sidetracked by something important. So this conversation better be worth what it cost me. It's not his fault, or even Mr. King's, who called me unexpectedly. It's mine for not being able to properly delegate. It is. I'll be there in 10 minutes. The line goes dead, and I'm left staring at the phone while guilt gnaws at my ribs. I should have gone with Willa. The Wellington discussion would have waited another 2 hours since we've already signed the contracts. It's just organizing details now and waiting for the first payment from his group. Instead, I chose the familiar pull of crisis management over the unfamiliar territory of simply being present for the woman I love. The admission stops me cold. Love. When did that happen? When did protecting Willa transform into something deeper than possession or responsibility? Somewhere between watching her stand up to entitled clients, seeing her courage in the face of Henri's death, and learning about our 7 babies, she's become the only future I want. Yet I keep treating her like a problem to solve instead of a partner to trust. Every protective instinct pulls me toward control while she begs for partnership. Every threat against her triggers responses that push us farther apart while I tell myself I'm keeping her safe. Heavy footsteps in the hallway announce Timur's arrival. He appears in my doorway with drooped shoulders, suggesting he's carrying bad news. When Timur looks this serious, people tend to die. Tell me. I gesture toward the chair Willa vacated 24 minutes ago. He settles into the seat and places a tablet on my desk between us. The whispers have become conversations. Since learning you're trying to get out, some of our mid-level operators are questioning your commitment to the organization. I shrug. Let them question. In 6 months, it won't matter what they think. It matters now. He slides a tablet screen across the desk, revealing surveillance photos of men I recognize from our Atlanta operations. Victor Colds has been meeting with former Balakin lieutenants on 3 separate occasions in the past week. Victor has run our southern routes for 5 years. His loyalty never seemed questionable until this moment. What kind of meetings? The kind where money changes hands and allegiances shift. His voice carries disgust. He thinks you've gone soft and domestic troubles have made you weak and distracted. I've had a discussion with him to clarify his thinking, but his actions are troubling. Others might also think you're too distracted to properly lead. Am I? The question emerges before I can stop it. He hesitates before answering. You missed a major operational briefing last Tuesday because Willa had morning sickness. You've postponed 3 separate strategy sessions to meet with Wellington's people, and yesterday you turned down a meeting with the Miami contacts because who the fuck knows why? Just that it was because of her. He steadily meets my gaze. Your priorities have shifted. I lean forward, elbows on the desk. Each example strikes true because they're all accurate. I have been choosing domestic concerns over business obligations, with trying to build a legitimate future for Willa and the babies, while simultaneously neglecting her and my other obligations to the Bratva. The pattern that felt like growth now sounds like weakness when filtered through Timur's tactical assessment. But how do I explain that watching her face light up when she talks about the babies matters more than any meeting? How do I justify that her happiness has become more important than territorial disputes or profit margins? I'm not inclined to do so, and anyone who has a problem with it can challenge me or fuck off. Are you saying I should abandon the mother of my children to prove organizational loyalty? I'm saying your enemies are interpreting your new priorities as vulnerabilities they can exploit. He swipes to another set of photos showing Mikhail Balakin in conversation with men I don't recognize. Mikhail has been recruiting from our defectors, especially the newer recruits from Moscow who haven't had time to become truly loyal. He's building a coalition based on the premise that you're no longer the leader who built this empire. The strategic implications crystallize with horrible clarity. If our own people doubt my commitment, they become potential allies for Mikhail's vendetta. Internal dissent combined with external pressure could collapse everything I've built, leaving Willa and our children exposed to threats I can no longer control. The image of her facing Mikhail's men without my protection chills me. I have 7 babies depending on me for their very existence, and I'm failing them before they're even born. Is Victor our mole? Niet, he's too far outside the inner circle. He's just one concern I bring to your attention. I scrub a hand down my face, trying to wipe away sudden exhaustion with all of the theatrics involved with the situation. I want a clear, clean answer. What do you recommend? It's time to end this war decisively and show everyone you're still the man who doesn't tolerate threats against what's his. Timur's voice drops to something approaching command. Kill Mikhail publicly and brutally. Remind everyone why they used to fear you, and then when you leave, it will be on your terms, not because you've been betrayed. The suggestion should feel natural and automatic. For years, I've handled threats with overwhelming force that leaves no room for future challenges when required, though I've shown more restraint than my father did about deciding when those measures were required. Now something in me resists the familiar pattern of violence as solution. What if Will is right? What if personal revenge keeps me tied to this world and blocks my plan to walk away? Then you choose between the woman you love and the power that keeps her safe. His answer comes without hesitation. You can't have both if you're not willing to defend what you've built. The brutal honesty cuts through every rationalization I've constructed about gradual transitions and peaceful exits. You don't retire from the Bratva by delegating responsibilities and hoping your enemies respect your new priorities. You retire by eliminating threats and proving you're still dangerous enough to be left alone. If I handle Mikhail personally, the defectors fall back in line? Most of them. Victor and his allies will remember why crossing you was never a viable option, especially if you make an example of him too. Timur's expression remains coldly practical. You have to do it soon, before Mikhail gains enough support to make his move. I walk to the window overlooking the gardens where my security team maintains their vigilance. Armed men patrol the grounds where I've tried to build a sanctuary for Willa and our children. Even here, surrounded by walls and guards, we're not safe as long as Mikhail lives, and my own people question my strength. The irony cuts deep. I built this empire to have the power to protect what I cared about, but now that power itself has become the threat. There's another option. Timur's voice carries careful neutrality. Plan L. Plan L, the last resort contingency we developed months ago for worst-case scenarios. I can move Willa to the secure facility in the mountains, where she'll be completely protected while I handle the war without worrying about her safety. It's logical, strategic, and everything she'll hate about how I make decisions. She'll never agree to it willingly. Then don't give her a choice. Transport her there before she realizes what's happening. Handle Mikhail and the defectors over the next week, then bring her home when the threats are eliminated. She'll see it as betrayal, and another example of me choosing control over partnership. The thought fills me with dread, and my stomach clenches. But I don't see an alternative. I have to protect her, even if it costs me everything we've built together. Better an angry girlfriend than a dead one. Timur's words carry finality that cuts through emotional concerns. If you truly love her, you'll protect her from the consequences of your divided attention. The logic is unassailable and completely wrong at the same time. Protecting Willa by removing her autonomy will destroy the trust we've been building. Yet keeping her here, while I wage war against external and internal enemies, puts her and 7 unborn children at risk I can't accept. The mental image of Willa's face when she realizes what I've done haunts me already. She'll look at me with those green eyes full of betrayal and disappointment, and I'll deserve every bit of her anger. I return to my desk, sinking into the chair while impossible choices press down on me. I recall Willa this morning, her face flushed with pregnancy and frustration, as she begged me to choose her over my obligations. Instead of doing that, I'm now planning to take away her choice entirely. How long to implement Plan L? 6 hours. The facility is fully staffed and equipped for extended stays. We can have her there before she knows what's happening. His efficiency in planning my betrayal of Willa's trust feels like another small death. Anton and 3 others would accompany her. I'll send ahead medical staff to be prepared for any pregnancy complications. And I took the liberty of arranging a delivery suite and a network of doctors and nurses pressed into our service if she needs to deliver there. I thought you said a week. There's no heat in my words, though. Ideally, we can deal with Mikhail in a week, but potentially it could take months to draw him out, leaving Willa giving birth in the safe house. What do I tell her? Nothing. Operational security requires limiting information to essential personnel only. Timur's expression remains professionally neutral. She doesn't need to understand the tactical necessities to benefit from the protection they provide. Every instinct screams this is wrong, and treating Willa like cargo to be secured rather than a partner to consult will shatter everything between us. I can't be taking relationship advice from my stoic lieutenant, who has no use for women outside the bedroom. Yet the alternative might be watching Mikhail's bullets find their target because I was too distracted to see the threat coming. That reminds me I'm accepting his advice on how to keep her safe, not how to make her happy. If I do this, she might never forgive me. If you don't, you might not have the chance to ask for forgiveness. His response cuts through every romantic notion about trust and partnership. Dead martyrs don't get to rebuild relationships. The tablet screen shows another photo of Mikhail meeting with potential allies, his expression carrying the satisfaction of someone who sees victory approaching. Every day I delay decisive action gives him more time to build support and plan attacks. Every day I try to balance competing priorities gives him opportunities to exploit weaknesses he's already identified. The words emerge with reluctant finality. Activate. Plan L. Good. Timur collects his tablet and stands straight. I'll coordinate the logistics. What do you want me to tell the transport team about resistance? She won't resist if she doesn't know it's happening until it's too late. The plan crystallizes with horrible clarity, each detail another nail in the coffin of our relationship. I'll tell Harper I've arranged a spa weekend at the mountain retreat just for them, so Will can relax and get prenatal massage. By the time Willa realizes it's not a getaway, she'll be secure. My mouth twists. So will Harper, for that matter. Since I'm keeping the woman I love captive, I might as well kidnap her best friend to keep her company. He ignores that and asks, what should they do if Ms. Reynolds or her friend demands to return immediately? Tell them communication blackouts are necessary for security purposes. No phone, no internet, and no contact with the outside world until the threats are eliminated. Each detail of the deception feels like another betrayal. Medical emergencies only. Understood. Timur pauses at the door. For what it's worth, this is the right tactical decision. Personal feelings aside, you're choosing her survival over her happiness. Most women would eventually understand that choice. Willa isn't most women. The admission carries all my fear and admiration for the woman who refuses to be protected from her own life. She values partnership over safety. I'm giving her the opposite of everything she's asked for. You're giving her the chance to survive long enough to hate you for it and bring those babies into the world. That's better than the alternative. After he leaves, I sink into my chair and stare at my phone. There are no missed calls from Willa, so she made no effort to remind me of the appointment when I was late. I can't blame her for the reaction. I settle back, massaging my temples to fight off a headache. She's probably at the doctor's office now, seeing our children's faces while I plan to betray her trust in the name of protection. Maybe she's learning their genders, sharing that moment of joy with Harper instead of me, because I chose business over being present. When she gets home, she'll discover exactly how far I'll go to keep her safe, and she'll probably hate me for it. I dial her number, knowing she won't answer, but needing to hear her voice one last time before I destroy everything between us. It goes straight to voicemail. Her recording plays with warm affection that makes guilt twist in my chest. This is Willa. Leave a message, and I'll call you back. It's me. My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. I'm sorry about this morning. I'm sorry about all of it. I love you more than I know how to show you, and I'm about to prove it in the worst possible way. The confession tumbles out. It's easier to say, I love you, to her machine than it is to her. I end the call before I can say anything else that might give away what's coming. The silence in my office feels oppressive, like it's filled with the ghosts of better choices I could have made. When she returns from the appointment, she'll face the consequences of my choice to prioritize her safety over her trust. She'll pack for what she thinks is a relaxing weekend away, probably grateful for the thoughtfulness while I orchestrate her imprisonment. In the end, she'll be alive to hate me, and that's all that matters now. The afternoon stretches ahead with preparations for war and betrayal. I'll need to call Harper soon to convince her to help participate in the surprise, only to add her name to the list of people who hate me once it's over. Every detail of this elaborate lie is designed to keep the woman I love safe while destroying everything she values about our relationship. To give Willa the partnership she deserves, I first have to prove I'm still the kind of man who takes what he wants without asking permission. I'm choosing her and the baby's survival, even if that means I'm not part of their future in any meaningful way, if she can't get past her anger to forgive me.
The ultrasound gel feels cold against my belly as Dr. Layton moves the wand across my skin. Harper sits in the chair beside the examination table, her phone ready to capture pictures if the babies cooperate for clear images today. Let's see how our 7 little ones are doing. Dr. Layton's voice carries warm professionalism as she adjusts the screen angle so we can both see clearly. At 14 weeks, we should be able to determine genders with about 70% accuracy if they're positioned well. The familiar whooshing sounds of multiple heartbeats fill the room, and I watch the screen with fascination as 7 distinct forms come into view. They look more like actual babies now instead of the abstract shapes from earlier ultrasounds with recognizable heads and limbs that move independently. Look at baby A! Dr. Layton points to the clearest image on the left side of the screen. Perfect positioning. I can definitely see her gender. Do you want to know? Yes, but not right now. Can you write it down for me? I want to share the information with Iskander and learn the genders when he does. Harper squeezes my hand as the doctor nods. Of course. She gestures to her nurse, who starts taking notes while she moves around the ultrasound wand. 20 minutes later, she's identified all 7 with remarkable clarity but doesn't reveal the genders yet. Each one measures appropriately for their gestational age in a multiple pregnancy, and they're all showing strong heartbeats. The relief that floods through me makes me realize how much anxiety I've been carrying about their development. Everything looks excellent. Dr. Layton wipes the gel from my belly gently. Like I said, growth is right on track, the heartbeats are strong, and all the major organ systems are developing normally. She hands me a sealed envelope with the official gender results hand-printed by her nurse folded inside. I've included photos of each baby with their gender marked. I clutch the envelope against my chest, suddenly overwhelmed by the desire to share this discovery with Iskander. Despite our fight this morning and his absence from this appointment, I want him to experience the wonder of learning about our children together. Maybe this gesture could serve as a peace offering and a way to bridge the distance our arguments have created. There is one concern I want to discuss. Dr. Layton's tone shifts to something more serious as she reviews my chart. Your blood pressure is elevated today. It's nothing dangerous yet, but higher than I'd like to see at this stage. Harper straightens in her chair, immediately alert. How high? 140/90. With a multiple pregnancy, we need to monitor any increases carefully because preeclampsia can develop rapidly. Dr. Layton meets my worried expression with reassuring calm. The best treatment is rest and stress reduction. I want you prioritizing sleep, limiting physical activity, and avoiding situations that spike your anxiety. I'll make sure she follows orders. Harper's voice carries the authority of having helped me through every crisis since high school. What else should we watch for? Severe headaches, visual changes, sudden swelling in hands or feet, or upper abdominal pain. Any of those symptoms warrant immediate medical attention. She hands me a printed information sheet. Otherwise, I want to see you back next week for another blood pressure check. I nod. processing the implications while trying not to panic. Stress reduction seems impossible when I'm living in an armed fortress while the man I love wages war against enemies who want to kill us both. Harper helps me off the examination table as doctor. Leighton finishes her notes. We'll get you set up with the nurse for next week's appointment, and then you're going straight home to rest. In the small bathroom attached to the exam room, I change back into my regular clothes while Harper waits outside. The envelope, with gender results, feels precious in my hands, like a secret I'm protecting until I can share it properly. Through the thin walls, I can hear Harper and Dr. Leighton discussing my care plan in hushed tones that suggest more concern than they're showing me directly. When I emerge from the bathroom, the doctor is gone, and Harper stands beside the examination table with an expression that balances worry and determination. We wait for the nurse to return with scheduling information while I tell her about this morning's argument and the ongoing conflicts between Iskander and me. She takes a minute to process everything she's heard before speaking. You know, I've never been Iskander's biggest fan. She settles into the chair she vacated earlier, choosing her words carefully. I've seen how he looks at you when he thinks no one's paying attention, though. I smooth my shirt over my expanding belly, surprised by this shift in Harper's usual criticism of my relationship choices. Where are you going with this? I think he's genuinely trying to balance impossible situations. He's building a legitimate future while dealing with people who want to kill him for walking away, and that other guy, Mikhail, wanting all of you dead. She pauses, studying my face. That doesn't excuse missing important appointments, but maybe it explains why he struggles to prioritize correctly. The observation hits deeper than I expected, because it mirrors my own conflicted feelings about this morning's fight. Are you defending him? I'm trying to be fair to both of you. Her voice carries the honesty that's defined our friendship since we were teenagers. You have every right to expect support from your partner, especially during pregnancy, but maybe threatening ultimatums isn't the most effective way to get what you need. Heat rises in my cheeks as I remember the harshness of my words this morning. I was frustrated and scared. The blood pressure thing proves I can't handle much more stress. So talk to him like an adult instead of backing him into corners with demands. Her suggestion carries gentle challenge rather than criticism. Tell him specifically what you need from him and when you need it. Give him chances to succeed instead of testing whether he'll fail. The wisdom in her advice makes me feel foolish for how I handled our conversation earlier. Instead of explaining my fears about carrying 7 babies or my need for emotional support, I attacked his choices and questioned his commitment to our future. My conversations with Alina spurred me on, encouraging the worst side of me to emerge in the throes of anger and frustration. I was planning to apologize when I get home. The admission emerges with some embarrassment. I thought showing him the gender results and learning them together would be a way to start over. Good. Her smile carries approval and relief. You two want the same things. You're just approaching them from different directions while dealing with more pressure than most couples ever face. A soft knock interrupts our conversation, and the nurse appears with an appointment card for next week. Dr. Leighton wants to see you Thursday at 10 o'clock for the blood pressure recheck. I take the card and slip it into my purse beside the precious envelope. Thank you. As we leave the clinic, Harper links her arm through mine while we walk toward the parking space right in front of the clinic where Anton waits beside the black SUV. The sunlight feels warm against my face, and for the first time in days, I feel hopeful about resolving the tension between Iskander and me. I'm glad you came with me today. I squeeze Harper's arm gratefully. I would have been nervous learning all this alone. That's what best friends are for. She grins at me with the same mischievous expression she's worn since we were 16. Besides, someone needs to make sure you actually rest instead of working yourself into early labor. We're still laughing when the attack comes. Anton stands just 3 feet away from us, scanning the area with professional vigilance when masked figures emerge from behind parked cars like they teleported there. Everything happens so fast that my mind struggles to process the sequence of events. A gunshot cracks through the afternoon air, and Anton staggers backward, clutching his chest. I pray he's wearing his vest as he spins and falls down onto his belly. Harper turns toward the sound, opening her mouth to scream when someone grabs her from behind and covers her mouth until she slumps. Then he chucks her over beside Anton's fallen body like she's trash instead of a human being. I stand frozen in shock, watching my best friend drop to the asphalt. Before I can move or cry out, rough hands grab my arms from behind. "Don't make a sound!" A man's voice hisses against my ear while cold metal presses against my belly. "One wrong move and your babies die first." Terror floods my system as the reality crashes over me. The gun against my pregnant stomach, Harper unconscious and bleeding, and Anton motionless on the ground is all real. Everything Iskander warned me about and every precaution he insisted upon still wasn't enough. I struggle against the hands dragging me toward a waiting sedan, but the gun barrel presses harder against my abdomen, making me freeze with protective instinct for the lives depending on me. "Please." The word emerges as barely a whisper. "Don't hurt them." That depends entirely on your cooperation. The masked man forces me into the back seat of the car while another figure slides in beside me, maintaining the weapon's threatening position against my belly. Stay quiet and still, and nobody else gets hurt. As the car pulls away from the clinic parking lot, I catch a glimpse of Harper's motionless form through the rear window. Is she breathing? Is Anton alive? The questions spiral through my mind while panic claws at my chest. The envelope with our baby's gender results crumples in my fist as the masked man beside me maintains steady pressure with his gun. These babies might never get the chance to be born if I make the wrong choice in the next few minutes. "Where are you taking me?" I force the question through lips that feel numb with shock. "Somewhere your boyfriend will come looking for you." The driver's voice carries satisfaction that makes me quiver. "Mikhail Balakin wants to have a conversation with Iskander Taranov, and you're going to help arrange that meeting." Mikhail Balakin, the name Iskander spoke with such hatred, the enemy he's been trying to eliminate before walking away from his criminal empire. Now I understand why he was so desperate to keep me protected, though every security measure felt excessive until this moment when none of it mattered. The car speeds through Charleston traffic while I sit trapped between armed men who see me as nothing more than leverage against the man I love. Every bump in the road sends waves of anxiety through me, and I worry about my blood pressure spiking while carrying babies who need me to stay calm and safe. My phone rests in my purse, probably useless since these men certainly anticipated Iskander would try to track me through it. The gender results envelope remains clutched in my hand, a symbol of the future we might never get to share if this goes wrong. Through the car windows, I watch familiar Charleston streets pass by as we head toward whatever location Mikhail has chosen for his confrontation with Iskander. The Spanish moss-draped trees and historic architecture looks surreal from inside this nightmare, like pieces of a normal world I might never see again. "How long have you been watching me?" The question emerges despite my fear, driven by need to understand how completely I've been exposed. The man beside me adjusts his grip on the weapon without answering, but the driver glances at me in the rearview mirror. "Long enough to know your schedule, your habits, and exactly when you'd be most vulnerable." I flinch. They have been studying me for weeks to learn my routines and identify opportunities to strike when Iskander's protection couldn't reach me. They clearly chose my appointment day because it's about the only time I leave his estate these days. Every moment I felt watched but dismissed as paranoia was actually hostile surveillance by people planning this exact scenario. I close my eyes and try to control my breathing, remembering Dr. Layton's warnings about stress and blood pressure. The babies depend on me staying as calm as possible while navigating whatever Mikhail Balakin has planned. The envelope in my hand reminds me Iskander and I have too much to lose to let this destroy our future. When I open my eyes again, we're leaving the city limits and heading toward rural areas where screaming won't bring help. Whatever happens next, I have to survive it for the children I'm carrying and the man who loves me enough to go to war for our family. The afternoon sunlight that felt so hopeful 20 minutes ago now seems to mock the terror filling my chest as we drive toward an uncertain fate.
I'm reviewing tactical maps in my office when my phone rings with Harper's name on the screen. The panic in her voice cuts through me. "Iskander, they took her." Harper's words come out in gasping sobs. "They took Willa. Anton's been shot, and they just grabbed her and drove away." The tactical maps slip from my hands, scattering across the floor, while ice floods my veins. "Where are you now?" "Still at the clinic parking lot. Anton's alive, but his vest caught the bullet. He's hurting but conscious." Her voice breaks on a sob that makes my chest constrict. "Someone grabbed me from behind and covered my nose and mouth until I passed out. When I woke up, they were gone with Willa. I'm already moving toward the gun safe, pulling weapons while barking orders. Stay with Anton. Don't go anywhere alone. Timur is on his way. There was chaos everywhere, and she looked so terrified. Harper's voice carries trauma that mirrors the rage building in my chest. They had a gun pressed against her belly, threatening the babies. The image of masked men holding weapons to Willa's pregnant stomach unleashes something savage in me. Every protective instinct I've ever possessed converges into murderous focus. Harper, listen to me carefully. You're safe now. I'm going to get her back. Promise me. Her plea cuts through the static. Promise me you'll bring her home. I promise. The vow emerges with absolute certainty. No one who touched her will live to see dawn. I end the call and immediately shout for Timur, my voice carrying through the estate's halls with enough force to bring him running. Within seconds, heavy footsteps thunder down the corridor as he appears in my doorway, already alert to crisis. What happened? He takes in my weapons and scattered maps with immediate understanding. Mikhail has Willa. They took her via an armed abduction from the clinic. Harper and Anton are alive, but they took her. I pull on tactical gear while speaking, muscle memory from years of combat preparation taking over. How many men can you mobilize immediately? 12 here at the estate, plus the 4 already heading to the mountain facility. His response comes so fast, I can barely understand it, as he pulls out his phone. I'll redirect the Plan L transport team immediately. Plan L. The elaborate deception I was planning to orchestrate, now rendered completely irrelevant by Mikhail's bold move. While I planned to betray Willa's trust to keep her safe, our enemy was planning to take that choice away from both of us. Get Anton on the phone. I need a full tactical report. I check ammunition while speaking, fury building with each passing second. Mobilize everyone. Timur dials rapidly while I continue arming myself. Anton, report. He puts the call on speaker so I can hear directly. Anton's voice comes through strained, but clear with the professional control of a man trained to function through pain. 4 perimeter guards are down, sir. All headshots, execution style. They knew exactly where we were positioned. The news makes me clench my teeth to hold back a shout of anger. 4 good men are dead because I underestimated Mikhail's intelligence gathering. Survivors? 1 trailing SUV managed to follow the abductors. Last I heard from them, they were maintaining visual on the convoy heading northwest out of the city. Anton pauses, and I hear him wince through pain. They went dark after that, but protocol would be to maintain surveillance without engaging. Northwest, which offers plenty of rural areas with limited law enforcement and isolated locations for whatever Mikhail has planned. He's drawing me away from my stronghold into territory where he controls the variables. How many hostiles in the abduction? At least 6 vehicles with professional coordination. Our men with eyes on estimate 24 operators minimum, and possibly more. They moved like an army, not street criminals. Timur meets my expression with grim understanding. This was a planned operation designed to neutralize our security systematically before taking Willa. Mikhail has been studying our protection protocols for weeks, identifying weaknesses and timing his strike perfectly. Anton, stay with Harper until medical arrives. Don't let her out of your sight. I grab additional magazines while issuing orders. Timur, redirect all available assets to tracking that convoy. Already done. He's coordinating through multiple phones while pulling on his own tactical gear. Plan L team is en route to assist. Plus, I'm calling in favors from the Miami and Atlanta crews. My phone buzzes with an unknown number, and ice-cold certainty fills my stomach. I know exactly who's calling before I answer. Iskander Taranov. My voice carries deadly calm despite the rage building in my chest. My old friend, Mikhail Balakin's voice oozes satisfaction through the speaker. I have something that belongs to you. The sound of his voice after months of cat-and-mouse warfare triggers every violent instinct I've inherited from my father's brutal legacy. If you've hurt her, I'll spend days killing you. She's unharmed, for now. Pregnant women require such delicate handling, especially when carrying multiple babies. His words carry cruelty designed to maximize my psychological torture. 7 children, I'm told. What an impressive legacy you've created. The casual mention of the pregnancy details makes me feel like I have glass shards floating through my bloodstream. How long has he been watching her? How much does he know about our private lives and vulnerabilities? What do you want? I growl. I want you to come collect what belongs to you. His tone shifts to something approaching command. Come alone, or the next call you receive will be very different. Where? I'll text you coordinates. You have 2 hours or I start sending pieces of your family back to you. The line goes dead, but not before I hear something that stops my heart. It's Willa's voice, distant but unmistakable, crying out my name with desperate fear. The sound strikes me hard, transforming rage into something beyond rational thought. My phone immediately buzzes with coordinates to a location that matches the northwest direction Anton reported. As expected, it's in a rural area, isolated, and perfect for the confrontation Mikhail has been engineering since he arrived in my territory. Timur inputs the coordinates on his own device and studies it with tactical assessment. It's a building, probably fortified to a compound by now, 40 minutes from here. Satellite imagery shows multiple buildings, defensive positions, and a single access road. How long to get our people in position? 90 minutes for full deployment, 60 if we move fast and light. He types on his tablet, coordinating multiple teams simultaneously. He's expecting exactly this response. The psychological warfare Mikhail is conducting suggests he knows exactly how to exploit my protective instincts while putting Willa in maximum danger. He wants me angry, desperate, and making emotional decisions instead of tactical ones. He's not getting what he wants. I shoulder my rifle and check my sidearms. We go in heavy and smart, and we end this permanently. The trailing SUV team just made contact. Timur's phone buzzes with incoming intel. They've maintained visual on the compound. They've confirmed location and count at least 15 hostiles on exterior patrol. I grimace, wishing we had more immediately available men. Weapons? Military grade, automatic rifles, tactical gear, and coordinated positions. He shows me real-time surveillance photos. These are pros, not foot soldiers. The images confirm my worst fears about Mikhail's preparation and resources. This isn't just revenge. My secure phone rings again with the same unknown number. This time, I answer with steel in my voice. Balakin. Having second thoughts? Mikhail's tone carries smug satisfaction. Just admiring your preparation. 15 men with military weapons are maintaining defensive positions. I let him know his advantage isn't as secret as he thinks. Impressive for someone who's about to die. Confidence suits you, but circumstances have changed. His voice hardens with years of accumulated hatred. Your woman is more spirited than expected. She seems to think you'll negotiate for her release. Put her on the phone. Briefly, any attempt to communicate tactical information results in immediate consequences. I can't tell if he's warning me or her about that. Static crackles before Willa's voice comes through, strained but defiant. Iskander, don't come alone. This is a trap. I'm coming for you. My voice carries promise and threat in equal measure. Stay strong. I love you. Her words make my knees weak. I love you, and I'm sorry about this morning. The line goes dead before I can respond, leaving me with the sound of her voice echoing in my mind. She's apologizing for our fight while being held hostage by enemies who want to use her death to destroy me. The guilt of our unresolved argument cuts deeply, reminding me how many things I need to say to her once she's safe. What did this morning's fight involve? Timur's question carries tactical curiosity rather than personal interest. She wanted me to prioritize our relationship over business obligations. I chose a phone call over her ultrasound appointment. The admission emerges with bitter irony. She was asking for partnership, and I was planning to kidnap her instead. His expression shifts to something approaching understanding. Plan L would have destroyed everything between you, but it would have kept her safe. Yeah, I know, but it's a moot point. Now I get the chance to prove I can choose her over everything else that seems important. I'll have to confess my plan to trick her, unable to live with it on my conscience, especially since I left that voicemail earlier, but now isn't the time to focus on potential fallout from that. I move toward the door, already mentally preparing for the assault ahead. First, we kill everyone between me and the woman I love. Rules of engagement? No prisoners unless they have information about additional threats. Everyone else dies. My voice carries absolute finality. Mikhail wanted to balance the scales by taking my family. Instead, he's about to learn he would have been smarter to take the loss and walk away years ago. Timur nods grimly, understanding the stakes have shifted beyond tactical considerations into personal warfare. This isn't business. It's about family, which means normal rules no longer apply. Your personal armored vehicle is standing by, and I have a transponder on it. Our transport leaves in 15 minutes, and we'll have a full convoy with air support on standby. He checks his weapons. The medical team is also turning back from the mountain retreat and will be on site for emergency treatment if Willa needs immediate care. The mention of medical needs makes my stomach clench with new fear. Willa's pregnancy creates complications beyond normal hostage situations. High stress, physical trauma, or medical emergencies could threaten not just her life, but the lives of our unborn children. Make sure the medical team understands multiple pregnancy protocols. I gather additional ammunition while speaking. If something goes wrong during the rescue, they're prepared for every scenario. His reassurance cuts through my worst fears. The obstetrician is on standby, and there's a hospital capable of doing a C-section within 10 minutes via the chopper if things go wrong. He makes no mention of NICU capabilities, but that doesn't matter. If something forces her into preterm labor now, our babies can't possibly survive at 14 weeks, so that simply can't happen. I force myself to focus on tactical realities instead of catastrophic possibilities. Willa is strong, resourceful, and determined to protect our children. She'll survive whatever Mikhail puts her through until I can reach her. In the armory, I select additional weapons, loading extra magazines, tactical knives, flashbang grenades, and even a couple of bricks of C4 with detonators. I take anything I could possibly need to turn Mikhail's fortress into his tomb. The familiar weight of combat gear settles around me like armor. It's more emotional than physical. One more thing. I turn to Timur as we prepare to leave. When we find Mikhail, I want him alive long enough to understand exactly what he's lost by threatening her. Understood. His voice carries cold professionalism that's kept us both alive through years of warfare. Personal justice before tactical completion. As we move through the estate's corridors, I think about the conversation I should have had with Willa this morning, instead of fighting about priorities and ultimatums. She wanted partnership, and I gave her defensiveness. She asked for presence, and I offered excuses. I have to have a chance to make that up to her, along with all my other mistakes. No other outcome is acceptable. Our convoy waits in the garage with engines running, and men who've sworn loyalty with their lives loading final equipment. I leave first in my armored sedan, giving the appearance of coming alone. My men will be 5 minutes behind me. In 40 minutes, I'll reach Mikhail's compound and settle a blood debt that's been accumulating interest since his brother's death. Willa needs the monster Mikhail remembers, not the domesticated version I've been trying to become for her sake. When I reach that compound, everyone between me and the woman I love will discover why people used to fear my name. By sunset, Willa will be home safely, and Mikhail will have learned some threats carry consequences beyond his imagination. This ends where it began, with violence and the simple truth that anyone who threatens my family dies. This time, I'm not fighting for territory or respect, but for the only future worth having.
The basement smells like damp concrete and rust, with a musty coldness that seeps through my clothes and settles in my bones. My wrists burn where the zip ties cut into my skin, and I force myself to stop pulling against them to avoid making the damage worse. The dim overhead bulb casts harsh shadows across concrete walls that seem to press closer with each passing hour. I shift on the metal folding chair they've given me, trying to find a position that doesn't send sharp pains through my lower back. At 14 weeks pregnant with 7 babies, every surface feels uncomfortable, but this basement feels designed to maximize misery. The concrete floor beneath my feet radiates cold that makes my legs ache, and the single window near the ceiling shows only a narrow strip of fading daylight. My stomach cramps with anxiety for the 7 lives depending on me to stay calm and safe. Dr. Layton's warnings about elevated blood pressure echo in my mind as tension builds behind my temples. The babies need me to control my stress, but controlling stress while being held hostage by armed men seems impossible. The envelope with gender results remains crumpled in my bound hands, the edges soft from my nervous fidgeting. I might never know the results or who they might have become if I make the wrong choices in the hours ahead. The paper feels precious and fragile, like hope I'm trying to protect until I can share it with this candor. Heavy footsteps descend the wooden stairs, each creak announcing someone's approach with deliberate slowness. I straighten in the chair, trying to project strength I don't entirely feel while preparing for whatever interrogation or intimidation comes next. The man who enters must be Mikhail Balakin. He's tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair cut short and piercing blue eyes that study me with calculating interest. His expensive suit looks out of place in this dingy basement, but his presence fills the space with quiet menace that makes my skin crawl. Miss Reynolds. His voice carries a slight Russian accent wrapped around perfectly polite English. I apologize for the accommodations. We weren't expecting such distinguished company. I meet his gaze directly, refusing to look away despite every instinct screaming at me to show submission. What do you want? Straight to business. I appreciate directness in women. He settles into another folding chair position just out of my reach, putting him close enough to feel threatening, but far enough to avoid any desperate attempts I might make to fight back. I want to have a conversation with your lover about old debts and family honor. Kidnapping pregnant women isn't honorable. Neither is killing young men who are following orders from their older brothers. His expression hardens with years of accumulated pain. Yet, here we are, discussing the consequences of choices made long ago. The mention of his brother brings Iskander's version of events flooding back. Alexei Balakin, 22 years old, leading 4 men into territory where they didn't belong and forcing a confrontation that ended in blood. I study Mikhail's face for signs of the grief that's driven him to this extreme. Your brother chose to attack Iskander. What did you expect him to do? Let himself be killed. I expected him to show mercy to a boy who was trying to prove himself worthy of the family name. Mikhail's voice carries bitter regret. Alexei was reckless and proud, but he didn't deserve to die for following my orders. And I don't deserve to die for Iskander's choices. I lean forward as much as my restraints allow. Whatever debt you think he owes you, taking it out on innocent people isn't justice. It's just revenge. Sometimes revenge is the only justice available. He stands and walks closer, studying my face with unsettling intensity. Tell me, do you know how I was able to find you so easily? How I learned your schedule, your habits, and your vulnerabilities? The question makes my stomach drop with sudden dread. I've already figured out someone close to us with access to protected information betrayed our security. I have no idea. Your housekeeper has been very helpful. His smile carries cruel satisfaction. Alina has been providing detailed reports about your daily routine for weeks. Every appointment, every outing, and every moment when you'd be most vulnerable. The words make me gasp as each one shatters assumptions about safety and trust I'd built over months of living in Iskander's protected world. Alina, who helped coordinate the nursery renovations and brought me water during morning sickness, who offered gentle support during my fights with Iskander and seemed genuinely concerned about my well-being, betrayed us. That's impossible. My voice emerges weaker than I intended. She's been nothing but kind to me. The most effective spies often are. He returns to his chair with evident pleasure at my distress. She's been in my employ since before she started working for Iskander. She's always patient, thorough, and completely committed to her mission. The betrayal cuts deeper than the physical discomfort of restraints and hard surfaces. I trusted Alina with intimate details about my pregnancy, my fears, and my relationship struggles. She listened to my concerns with apparent sympathy while gathering intelligence to use against us. It hits me that her helpful advice about making ultimatums and choosing the babies over Iskander were deliberate efforts to cause conflict. I inhale sharply and exhale slowly, quelling the urge to cry since I won't show this scumbag my tears. Why tell me this? His smile is warm, but his eyes are cold. I want you to understand how completely you've been exposed. Every secret you thought was safe and every moment you believed you were protected was an illusion. He leans forward with predatory satisfaction. Your lover built walls around you, but I had someone inside those walls the entire time. The psychological torture is working exactly as he intended. I feel stripped of every assumption about security and safety, wondering what other betrayals might be waiting to surface. If Alina could deceive us so completely, who else might be working against us from within? Iskander will come for me. I force strength into my voice despite the uncertainty eating at my confidence. He'll find this place and bring enough men to tear it down around you. Will he? Mikhail's tone carries mocking doubt. Or will he calculate the odds and decide one woman isn't worth the risk to his entire organization? You don't know him at all if you think he'd abandon me. I know him better than you might imagine. We grew up in the same world, learning the same lessons about power and survival. His expression grows contemplative. Iskander Taranov built his empire by making ruthless calculations about acceptable losses. What makes you think you're more valuable than everything else he's worked to protect? The question strikes at fears I've been trying to suppress since our fight this morning. How do I know I'm truly his priority when he spent weeks choosing business obligations over our relationship? How do I know he won't decide the tactical risks of rescuing me outweigh the emotional benefits? Because he loves me. The words emerge with more conviction than I feel. Love. Mikhail spits the word like it tastes bitter. Love is weakness in our world. It makes men stupid and careless. Your lover has already proven how much his feelings compromise his judgment. He stands again and moves to a small table I hadn't noticed, returning with a bottle of water that he holds just out of reach. Are you thirsty? My throat feels raw from fear in the dry basement air, but accepting anything from him feels like surrender. No. Stubborn, I admire that quality, though it won't serve you well if this continues much longer. He opens the bottle anyway and holds it closer. Your babies need you to stay hydrated. Dehydration during pregnancy can cause complications you'd rather avoid. The mention of my children's well-being breaks through my defiance. I need to stay as healthy as possible for their sake, regardless of my pride or my desire to resist his manipulations. Just a little. I allow him to hold the bottle to my lips, not entirely surprised when he pulls it away at the last minute. You're adorable in your naivete. He caps the bottle and sets it on the floor beside my chair, close enough that I can see it but not reach it. You're going to die here, so why would I waste water on you? I glare at him, but don't respond to his taunts. I just want to survive this and get home. I'm sure you're miserable, so I offer you a small hope that you might be released once your lover and I conclude our business. His tone returns to business-like formality. If he cooperates, you'll be released unharmed. What kind of cooperation? The question emerges despite my better judgment. The permanent kind. His smile carries no warmth. Iskander took my brother from me. Fair exchange requires him to pay the same price. The death of his second, Timur, will be a down payment, and his own surrender, torture, and death will satisfy the debt. Perhaps I'll let you say goodbye or at least observe to the inevitable conclusion. He laughs coldly. The casual mention of torture and murder makes me tremble. He's luring Iskander into a trap where Mikhail can kill him and Timur while I watch. Every word he utters is manipulation and designed to keep me compliant while he orchestrates my lover's death. He'll never let me leave alive. He already said that when he denied me the water. He'll never come alone. I try to project confidence I don't feel. You'll be outnumbered and outgunned before you get close enough to hurt him. Perhaps, but even Iskander Taranov can't assault a fortified position without risking the hostage he's trying to rescue. He returns to his chair with evident satisfaction. Desperation makes people take chances they'd normally avoid. The tactical reality of my situation becomes clearer with each passing minute. I'm not just a hostage, but bait designed to force Iskander into making emotional decisions instead of strategic ones. Every protective instinct he has will work against him when he tries to reach me. Pain builds behind my temples as stress and anxiety spike my blood pressure higher than Dr. Layton would consider safe. I try to focus on breathing exercises and calming thoughts, but terror for Iskander's safety makes relaxation impossible. You're in pain. Mikhail observes my discomfort with clinical interest. Headache? I don't answer, but he seems to interpret my silence correctly. High blood pressure is common during multiple pregnancies, especially under stress, according to Google. His knowledge of pregnancy complications makes my skin crawl. Alina mentioned you might have complications. The question reveals another layer of violation I hadn't considered. My private conversations with Dr. Layton and my fears about carrying 7 babies safely were all potentially compromised by someone I trusted with my most vulnerable moments. What else did she tell you? Everything I needed to know about your schedules, your fears, and your relationship struggles. He studies my face for reactions. She mentioned the doctor's warnings about stress reduction. The casual mention of my private medical information feels like another form of assault. Nothing about my life was truly private while Alina lived in our home and gathered intelligence about our daily routines. The irony is delicious. He continues with evident pleasure. While you begged your lover to prioritize your relationship over business obligations, I was learning exactly how to use that relationship against him. Stop. Stop what? Stop telling you the truth about how completely you've been betrayed? His voice hardens with satisfaction. Or stop explaining how your lover's feelings for you will finally give me the revenge I've been seeking? My ribs ache from tension and the uncomfortable chair, coupled with lack of water, while the headache behind my temples builds to something approaching agony. Every minute in this basement increases the risk to my babies, but fighting against restraints or giving in to panic will only make things worse. I close my eyes and try to find some internal anchor point or source of strength that doesn't depend on external circumstances I can't control. The envelope in my hands reminds me Iskander and I created something beautiful together that's worth surviving for. I have 7 reasons to stay strong and refuse to give Mikhail the satisfaction of watching me break down under pressure. When I open my eyes again, he's watching me closely, probably trying to assess whether his psychological warfare is achieving the desired effect. You're stronger than I expected. His tone carries grudging respect. Most people would be begging by now. I'm not most people. No, you're not. He stands and moves toward the stairs. I'll leave you to think about our conversation. When your lover arrives, remember cooperation saves lives while defiance costs them. The basement door closes with a heavy thud that echoes off concrete walls, leaving me alone with dim lighting and the sound of my own breathing. Each hour stretches endlessly while I wait for sounds of approaching rescue or approaching doom, knowing no amount of cooperation will satisfy Mikhail. He wants to utterly destroy Iskander before killing him, so the babies and I will be among the first fatalities if my lover is captured by him. The envelope with gender results remains clutched in my bound hands, a tangible reminder of the future Iskander and I are fighting to protect. Whatever happens in the hours ahead, our children deserve the chance to be born. I settle back into the uncomfortable chair and concentrate on breathing and relaxing to lower my blood pressure. Mikhail can control my circumstances, but he can't control my will to protect the family Iskander and I have created together. The darkness presses closer as daylight fades outside the basement window, but I refuse to let despair take root. Somewhere in the distance, the man I love is coming for us, and I intend to be strong enough to help him succeed in us all walking out of here except Mikhail and his men. For the first time, I understand how Iskander can kill someone. Rage burns inside me, though I try to soothe it to avoid sudden hypertension, but I would hesitate to shoot, strangle, or stab him if I had the opportunity. I give a bitter smile. One unintended consequence of Mikhail's kidnapping us is it gives me better insight to how Iskander can be both dark and light, carrying hate while showing powerful love. In an odd twist of fate, this will probably bring us closer, assuming we all survive.
The compound's main gate stands open like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. My armored sedan idles at the entrance while I study the tactical nightmare Mikhail has constructed. It's a fortress designed to strip away every advantage I've spent years cultivating. 3 guards emerge from a checkpoint booth with weapons drawn but not aimed, their posture suggesting they're expecting my arrival. The illusion of non-aggression masks the reality that I'm driving into an orchestrated trap where Mikhail controls every variable. I step out of the vehicle with hands visible, allowing them to see I'm apparently following his instructions about coming alone. The transponder in my vest will guide Timur and our team to this location in exactly 4 minutes. But for now, I must play the role of desperate lover making foolish choices. Mr. Taranov. The lead guard speaks with professional courtesy that doesn't reach his cold eyes. Mr. Balakin is waiting for you. We'll need to secure your weapons before escort. He waves a wand over me, and it beeps to reveal every weapon I carry, save one. I left a lot of my weapons in the car, but I had to carry enough to seem plausible. I remove my sidearms with deliberate slowness, knowing they've already detected the additional arsenal concealed throughout my clothing and gear. This pantomime of disarmament serves Mikhail's psychological warfare while buying time for my backup to reach assault positions. Next, they pat me down, removing knives, grenades, and anything else that could serve as weapons in close quarters. The search reveals most of my hidden armament, but misses the ceramic blade secured in a thin pocket in my vest's lining because it didn't ping their wand. The knife isn't much, but it's better than going in completely empty-handed. This way, the guard gestures toward the main building. Mr. Balakin appreciates punctuality. I walk between armed escorts across a courtyard designed to provide overlapping fields of fire from defensive positions. Every step takes me deeper into Mikhail's killing ground, while simultaneously drawing his attention away from the approaching assault team. The building's interior reflects battlefield preparation more than residential comfort. It has reinforced walls, narrow corridors, and strategic choke points that will turn the coming firefight into brutal close-quarters combat. Mikhail has transformed this place into a fortress worthy of the final confrontation he's been planning. We descend wooden stairs toward a basement that smells of damp concrete and must. Each step brings me closer to Willa, while stripping away my tactical options until I'm forced to act on instinct and desperation by his design. The basement opens into a maze of support pillars and storage areas lit by harsh overhead bulbs. My escorts guide me through this maze toward whatever stage Mikhail has prepared for our reunion. Iskander. Mikhail Balakin's voice carries across the space with satisfaction that makes my skin crawl. Right on schedule, as always. As I get closer, I see him partially behind a concrete pillar, with Willa positioned in front of him as a human shield, sitting bound to a folding chair, with a pistol pressed against her stomach, with casual menace. She looks pale and strained from hours of captivity, but when our gazes meet, there's determination in her eyes that makes my chest constrict with relief and rage. The guards position themselves behind me, with weapons trained on my back, completing the tactical trap Mikhail has spent months preparing. I'm surrounded, outgunned, and watching the woman I love being used as leverage against every protective instinct I possess. Let her go. I keep my voice steady despite the fury building in my chest. Your fight is with me. My fight is with everything you value. He adjusts his grip on both Willa and the weapon, starting with the woman carrying your children, then moving to that loyal dog Timur who follows you everywhere. He's the closest thing you have to a brother, so I'll kill him in front of you. The mention of Timur reveals the scope of Mikhail's revenge fantasies. He wants to destroy my entire world systematically, starting with Willa and ending with me after I've watched everyone I care about die. You wanted me here. I'm here. I spread my hands to show compliance. What happens next? Next, you watch your woman and children die. His expression carries years of accumulated pain transformed into murderous obsession. Then your second-in-command joins them when my men capture him during his predictable rescue attempt. Then you experience the same grief that's consumed my life since you killed my brother while I torture you to death. I try to keep my expression impassive in the face of his insane plans. Alexei chose to attack me with 4 armed men. I defended myself. He was 22 years old and following orders I gave him. Mikhail's voice breaks slightly. You could have shown mercy to someone so young and reckless instead of putting 5 bullets in him. Mercy wasn't an option when they started shooting first. The memory surfaces with perfect clarity of the desperate combat, where hesitation meant death for everyone I was trying to protect. So you understand why mercy isn't an option now? He presses the pistol harder against Willa's stomach. Your brother in arms will arrive soon with his tactical team, thinking he's mounting a rescue. Instead, he'll walk into a killing field designed specifically for his operational methods. The sound of distant gunfire suddenly echoes through the building above us as automatic weapons chatter in coordinated patterns that signal Timur's assault has begun. Mikhail's expression shifts from satisfaction to anticipation as his trap springs around my approaching team. Your backup arrives precisely on schedule. He maintains his grip on Willa while listening to the combat overhead. I've studied Timur's tactical preferences for months. Every entrance to this building is covered by overlapping fields of fire. More gunfire erupts above us, coming closer, and now accompanied by the distinctive crack of flashbang grenades and the heavier thump of shaped charges breaching reinforced doors. My team is fighting through defensive positions that Mikhail has specifically designed to neutralize their advantages. I have to admire the elegance of his plan, even though I'm going to thwart him. They'll never reach this basement. His voice carries confidence, backed by careful planning. Even if they do, any aggressive action results in your woman's immediate death. You could still walk away from this. I take a small step forward, testing the guards' reactions. Killing us won't bring Alexei back. No, but it will balance the scales of justice in my favor. The gunfire above grows more intense as tactical combat reaches the building's main floors. Your death pays the debt you've owed since that night you murdered my brother. I hear boots thundering down the wooden stairs as someone fights through Mikhail's defenses toward the basement. The sound could be Timur leading a successful breach, or it could be Mikhail's men herding my team into the final killing ground of this elaborate trap. Betting on Timur and the others, I say, this is your last chance to surrender and make this easier on everyone. I keep my voice calm despite the desperation clawing at my chest. My men won't show restraint if you hurt her. Your men are walking into crossfires designed by someone who knows their every tactical preference. He laughs with bitter satisfaction. Timur trained with the same instructors I did. His methods are predictable to anyone who understands military doctrine. The basement erupts in gunfire as multiple figures crash through the stairwell entrance, muzzle flashes strobing through shadows, while tactical gear clashes in deadly choreography. I can't tell if the advancing figures are a rescue or execution squad until familiar voices cut through the chaos. Contact front. Timur's voice carries over automatic weapons fire as our assault team engages Mikhail's guards in brutal close-quarters combat. He catches sight of Willa seated in front of Mikhail like a shield and shouts, "Hostage behind the pillar! Adjust your fire to avoid her." I dive away from the guards behind me as bullets fill the air, their attention divided between containing me and engaging the new threats pouring into the basement. Concrete chips explode around my position while I search for cover among the support pillars, and a bullet grazes my shoulder, but I temporarily ignore the pain. Mikhail maintains his position behind Willa's chair, using her body as a shield while his remaining men try to establish defensive positions against Timur's assault. The tactical situation deteriorates into chaos, where anything could happen to the woman I love. "Drop your weapons," Mikhail's voice cuts through the gunfire. "Drop them now, or she dies before anyone can stop me." The basement falls into tense silence as our assault team weighs impossible choices between tactical success and civilian casualties. Willa's life hangs in the balance while Mikhail exploits the leverage he's been planning to use since this confrontation began. "You have 10 seconds to decide." He adjusts his aim to center the pistol against her temple instead of pointing it at her stomach. Her death or your surrender. Choose wisely. I meet Willa's gaze across the smoke-filled space and see something in her expression that suggests she's not as helpless as she appears. Her bound hands move slightly behind the chair, testing restraints while possibly seeing details I can't see from my position. 5 seconds. Mikhail's finger moves from the trigger guard to the trigger, while Timur's team holds position with weapons trained on targets they can't engage without risking the hostage. Willa suddenly lurches forward, throwing her weight sideways to pull away from the gun's trajectory. The chair tips as she rolls toward the floor, creating the opening we've been waiting for, while Mikhail struggles to maintain control of his weapon. There's no time to see how she landed, but she was rolling toward the side, so I pray she was able to shield her stomach as I surge from cover. His shot goes wide, and I cross the distance between us in desperate strides while he attempts to regain his aim. My shoulder connects with his midsection in a crushing tackle that sends us both crashing through debris and broken furniture. We grapple for control of his pistol in brutal, hand-to-hand combat that will determine whether this nightmare ends in rescue or tragedy. His strength matches mine, fueled by years of grief and hatred that have consumed his life since his brother's death. I hear my men engaging again now that Willa is clear, but I'm too focused on my fight to see how theirs progresses. With Timur in charge, I have little doubt he'll overtake Mikhail's men. As we're tussling, his gun goes off during our struggle, but the bullet strikes concrete instead of flesh as we roll across the basement floor. I drive my elbow into his ribs with force that cracks bone, but he responds by slamming his knee into my wounded shoulder from the earlier graze. Agony explodes through my left side while black spots dance across my vision. But adrenaline keeps me fighting for control of the pistol that will decide our fate. Willa's safety depends on ending this confrontation before Mikhail can regain any tactical advantage. Since I can't get the correct angle to shoot him with his own weapon, I manage to pin his gun hand against the floor while wrapping my other arm around his throat in a chokehold designed to cut off blood flow to his brain. His face turns red, then purple, as consciousness fades with each passing second. "This is for threatening my family." The words emerge through gritted teeth. "This is for every sleepless night you cost us." His struggles weaken as oxygen decreases, but I maintain pressure until his body goes completely limp beneath mine. Only when I'm certain he'll never threaten anyone again do I release my grip and roll away from his corpse. Silence fills the basement except for my ragged breathing and the sound of Willa crying with relief. I crawl toward her position and cut through the zip ties with my ceramic blade, freeing her wrists from restraints that have left angry red marks on her skin. "Are you hurt?" She rolls out of the chair, tipped on its side, and I gather her into my arms while scanning for injuries or signs of trauma. "Did he hurt you or the babies?" "I'm okay." She melts against my chest with desperate relief. Dehydrated and terrified, but okay. The babies are okay. I hold her carefully, mindful of her pregnancy while processing that we're both alive when everything could have ended so differently. Her warmth and steady breathing anchor me to reality after hours of imagining worst-case scenarios. "I'm sorry you had to see that violence." I stroke her hair while speaking softly. "I'm sorry you witnessed what I become when people threaten what's mine." "Don't apologize." She pulls back to meet my gaze. "I understand now. I understand what drives you to extremes and why peaceful solutions aren't always possible." Her acceptance soothes the fear inside. For months I've worried she'd eventually see the darkness in my nature and reject the life we're building together. Instead, she's offering understanding. You felt it too. I study her face and see truth reflected in her expression. When he threatened our children, you wanted to hurt him. I wanted to kill him. The admission emerges with surprising intensity. I've never experienced rage like that before, but sitting in this basement while he planned to torture you, kill Timur, and murder our babies, she shakes her head. I understand you completely now. Timur appears beside us, tactical gear bloodied, but expression relieved as he surveys the aftermath of our confrontation. The compound is secure, and a medical team is standing by for immediate transport. I kiss Willa gently, tasting salty tears while trying to convey everything words can't express. She's witnessed the worst aspects of my world and chosen to embrace rather than flee from the reality of who I am. We need medical attention for you. I help her stand while Timur coordinates our extraction. There's a doctor standing by to examine you and the babies after everything you've endured. I don't want you to wait until we can get to Dr. Layton. Oh, the gender results. She retrieves a crumpled envelope from the floor where it fell during our struggle. I wanted to share this with you as a peace offering after our fight this morning. The paper feels precious despite being stained with basement dust and marked by hours of captivity. My hands shake as I open it, and she pulls out the paper, identifying our babies' letter designations and their genders. We read it together. A, female. B, male. C, female. D, female. E, male. F, male. G, female. I stare at the black ink on white paper that gives a huge glimpse of my future. 4 girls and 3 boys will grow up as safely and protected as I can keep them. They won't know about my past or this pivotal moment where we killed Mikhail until much later, if ever. Let's go home. I wrap my arm around her shoulders while leading her toward the stairwell. The compound smolders behind us as we emerge into cool night air. We're simply grateful to be alive and together with the knowledge that no enemy will ever again come this close to destroying what we've built. The war is finally over, and we've earned the right to choose love over fear, family over vendetta, and hope over the darkness that once threatened to consume everyone I love. It feels liberating to know everything from this point forward is practically a blank slate, and I can write a different future that's not influenced by my past.
After a quick check from the doctor that was part of Iskander's freelance team cleared me to wait for a more extensive checkup, we came home. I've been here for almost 2 hours now, and Dr. Layton arrived an hour ago via some power of persuasion Iskander employed. He didn't share the details, but she doesn't seem fearful or resentful, so I assume he used honey rather than vinegar or threats of violence to get her to make a house call. The estate's medical suite is quiet as Dr. Layton carefully removes the heplock attached to the now empty saline bag that had been feeding fluids into my dehydrated system. A squirt of blood accompanies the removal of the IV, but she quickly covers it with gauze and wraps a bandage around the spot. Iskander hasn't left my side since we returned from the compound, and he holds my hand while monitors track my blood pressure and the baby's heartbeats. Your blood pressure is still elevated, but stable now that you're not stressed and have been rehydrated, Dr. Layton says after reviewing my latest readings. The stress response was significant, but you and the babies weathered it remarkably well. Get some much-needed sleep, and I want to see you again in 3 days, sooner if things get worse. Iskander nods while studying the monitor displaying 7 distinct heartbeats, and each one represents a small miracle after everything we've endured. His relief is written across features that still carry tension from hours of imagining the worst possible outcomes. Thank you. I squeeze his hand as doctor. Layton packs her equipment. I feel much better already. Adrenaline can mask exhaustion and dehydration for hours. She gives me a stern look. Your body needs time to recover from the trauma, even if your mind feels ready to move forward. After she leaves, silence settles between us like a protective blanket as we leave the medical suite to return to Iskander's room. The familiar comfort of our bedroom feels surreal, but soothing after the basement's concrete walls and harsh lighting. I keep thinking about how close we came to losing everything. Iskander's voice carries exhaustion that goes beyond physical fatigue. How easily Mikhail could have succeeded if you hadn't been brave enough to create that opening. We're here now. I reach up to touch his face, noting the shallow cut along his jaw from our final confrontation. There's a bandage on his shoulder put in place by one of the medical team at the fortress while I was getting checked over, but those are the only visible reminders of what happened. Bruises will likely bloom soon, though. We're safe, the babies are safe, and Mikhail can never threaten us again. He turns his head to press a kiss against my palm, and something in his expression shifts from relief to a deeper emotion that makes my pulse speed up despite the IV fluids flowing through my system. Willa! His voice drops to something approaching reverence. I've been thinking about our conversation this morning about partnership and commitment and building the future you deserve. The morning feels like weeks ago instead of hours, and our argument about priorities and presence has been overshadowed by kidnapping and violence that put everything into stark perspective. We both said things for which we need to apologize. No apologies. He stands and moves to the nightstand, retrieving something from the drawer, just honesty about what I want our future to look like. The ring box in his hands is simple black velvet, elegant in its understated design. Inside, a solitaire diamond catches the lamplight with brilliance that seems to hold captured starlight within its faceted depths. Marry me. The words emerge with certainty that brooks no hesitation. Not because of the babies or the danger we've faced, but because I can't imagine building any future that doesn't include you as my partner in everything. I've waited too long to say it, but I love you. Tears blur my vision as he drops to one knee beside the bed. This isn't the proposal I might have imagined, but it's perfect for the reality we've created together. I promise you honesty about my world and my choices. He sounds like he's speaking his vows right this moment. I promise you partnership in every decision that affects our family and a future where love matters more than legacy. The ring is a perfect fit when he slides it on my finger, as if it was designed specifically for this moment and this choice. The diamond's weight feels substantial against my skin, a symbol of promises being made and accepted. Yes. The word emerges through tears and laughter from relief that we're both alive to make this choice. Of course, I'll marry you. He rises to kiss me with careful tenderness that acknowledges my physical fragility while conveying emotional depth that takes my breath away. This kiss tastes like the future we're choosing to build together despite everything that's tried to tear us apart. I love you. I pull back to meet his gaze directly. I love you, and I understand you, and I want to spend the rest of my life figuring out how to balance the darkness with the light. The rest of our lives. He settles onto the bed beside me, starting right now. The engagement ring catches lamplight as I trace the planes of his face, memorizing details that could have been lost forever if Mikhail's plan had succeeded. His jaw carries stubble that rasps against my fingertips, but his eyes hold warmth that makes everything else fade into irrelevance. Make love to me? He seems surprised. Are you sure you're strong enough for that? His concern carries genuine worry about my physical condition. Doctor, Leighton said to rest. I'm sure I need this. I guide his hand to rest against my belly. I need to feel alive and connected to you. I need to celebrate that we survived.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full, unedited version, please go to novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. 17 weeks later, the Charleston spring air drifts through my office windows, carrying the scent of magnolia blossoms and new beginnings. I sign the final page of documents that formally transfer control of the Taranov Syndicate to Timur, my handwriting sealing the end of an era that defined most of my adult life. That's it. I set down the pen and lean back in my chair, studying the neat stack of papers that represent decades of power and influence. You're officially in charge of everything I built. He collects the documents with a sweep of his arms. His expression carries satisfaction and perhaps a bit of anxiety about his new responsibility, clearly understanding he's inheriting both opportunities and obligations. He chuckles. It's strange to think this morning you were a crime boss, and now you're just another honest businessman. He slides the papers into a leather portfolio designed to protect them during transport to our lawyers. What are you planning to do with all that legitimacy? I laugh and move to the window, overlooking gardens where security teams once maintained constant vigilance. The grounds look peaceful now, with gardeners tending flower beds instead of soldiers patrolling perimeters. These weeks without external threats has transformed this estate from fortress to family home, though we do maintain a small staff of security, as would anyone with wealth. They just aren't so obvious, and the likelihood of us ever needing them has dropped significantly. Willa and I have been talking about relocating somewhere quieter once the babies arrive. I watch a pair of cardinals build their nest in the old oak tree that's witnessed decades of my family's history. We've been looking at properties online, but haven't found anything that speaks to us yet. Online house hunting, Timur's tone carries amused disbelief. From the man who once insisted on personally inspecting every safe house before approving its use. I nod, conceding the point. Willa's scheduled C-section is in 4 days, so we can't travel right now. I turn back to face him, trying not to reveal my lingering worry about that. We've done a couple of Zoom walkthroughs with real estate agents, which feels surreal after years of viewing properties through security assessments. The transition from criminal enterprise to legitimate business has been smoother than either of us anticipated. Wellington's partnership provided enough clean revenue to support our operations, while we systematically extricated ourselves from illegal activities. Money laundering gave way to investment consulting, territorial protection became private security, and violence transformed into negotiation. What couldn't be converted remains firmly and fully under Timur's control now with this morning's signatures. Is any particular region calling to you, or are you just looking for maximum distance from Charleston? Willa wants something with space for the children to grow up safely. I return to my desk and review the property listings we've bookmarked over recent weeks. We're thinking the ocean or an island, maybe. We want somewhere we can build something new without shadows from the past affecting our future. So yes, far away from Charleston is the plan. That sounds nice. He makes nice sound as pleasant as he can, but it's clear he finds the concept baffling. She also wants to let the babies enjoy the nursery we renovated with such care before we think seriously about moving. I touch one of the ultrasound photos showing 7 distinct forms positioned for their imminent arrival. We put months of planning into that room, and she'd like them to experience it before we start over somewhere else. I look up to meet his gaze. I also think it's a way of reclaiming it from the taint of Alina, who was heavily involved with the first stage of renovating. He grimaces at the mention of the woman and curses her softly. She's currently in Moscow, indentured to an old Bratva acquaintance of mine for 10 years to work off her sentence for betraying us. We handle our own justice in this world, dispensing consequences that courts would never understand. I wanted something quick and permanent, but Willa had asked me to let her live. I thought it was from sympathy until she'd stared coldly at Alina and said She deserves to have years to contemplate what a mistake she made. Timur nods with understanding that goes beyond simple friendship into brotherhood, forged through shared danger and mutual trust. Willa deserves that chance. He changes the subject a moment later. The Miami and Atlanta crews are adapting well to the transition. Discovering legitimate security work pays better than territorial disputes without the risk of incarceration has significantly improved morale. He flashes a smile. I settle back in my chair, processing the reality that hundreds of people who once followed my orders are now building legal careers under Timur's leadership. The transformation represents redemption on a scale I never imagined possible when I first decided to leave this world behind. Any regrets about walking away? His question carries genuine curiosity rather than judgment, though I understand why he might wonder about my emotional state after surrendering everything I built. Sometimes, the admission emerges with honesty. I don't bother to hide from a man who's like my brother. It's mostly nostalgia for the clarity of absolute power and problems that could be solved through superior violence. Then I think about Willa and our children, and the choice becomes obvious. The bittersweet nature of this transition touches every aspect of my daily routine. I miss the adrenaline of tactical planning and the satisfaction of outmaneuvering rivals, but I've gained something infinitely more valuable in exchange. Love has replaced fear as my primary motivation, and partnership has superseded dominance as my preferred method of problem solving. It feels like freedom. I stand and move toward the door, suddenly eager to find my wife and confirm once again that I've made the right choice. For the first time in my adult life, I wake up without wondering who might try to kill me today. We walk through corridors, and I hear Willa's laughter drifting from the living room. She's transformed this place. Timur observes the fresh flowers and family photographs that have replaced tactical maps and weapons displays. She's made it feel like a home instead of a headquarters. She's transformed me. The acknowledgement encompasses everything from major life decisions to daily routines. She taught me strength can come from vulnerability, and protection doesn't require control. I shake my head. My father must be rolling in his grave. Duh, but that's good. You never wanted to be like him. I nod in agreement as we enter the living room, where Willa sits on the sofa with her laptop open, reviewing what appears to be a virtual property tour on the screen. At 31 weeks pregnant with septuplets, she moves carefully but maintains the grace that first attracted me in Henry's shop. Her belly has expanded to accommodate 7 growing babies, and her rounded face carries the serene contentment of approaching motherhood. How did the signing go? She looks up from the laptop with a smile that makes everything else fade into background noise. Are you officially a former crime boss now? Officially reformed and respectably boring. I settle beside her on the sofa, noting how the afternoon light highlights the diamond in her ring, currently worn around her neck on a chain because of her fingers swelling. Timur is now the proud owner of everything I used to consider important. How does that feel? Her question echoes Timur's earlier inquiry and carries a note of concern. Good. It's like I can finally breathe without wondering what I'll have to sacrifice next to maintain power. I take her hand and study the way her swollen fingers intertwine with mine, marveling at how something so simple can provide such profound comfort. Now, I can focus on building instead of destroying. She turns the laptop toward me, revealing a virtual tour of a mountain estate that overlooks rolling valleys and distant peaks. The property sits on several acres that would provide both privacy and space for children to explore safely, far from the urban dangers that have shaped my worldview. What do you think of this one? In Kiowa Island, South Carolina. Her voice carries excitement tempered by practical considerations. It has 8 bedrooms, which gives us room to grow, and the grounds include a stream where the children could play when they're older. I study the images of sun-drenched rooms and sprawling gardens, imagining our 7 babies taking their first steps across hardwood floors and learning to walk along peaceful pathways. The vision represents everything I've been working toward since learning about the pregnancy. It looks perfect. I lean closer to examine details of the property layout. When can we schedule an in-person visit? Not until after the babies are born and released from NICU, so I hope no one buys it before then. She closes the laptop and settles back against the sofa cushions with a satisfied sigh. That gives us time to research options and narrow down our choices before we start traveling with 7 infants. Timur excuses himself to handle final paperwork related to the organizational transfer, leaving us alone. The silence feels comfortable rather than tense, filled with shared anticipation for the future we're building. Do you have any second thoughts about leaving Charleston? Willa's question touches on concerns we've discussed repeatedly as her due date approaches. This city holds a lot of history for you. Most of that history involves violence. I trace patterns across her palm while speaking. I'd rather our children grow up somewhere without those associations, where we can write new stories instead of being haunted by old ones. 4 more days until the C-section. She places my hand against her belly, where I can feel the almost incessant movement from the babies we'll soon meet. Are you ready to be a father to 7 children simultaneously? The question touches on fundamental changes that will reshape every aspect of our daily existence. I've spent months preparing mentally and practically for the responsibilities ahead, but abstract planning feels inadequate compared to the imminent reality. I'm ready to try. The honest answer acknowledges both excitement and apprehension about becoming a father under such extraordinary circumstances. We'll learn as we go and figure out how to balance 7 different personalities and needs. She shifts position on the sofa, seeking comfort that becomes increasingly elusive as the babies grow larger and their due date approaches. Dr. Layton has been monitoring her condition closely, seeing her every 3 days now, and adjusting medications and scheduling to ensure the safest possible delivery for both mother and children. Sometimes I wonder if we'll remember what it was like before. Her words cut off abruptly as her face contorts with sudden pain. Oh, the sound makes me instantly alert to crisis, scanning her expression for signs of distress. Her breathing becomes shallow and rapid, while she grips my hand with surprising strength. What's wrong? I lean closer, ready to call for medical assistance if necessary. Is it the babies? I think... She tries to speak through another wave of obvious discomfort. I think my water just broke. I look down and see clear fluid spreading across the sofa cushions, confirming what her body has already announced. The babies have decided to arrive 4 days ahead of schedule, transforming our peaceful afternoon into a medical emergency. 4 days early. I stand quickly and reach for my phone to call Dr. Layton's emergency line. That's okay, though. That's still 31 weeks and 3 days, which should be safe for septuplets. Willa nods through another contraction that makes her double over with pain, and her face has gone pale with the sudden onset of labor. I help her to her feet while coordinating transportation to the hospital, where an extensive medical team waits for exactly this scenario. The bags are already packed. She moves slowly toward the stairs while I make rapid-fire phone calls to alert everyone who needs to know about this development. Dr. Layton said this could happen any time after 30 weeks. Panic and excitement collide in my chest as I realize that within hours, I'll see the 7 babies who represent everything Willa and I have survived and sacrificed to protect. The future we've been planning is about to become present reality, complete with all the chaos and joy that comes with sudden parenthood. Are you ready for this? I take her arm as we move toward the car that will carry us to the next chapter of our lives together. Ready or not, she smiles through obvious discomfort. Our children have decided it's time to meet their parents.
The contractions hit like waves crashing against Charleston's seawall, each one stronger than the last as we speed through the city toward the medical center. I grip Iskander's hand while he coordinates with Dr. Layton through his earpiece, his voice steady despite the tension radiating from every line of his body. 7 minutes apart and getting stronger. I breathe through another surge of pain that makes me understand why women have screamed through childbirth for millennia. This is really happening. Dr. Layton's team is scrubbing in now. Iskander squeezes my fingers while studying my face for signs of distress. The OR is prepared for the C-section, and the NICU has 7 incubators ready. All staff have either arrived or are en route, since it takes a small army to deliver 7 babies. The hospital's birthing center entrance welcomes us with immediate action. Nurses wheel me toward the elevator while medical staff attach monitors and start IV lines, their movements swift despite the unprecedented nature for most of the professionals of delivering septuplets. We're the first set to arrive at this hospital. How are you feeling? Dr. Layton appears beside my gurney as we enter the specialized delivery suite, her expression calm but focused. Any unusual pain or pressure? Everything feels intense. I try to find a comfortable position while machines track heartbeats and contractions. Is this normal for multiples? Your body is working overtime, but all 7 babies are showing strong vital signs. She reviews readings on multiple monitors while nurses prepare surgical equipment. We're going to get them out safely. The delivery room hums with coordinated activity as specialists position equipment and confirm protocols. 7 NICU teams wait in adjoining spaces, each prepared to stabilize a newborn who will arrive weeks before full-term development. The scope of medical intervention required makes my head spin with grateful amazement. There's no way they all would have survived if I'd been alive even 100 years earlier. I need to step out while they prep you for surgery. Iskander leans down to kiss my forehead, his lips warm against skin that feels cold with anxiety. I'll be right outside, and I'll see you the moment they're finished with prepping. Don't leave me. The plea emerges before I can stop it, panic overriding the rational understanding that he can't remain during surgical procedures. What if something goes wrong? Nothing will go wrong. His voice carries absolute conviction that soothes fears I can't quite articulate. You're strong, and our babies are fighters. We're all going to be fine. A nurse guides Iskander toward the door while an anesthesiologist prepares the spinal block that will numb me from the waist down. We'll have you back in just a few minutes, Dr. Layton assures him. This is routine for scheduled C-sections. We're just moving it up a few days because the babies are impatient. Every protocol remains the same. The door closes behind him, and I focus on breathing while the anesthesiologist positions me for the spinal injection. The antiseptic smell mingles with my growing nervousness, but everything feels manageable and is so far exactly for what we planned. Then something shifts, and there's a warm, spreading sensation between my legs, followed by urgent voices that cut through the calmness. She's hemorrhaging. Dr. Layton's tone transforms from reassuring to commanding. Get me 2 units of O negative and prep for emergency conversion to general. The room erupts into coordinated chaos. Multiple voices overlap as medical equipment wheels into position. Monitors beep with increasing urgency, and hands move over my body that I barely notice in my panic. What's happening? I try to sit up, but firm hands guide me back down while my vision blurs at the edges. Is something wrong with the babies? We need to get them out now. Dr. Layton appears in my line of sight, her face masked but eyes radiating focused intensity. We're switching to general anesthesia for speed. Before I can protest or ask more questions, a mask descends over my nose and mouth carrying the sweet chemical taste of gas that promises unconsciousness. The last thing I see is the organized frenzy of medical professionals fighting to save lives that hang in a balance more precarious than anyone anticipated. Count backwards from 10, someone says, though the voice sounds distant and distorted through gathering fog. 10. The number dissolves on my tongue. 9. Darkness swallows me completely before I reach 8, pulling me into surgical oblivion where time becomes meaningless and consciousness floats between dreams and medical intervention. Somewhere in that space, beyond awareness, I drift through fragments of memory, remembering Iskander's hands against my belly, the sound of 7 heartbeats on ultrasound monitors, and promises whispered in quiet moments about the future we're building together. When awareness returns, it arrives in fragments, first with the taste of antiseptic in my mouth, then the sound of machines monitoring vital signs, and finally, a dull ache throughout my midsection that signals major surgery. I try to open my eyes, but they feel weighted with exhaustion that goes beyond normal fatigue. She's waking up. A voice I don't recognize speaks from somewhere near my feet. Vitals are stable, and her blood pressure is normalizing. I force my eyes open to find myself in a recovery room surrounded by medical equipment and soft lighting designed to aid healing. The absence of pregnancy weight feels strange and empty, though surgical pain reminds me something significant has happened to my body. The babies! My voice emerges as barely a whisper through dry lips. Are they okay? All 7 are alive and fighting. Dr. Layton appears beside my bed with a tired but satisfied expression. They're small, as expected for 31 weeks, but their lungs are developing well and their hearts are strong. Relief floods through me with intensity that brings tears to my eyes. Can I see them? I try to sit up, but weakness and surgical restrictions keep me horizontal. Can I see Iskander? He's been waiting for hours, first pacing outside the OR, and then he accompanied your babies to the NICU. Technically, he's not allowed in the recovery room, but I'll send for him in a minute. She winks before checking readings on my monitors. The babies are being stabilized in NICU, but you'll be able to visit them once you're stronger. A few minutes later, the door opens to admit Iskander, whose face shows exhaustion and relief in equal measure. He moves to my bedside with careful steps, as if sudden movements might shatter the fragile miracle of our survival. You did it. He takes my hand gently, mindful of IV lines and surgical trauma. You brought all 7 of them into this world safely. How long was I unconscious? The timeline feels fractured with gaps I can't account for between entering surgery and waking up in recovery. 6 hours. His voice is heavy from the burden of every minute spent wondering about outcomes. There were complications during delivery, and you lost more blood than expected. For a while, the doctors weren't sure. He doesn't finish the sentence, but I understand what he's not saying. The delivery nearly cost more than we were prepared to sacrifice, pushing medical intervention to its limits while 7 babies struggled for independent life, and I nearly lost mine. We're all okay now. I squeeze his fingers with what strength I possess. We made it through. Yes, and we'll keep making it. He leans down to press a gentle kiss against my lips, and I taste salty tears that could belong to either of us. All 9 of us. The next several hours pass in a haze of medical checks and gradual recovery as my body processes the trauma of major surgery. Nurses monitor vital signs while Dr. Layton provides updates about the baby's progress in NICU, each report bringing cautiously optimistic news about their adaptation to life outside the womb. She reviews their charts during an afternoon visit. They're all breathing on their own so far, which is excellent for 31 weeks and even more so for septuplets. Baby A and baby C are the strongest, not needing any oxygen supplementation, while baby E needs a bit more respiratory support with a BiPAP. The other 4 are on oxygen via nasal cannulas just for added support until their lungs develop a bit more. All of them are responding well to feeding tubes and initial care. When can I see them? The question has dominated my thoughts since waking up. Maternal instincts demanding physical confirmation that my children are safe and thriving. This evening, if your recovery continues progressing, she makes notes on my chart while speaking. We'll take you down in a wheelchair for your first visit. By early evening, I feel strong enough to attempt the journey to NICU, though standing requires assistance and movement brings reminders of surgical healing. A nurse helps me into a wheelchair before Iskander takes over, pushing it to convey me to the NICU unit. Are you ready for this? He asks as we approach the elevator that will carry us to our children. I've been ready since the moment I learned they existed. The truth encompasses months of anticipation and preparation, but nothing could have truly prepared me for the reality of seeing 7 tiny humans who share our DNA. We have to scrub in, and Iskander supports me while I stand to use the sink. Then we're on the move again to the room our babies are sharing. The NICU overwhelms my senses with its careful orchestration of medical technology and human compassion. Incubators line the walls like transparent cocoons, each one supporting a baby who arrived before their natural time. Machines hum with life-sustaining rhythms while nurses move between stations. Ours are in the private section, he says as he pushes. The nurses arrange them so you can see all 7 from a central position. A second later, he hits the button to automatically open the wide door and wheels me in. The sight of our children makes me tremble with wonder and terror in equal measure. There are 7 perfect babies, impossibly small but unmistakably alive, with each one fighting for growth and strength. They're beautiful. The words feel inadequate for the miracle before us. They're so tiny but so perfect. Iskander stands beside my wheelchair with his hand resting on my shoulder, and I feel his amazement matching my own as we study the faces of our children. Each baby has distinct features despite their early arrival, with unique personalities already emerging through different sleeping positions and movements. This one's definitely the fighter. The nurse points to baby A, whose arms move constantly despite medical equipment. She's been trying to pull out her feeding tube since arrival. I recall she and baby C, another girl, are the ones breathing on their own, and there's nothing on her face. That's going to be trouble later. I laugh through tears while imagining the personality that goes with such determination. What should we call them? We spend the next hour assigning names to faces, matching our carefully chosen list with the tiny individuals who will carry those names through life. Alexei for baby F, honoring Mikhail's brother while reclaiming the name from violence. Henrietta Etta for baby G, after Henry, who gave me the first taste of family stability. Katerina for baby A, Iskander suggests while studying the most active of our daughters. She looks like someone who will command attention. Aiden for baby B. I point to our quietest son, whose peaceful expression suggests a contemplative nature. And Anastasia for baby C? He nods. Nikolai for baby E. He's continuing the pattern of Russian names that honor his heritage, so his next choice startles me. Chloe for baby D. Chloe? You were picking Russian names. He shrugs. Our babies aren't purely Russian, and I happen to know it's your middle name. I smile, blinking back tears, and fully satisfied with the 7 names we've chosen for our children. Those are perfect. They're going to be here for several weeks. A nurse who entered a couple of minutes ago explains NICU protocols while we memorize details of tiny faces. Every day, they'll get stronger and more ready for home. Harper arrives during our visit, her expression soft with wonder as she encounters the babies she's helped anticipate through months of pregnancy. She moves quietly between incubators, studying each child with focused attention while introducing herself to each one as Aunt Harper, their godmother. They look like both of you. She settles beside my wheelchair while speaking softly to avoid disturbing sleeping babies. Especially Etta. She has your bone structure, but Iskander's determined expression. It makes her look constipated. She pseudo-whispers while sending him a teasing look. He just smiles. Apparently, nothing can shake his good mood right now. Timur appears in the doorway about 20 minutes later with obvious discomfort at the emotional intimacy of this moment. But a loyalty to Iskander brings him forward despite personal reservations about family sentimentality. He studies our children with tactical assessment that makes me smile, as if calculating their potential for future achievement. 7 soldiers for your personal army. His observation carries dry humor that acknowledges both the blessing and burden of such a large family. Your enemies would be wise to surrender now. No more enemies. Iskander's voice carries absolute conviction. These children will grow up never knowing about that. Duh, as it should be. Timur's expression softens with genuine emotion when he is introduced to Alexei. He seems surprised by the name, but nods, quickly grasping the reason for it. That is appropriate. As visiting hours end for our friends, and we prepare to return to my hospital room so I can continue resting and pump breast milk to supplement what the babies receive from donors, I take one last look at the 7 perfect beings who transformed us from a couple to a family overnight. The amazing miracle fills me with warmth and emotion so large, I'm not sure I can contain them. You did amazing. Iskander wheels me toward the elevator while speaking softly. You brought them all into this world safely, and you're going to be the best mother they could ask for. It helps that they already have the best father. I slump against the wheelchair while processing the magnitude of what we've accomplished, overcome with exhaustion again. The hospital corridor stretches ahead like a pathway toward our new life, lined with prospects we're only beginning to imagine. Outside the windows, Charleston's evening lights twinkle like stars, but our real constellation waits in temperature-controlled incubators, where 7 tiny hearts beat with the rhythm of infinite possibility.
Be sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can keep bringing you these amazing books. Thank you. Epilogue. The breeze blowing through the villa's open French doors carries the salt-kissed sweetness of Kiowa Island's ocean, stirring my senses. I adjust my tie, a simple platinum silk that Willa chose for today, while watching 7 one-year-olds explore their temporary playpen. Daddy's getting married today. I crouch beside the pen, where Katerina attempts to climb over Nikolai, while Aiden observes the chaos with contemplative patience. I'm marrying the most wonderful woman in the world who gave you life and gave me everything worth fighting for. Etta responds by throwing a soft block in my direction, her aim remarkably accurate for someone who learned to walk only 3 weeks ago. Alexei claps his hands with delight at his sister's rebellion, while Anastasia and Chloe engage in what appears to be a serious conversation conducted entirely in babbled syllables. Already causing trouble, I see. Willa appears in the doorway wearing a silk robe, her hair flowing loose around shoulders that have grown stronger from months of caring, feeding, and nurturing 7 demanding infants. Good thing their father specializes in managing complicated situations. I rise and move toward her, still amazed by how naturally she's adapted to the organized chaos of our expanded household. She coordinates feeding schedules, nap rotations, and developmental milestones with the efficiency of a military strategist while still managing Maison Laurent, mostly remotely, since Eve has proven to be a competent manager after more training. Are you ready for this? I frame her face with my hands, studying features that have become more beautiful with each passing day. Making it official and binding ourselves together legally as well as emotionally? She answers without hesitation. Yes, though I admit the logistics feel more daunting now. The past year has transformed us from desperate lovers fighting for survival into partners building something sustainable and beautiful. Our days follow rhythms dictated by infant needs rather than criminal enterprises, and I've discovered profound satisfaction in problems that can be solved through patience rather than violence. The nannies have everything under control. I gesture toward the 3 women who arrived as temporary help and gradually became extensions of our family. May Shania and Treva know these babies better than anyone except us. We hired them during those first overwhelming weeks when 7 newborns required round-the-clock care that exceeded our physical capabilities. What began as a professional arrangement evolved into genuine affection as they witnessed our children's personalities emerge and helped navigate the complex logistics of multiple infant schedules. I never imagined I'd need 3 nannies. Willa laughs while watching Treva efficiently change Alexei's diaper despite his attempts to escape. Or that I'd trust anyone else with our children this completely. They've earned that trust. I observe Shania's patient efforts to convince Chloe that breakfast puree deserves serious consideration rather than artistic exploration. These women have become family in every way that matters. The transformation of our lives extends beyond domestic arrangements into fundamental shifts in identity and purpose. I wake each morning to sounds of infant babbling rather than tactical briefings, and I've learned to find excitement in first words instead of territorial victories. Harper will be here soon to help you dress. I check my watch while mentally reviewing the ceremony timeline. Timur is coordinating with the officiant and ensuring our security remains invisible but thorough. Even in legitimate business, certain precautions are necessary when hosting gatherings that include former associates and high-profile business partners. The villa's security system rivals any government installation, but today's measures focus on privacy rather than defense. How many guests confirmed? Willa moves to check on the babies. 18 adults, plus our 7 tiny critics. I lift Katerina when she reaches for me with imperious demands that brook no delay. The gathering is small enough to feel intimate, but large enough to include everyone who matters. The guest list represents a blend of old and new associates. Dr. Layton seems excited about seeing the babies again. Willa settles beside me on the sofa, and Anastasia immediately crawls toward her with single-minded determination. She's been tracking their development since birth, even though she's no longer their doctor. Professional pride. I bounce Katerina gently. 7 healthy 1-year-olds probably look good on her resume. The morning flies by chaotically as our house transforms into a wedding venue. Florists arrange white roses throughout the rooms, while caterers set up food that works for adults and babies. There are a few photographers already snapping pictures. I need to go get ready. Willa stands reluctantly, torn between bridal prep and baby supervision. Promise you'll keep them from destroying anything important. I promise to keep both the house and my sanity intact until you get back. I kiss her softly. Take your time getting beautiful, though you already are. She disappears upstairs, where Harper waits with a dress I haven't seen yet. The next 2 hours unfold quickly as May, Shanae, and Treva transform 7 active toddlers into tiny wedding participants dressed in soft linen that'll survive inevitable messes. Their efficiency makes the impossible look routine. They look like angels. Treva adjusts Aiden's miniature bow tie. Until they start moving, and then you remember they're children of chaos. I laugh at the assessment since it's mostly true. Their mother's intelligence makes them dangerous. I scoop up Alexei and Nikolai simultaneously, amazed by how natural this has become. 7 brilliant kids with unlimited energy and no sense of proper behavior is bound to create chaos. Timur appears in formal wear that makes him look almost civilian. His discomfort with emotional events shows, but he's here anyway, because that's what brothers do. The officiant's ready, Guests are seated, and security confirms no uninvited visitors. His report covers both celebration and caution. Everything's on schedule. Thank you for standing with me today and supporting choices that probably seem crazy from your perspective. The gratitude covers years of shared danger and sacrifice. Crazy, yes. Wrong, no. His rare smile carries genuine warmth. You found something worth protecting that doesn't need violence to maintain. That's wisdom. Guests gather in the main room where afternoon light streams through windows, overlooking gardens that stretch toward the ocean. The intimate space feels perfect for promises between people who understand the difference between public ceremony and private commitment. Harper comes down first, wearing deep blue silk that complements her role as maid of honor. Her expression shows protective satisfaction as she surveys arrangements that meet her standards. Then Willa appears, and everything else disappears. Her dress flows like captured moonlight in simple lines that emphasize her natural grace. The tiara on her veil sparkles in the overhead light, but her smile outshines everything. She walks toward me carrying white roses that match the flowers throughout our home. Each step brings us closer to promises that will change everything we've built together. The officiant begins when Willa reaches my side. We gather today to witness the union of two people who've already proven their commitment through trials that would destroy most couples. Our vows emerge from hearts that have survived violence, betrayal, and medical emergencies that tested everything we thought we knew about strength. I promise partnership without control, protection without dominance, and love that grows stronger through hardship. Willa's promises echo trust earned through honesty, family built through choice, and futures that honor the past without being trapped by it. Her voice carries across the room with quiet conviction that makes every word feel permanent. The officiant smiles. You may kiss your bride. Our kiss tastes like promises and the future we're choosing despite every obstacle that tried to stop us. Applause fills the room while 7 babies add enthusiastic babbling to the celebration. The reception flows from ceremony into dinner, where conversation mixes languages, backgrounds, and experiences that represent our expanded family. Wellington's executives discuss investments with former Bratva lieutenants, while Dr. Layton dotes on our babies. Timur raises his glass for the toast. To Iskander and Willa, may your future hold only the challenges that can be solved with patience and wisdom. To family, I pull Willa close while our children create joyful chaos around tables meant for adult sophistication. To love that beats fear, and to building something beautiful from everything we've survived. As evening settles over the island, guests start leaving with promises to visit soon. The villa returns to domestic peace that feels precious because we fought for it. Was it everything you hoped? Willa settles beside me on the terrace, overlooking gardens where security lights create safe spaces in the gathering darkness. Making it official, surrounded by everyone who matters? Perfect. I wrap my arms around her while watching the babies explore the lawn with fearless curiosity while our nannies hover at a slight distance. It was exactly what we needed. Slowly, the stars emerge overhead, and our carers gather up our children, insisting we remain outside to savor this time for a bit longer. Inside, baby contentment mixes with adult laughter as May, Shanae, and Treva handle bedtime routines. Willa turns in my arms. I love you. I love you too. The words come much easier now that I've said them many times. I lean down to kiss her again, slower and deeper this time, tasting salt air on her lips and complete contentment. "Are you ready for our wedding night?" Without answering, she deepens the kiss and melts against me before she smiles against my mouth before pulling back to meet my eyes. "I'm so ready, my husband."